to make sure that all parts of the country have robust safeguarding measures in place so that every girl can fulfil her potential in school without fear of sexual abuse?
The honourable member is absolutely right. Sex abuse is not acceptable. The government is taking action through the child sex abuse strategy and the violence against women and girls strategies, but we have also published strengthened guidance for schools on peer abuse and updated the relationship, sex and health education. And in addition, we have asked every local safeguarding partnership across the country to review how they work to support schools to tackle this issue.
Number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government recognises. I would like to answer, with your permission, questions 5 and 6 together. The government recognises the importance of tackling pregnancy and maternity discrimination. That's why we're going to extend the redundancy protection period for 6 months once a new mother has returned to work, and provide similar protections for those parents taking adoption leave and shared parental leave. We're going to bring these measures forward as soon as parliamentary time allows.
As a devastating Equality and Human Rights Commission report highlighted some 5 years ago, and certainly given the experience of too many of my constituents, discrimination against pregnant women and new mothers is still widespread. So when will the government actually get its act together and bring in the legislation that it's promised to do so, to stop employers making women redundant through pregnancy and until at least 6 months after they've returned from maternity leave?
The honourable gentleman makes a really important point, but legislation can only ever be part of the answer, and that's why we're committed to bringing together key business groups and groups representing families to tackle the questions around organisational culture and to make sure that women and employers know their rights. But we will bring legislative measures together when parliamentary time allows.
Let's go to Alison Thewlis. Alison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. EHRC research in 2016 found disturbingly high levels of pregnancy and maternity discrimination in UK workplaces, and the Women and Equality Select Committee report highlighted that discriminatory practices towards pregnant women and those in maternity leave during the pandemic should have been better anticipated by government and preventative actions taken. So can she tell me what representations the Minister has made to Cabinet colleagues to urgently legislate to extend redundancy protection and finally put an end to this unacceptable discrimination?
I thank the honourable lady, and as I said, when parliamentary time allows, we will bring legislation forward. But I do value her work and the conversation that we had with Pregnant and Screwed and maternity action, and we continue to have plan for round tables to understand the issues for better, bring those two groups with businesses together again.
Let's go to the Chair Select Committee, Caroline.
Mr. Speaker, tragically, maternity discrimination does not just happen in the labour market, it happens in labour wards. Can my right honourable friend tell me what work he is doing across government to make sure that we drive down the horrific death toll that sees black women 4 times more likely to die in childbirth than their white counterparts?
I thank my honourable friend, and the Equalities Minister is doing a lot of work in this area, as is our Health Department. We're committed to reducing inequalities in the health outcomes, and Professor Jacqueline Dunkley-Bent, OBE, the Chief Midwifery Officer, is leading work to understand why mortality rates are high and consider evidence and bring action together, because it is a complex situation. It's not just within maternity, it's far more holistic than that in terms of are they accessing health services in the first place, the fact that we have some of the highest obesity and underweight issues when going into maternity in the EU, and smoking within pregnancy as well is highest in the EU and indeed even higher than America.
Shadow Minister Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Research from the TUC has found that 1 in 4 pregnant women and new mums experienced unfair treatment or discrimination at work during the pandemic, including being singled out for redundancy or furlough. The imminent tapering off of furlough prompts serious concern about unequal redundancies. Will the Minister follow Labour's lead and, instead of simply extending their ineffective and complicated laws, make things simpler and more robust for mothers and businesses alike by introducing a German-style ban on making a pregnant woman or new mothers redundant from notification of pregnancy to 6 months after they return to work?
We believe that extending the maple provisions is a better way of doing it that goes with the grain of the tribunal system that we have within this country. So that's why, after due consideration, we will be bringing that forward as soon as parliamentary time allows.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Kirsten Oswald. Kirsten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maternity Action highlight that pregnant women and new mothers cannot devote their energy and finances to pursuing employment tribunal claims. Now, he says he wants to take steps to understand, but I can tell him that the thousands of women who've lost wages, entitlements or their job because of the pandemic, and the more who will unfortunately follow, need effective access now to justice and more time to enforce their rights. The Minister's also said he's committed to action. So what is the hold-up and what does it say about this government's priorities?
I've said earlier that legislation can only ever be part of the answer. There are robust laws at the moment that employers have to maintain their duty of care for their workforce. But we are, as I say, taking a different approach rather than bringing in an almost outright ban on making pregnant women and new mothers redundant. We're working with the grain of the existing UK approach as soon as parliamentary time allows.
Mr. Speaker, the Government is committed to supporting disabled people affected by the COVID-19 outbreak, including those who claim legacy benefits. We've delivered an unprecedented package of support, injecting billions into the welfare system, and we continue to monitor the impact on disabled people while ensuring that they are able to access the support they need.
The Minister claims that legacy payments were not increased because disabled people have not faced additional costs during the pandemic. But the Disability Benefits Consortium found that 82% of disabled people have had to spend more money than they normally would during the pandemic. So can the Minister set out for the House what evidence he is basing his assumptions on? Because disabled people really do deserve better from this government.
I'll get the Disability Minister to write to the Honourable Gentleman, but he will be aware that we spend £57 billion on benefits to support disabled people and people with health conditions, and at the same time we have reformed ESA in light of COVID, brought in supportive changes to statutory sick pay and local housing allowance and access to work, and continue to support the disabled into work.
11, please.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 11 and 12 together. My third quarterly report to the Prime Minister on COVID disparities summarises the unprecedented measures taken to promote vaccine uptake among ethnic minorities. This includes establishing vaccination centres at around 50 different religious venues, with many more acting as pop-up sites, and more recently an NHS partnership with the Caribbean and African Health Network, who co-produced a toolkit to increase vaccine confidence and uptake. So thanks to initiatives like these, we saw increases in both positive vaccine sentiment and vaccine uptake across all ethnic groups over the last quarter.
Mr. Buchan.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday I was delighted to visit the Almanar Mosque in North Kensington, which has administered more than 750 vaccines in pop-up clinics and has also done vaccine information sessions in English, Arabic and Somalian. Does my honourable friend agree with me that this is an excellent model for encouraging vaccination in our diverse communities?
Mr. Speaker, I do agree, and I thank my honourable friend for her engagement on this issue and for so effectively representing a very diverse constituency and its complex needs. And I would like to pay tribute to religious leaders in Kensington and everywhere else who've played such an important role in encouraging their congregations to be vaccinated. Initiatives such as the ones she mentioned, the NHS's plan for Ramadan, including the use of twilight jabbing, they've all helped to build trust, increase vaccine confidence and tackle misinformation.
Speaker, speaking to care home operators in my constituency, there is concern among the ethnic minority groups, particularly women, citing that their fertility chances taking up the vaccine may be affected. What reassurances can my right honourable friend give those ladies that their fertility will not be affected and it is entirely safe to take up the vaccine?
I think I should start by reiterating the COVID-19 vaccines are safe, and there is no evidence that they affect fertility. And I recognise that there is much information about the vaccines, as my honourable friend describes, and we're working with Professor Jacqueline Dunkley-Bent, the Chief Midwifery Officer in England, and others such as Media Medics, Dr Hazel Wallace and Dr Philippa Kay, to encourage women to be vaccinated.
We have a substantive question to Minister Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tackling gender equality is a core part of the government's mission. The integrated review confirms our commitment to tackling the discrimination, violence and inequality that hold women back. Girls' education is one of the FCDO's 7 key priorities for ODA spend, and this year we will invest £430 million on girls' education, helping achieve the global target to get 40 million girls into education. And we also continue to demonstrate UK's leadership in reducing gender-based violence. And at the recent Generation Equality Forum, we launched the £67.5 million What Works to Prevent Violence Impact at Scale programme, which is the first global effort to systematically scale up proven violence prevention approaches worldwide.
Right, let's go to Margaret Farrier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Gender Equality Advisory Council has recently recommended to G7 leaders that they renew their commitment to 0.7% of GNI target for overseas development assistance and urged them to ring-fence any funding going to gender equality projects. Can the Minister assure us that she has made an assessment of the effect of the recent cut of ODA to 0.5% of GNI on these projects, and that she is working with Cabinet colleagues to mitigate that harm?
Right, let's go back to the Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to recognise that the UK will still spend more than £10 billion on ODA in 2021, and we will return to spending 0.7% as soon as the fiscal situation allows. In terms of impact and equality assessments, I can assure the Honourable Lady that officials considered any impacts on women and girls, the most marginalised and vulnerable, people with disabilities and people from other protected groups, when developing advice that they put up to ministers as part of our decision-making process.
Bel Ribeiro-Ade.
Number 14, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Online abuse and hate towards women is completely unacceptable, and no one should have to experience threats to their safety or abuse online or even offline, of course. Under our groundbreaking online safety legislation, companies will need to take swift and effective action, not only on illegal content, but also on legal but harmful content, including abuse and hate speech.
Ribeiro-Ade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Involuntary celibate or incel groups, as they're known, are increasingly on the rise. And just to explain, this online community understands society to be hierarchised along sexual attractiveness, and that these misogynists blame women for their own lack of status, forcing them into involuntary celibacy. Their harbouring of hate and resentment towards women has manifested in a spate of deadly terrorist attacks across the Atlantic, with at least 2 cases of terrorism here in the UK motivated by incel ideas. So will the Minister commit to having discussions with the Home Secretary to identify and prescribe, where necessary, any forms of this deadly misogynist hate group? And as most of this hate actually occurs online, can the Minister tell us what steps the Online Harms Bill will take to end this online abuse against women, when it will be introduced, and when its measures will actually take effect?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to pay tribute to the Honourable Lady for the work that she's doing to call out online abuse. She's absolutely right. There is no place for this sort of behaviour online. The Online Harms Bill will make it much clearer, the links between what online companies say they do and what they actually do, and women will be better supported to report abuse and should expect to receive appropriate and swift action from the platform. In addition to that, we've also sponsored the Law Commission review on harmful online communications, looking at whether the law needs to be tightened around this issue, and that will be reporting back shortly.
Let's go to, we've got a substantive question to Minister Opperman.
Mr. Speaker, the Government is committed to supporting people from all backgrounds to move into work. Clearly, there is £2 billion spent on Kickstart. There's 13,000 extra job coaches, and the Job Entry Targeted Support Scheme is also being rolled out. For BAMA claimants specifically, we're taking action in 20 local authority areas with high populations of ethnic minority people.
Dr Rupa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the ONS finding that in coronavirus, black and minority ethnic people are less likely to be in management positions, more likely to be unemployed and more likely to earn less, confirming their own McGregor-Smith report, when are they going to implement its 26 recommendations?
Minister Beck. to that. I know it.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to write to the Honourable Lady through the Department when she gives a more detailed version, but I can just answer that we have 500 kickstart jobs per day, and from 20 locations, from Bradford to Barnet, Glasgow to Leicester, Manchester and our own Ealing community, job centres are specifically helping BAME people.
Question number 16, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Equality of opportunity for talented young people across the country is one of this government's highest priorities. We are focused on giving people, whatever their background, their ethnicity or their circumstances, the high-quality education and skills that they deserve to succeed.
Toby Perkins.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear that, but the reality in terms of the results are that those policies aren't working. Most black and ethnic minority groups improve educational attainment relative to white students up to the age of 16. But then from the age of 16, there's a drop-off in every single group, whether it be Chinese, that the highest performing, or the lowest performing groups, all do less well than white students, relative to white students after the age of 16. So whilst I recognise and welcome the government rhetoric, what actual policies are there to do something about this alarming decline?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognise that raising education standards is absolutely key to levelling up opportunity, providing the biggest uplift to school funding in a decade, £14 billion in over 3 years, investing in early years education and targeting over £3 billion with recovery funding, which is why, compared to 2009-10, the proportion achieving A-levels and equivalent improved across all ethnic groups, with the largest improvement, in fact, in the black and black British ethnic group.
Now go to topical stimulus.
Topical one, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as we look to build back better, we want to make it easier for people to work flexibly. Normalising flexible working will help turbocharge opportunities for women, boost employment outside major cities and support a diverse workforce. We've already reconvened the Flexible Working Task Force, and I'm working with ministerial colleagues to champion flexible working practices.
Speaker, can I ask what research the government has commissioned into the causes of the inequality of educational attainment which disadvantages children living in coastal communities? And if it hasn't, why not, and will it?
Well, I can tell my honourable friend that we have commissioned the Equality Data Programme to look specifically at the issue of geographical inequality. We'll be announcing early results for this programme in July, and the Department of Education has already announced an £80 million extension of the Opportunity Areas programme, including helping coastal towns.
Secretary Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Disabled people account for 2/3 of deaths from COVID, and recent research by the BBC shows that 78% of disabled people said their mental health had got worse during the pandemic, and 72% said that their disability had deteriorated. This government's failure to comply with their public sector equality duty and undertake equality impact assessments has cost disabled lives. Does the Minister acknowledge the extent of these failures? And when will her government finally bring forward the delayed national strategy for disabled people? And will it finally treat disabled people with dignity and respect and tackle these fatal inequalities?
Well, I will get the Disability Minister to write to the Honourable Lady with a specific answer to her specific questions. But I can assure her that, yes, the consultation, when it is responded to, will be in full detail and will address the points that she raised.
Second question, Shadow Secretary.
Thank you. So, a third of people who use social care are working-age disabled adults, and the Equalities and Human Rights Commission recently recommended that the government enshrine Article 19 on the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People to support them to live independently. It has now been over 700 days since the Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street and promised that he would fix social care, yet still no plans. So what steps is the Minister taking with her colleagues to guarantee that the long overdue plans for social care will adequately support disabled people to live independently, as recommended by the EHRC?
As I think the Honourable Lady is aware, that is a work in progress.
We now go to Maria Miller. Maria.
9 in 10 school-age girls are being subjected to indecent exposure on their phones, their iPads and computers, but they're told it isn't a crime. Often the picture is of male genitalia. When will the government make the non-consensual taking, making and sharing of all intimate sexual images a crime for adults and children? Surely we don't need yet more review before action is taken.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The Right Honourable Lady is absolutely right to draw attention to this. As part of their review of harmful online communications, the Law Commission is considering offences around the sharing of intimate images, and that includes things like cyber flashing that she mentions. And they're looking to identify whether there are any gaps in existing legislation. They're going to publish the results of this review very shortly, and we will consider them all very carefully.
Let's go to Paul Blomfield. Paul.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After I was told by a local school student of her experience of sexual harassment working in a restaurant and of the power imbalance which made it difficult to raise with her employer, I've worked with Sheffield Star, the Business Improvement District, the Chamber of Commerce, the Council, the police and others on a campaign to know the line for zero tolerance of sexual harassment in the hospitality sector. Will the Secretary of State back our campaign, and will she say when the government will finally respond to the results of the 2019 consultation on sexual harassment in the workplace?
Secretary Truss.
Well, I'd be very happy to meet with the honourable gentleman to discuss his campaign with him, and I can assure him we will be bringing forward our response very shortly.
Teresa Villiers.
During the Batley by-election, Labour circulated a leaflet saying, "Don't risk an MP who is not on your side," featuring a picture of the Prime Minister and Prime Minister Modi of India. Will she join me in condemning this as divisive and designed to stoke up anti-India and anti-Hindu sentiment?
Well, first of all, Mr Speaker, I want to welcome the new MP for Batley and Spen and commend her for her dignity in standing up to intimidation during the campaign. I do agree with my right honourable friend about the very divisive nature of the leaflet that she talks about, and politicians should not be stoking division. Instead, we should be working together to unite and level up our country.
Final question, Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Relative to average working wage, the UK state pensions are worst in Europe. We've had the Waspy Women scandal where the government didn't do anything, and now they're going to take £1.2 billion from the mine workers' pension scheme. This government doesn't solve inequality, it adds inequality, doesn't it?
Well, Mr Speaker, I wholeheartedly reject the comment by the honourable gentleman. The state pension has gone up dramatically under the triple lock, by £2,000 since 2010, by this coalition and Conservative government, and we have a system that is taking forward real change and making a real difference to state pensioners.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I would like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. We now come to questions to the Prime Minister. John McNamara.
Question number 1, please.
Mr Speaker, today marks the 16th anniversary of the 7/7 London bombings. We remember the 52 innocent people who lost their lives and those who were injured, and pay tribute to the city's emergency services for their heroic response. Mr Speaker, I'm sure the whole House will wish to join me in sending condolences to the family and friends of Sislin Faye Allen, who died earlier this week. She was the UK's first black female police officer, and she served in the Metropolitan Police. Mr Speaker, I'm sure colleagues will also want to join me in wishing the England football team the best of luck for tonight's semi-final against Denmark. This morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others, and in addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
John McNamara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Prime Minister, we hear a great deal in this place about the rule of law and injustice. Can the Prime Minister tell me what he's going to do about the injustice that my constituents in Falkirk, indeed families up and down the UK, are facing every day because of the retrospective loan charge that is fast turning into the next post office scandal? The hounding by HMRC, clearly out of control, accountable to no one, has managed to hoodwink, mislead his own Treasury ministers. And now, according to the head of HMRC, the retrospective loan charge appears to be without any legal basis or justification. Therefore, will the Prime Minister accept This matter needs further and immediate investigation.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, I'm acutely aware, as I think all colleagues are around the House, of the pain suffered by those who entered into loan charge schemes, and I think alas, that they were misguided to do so. But I think that the line taken by the Treasury, I'm afraid, is right on this.
Let's go to John Stevenson. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, there is more that unites us than divides us is very true of the United Kingdom. However, improved connectivity is vital to ensuring we remain united. The government's recent interim connectivity review has suggested some improvements. If this is really going to happen, then improvements must be made to the A75, the A69, and to the extension of the Borders Railway. Does the Prime Minister support such investment, and what is the timescale for such investment?
I thank my honourable friend for his excellent question. I think he should not have too long to wait for the final recommendations from Sir Peter Hendy about the A75 and other great features of union connectivity which this government hopes to support. But we've already agreed £5 million from the UK and the Scottish governments to support the extension of the Edinburgh-Tweedbank Borders Railway to Carlisle.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in his remarks about the 7/7 anniversary? I remember where I was on that day and will never forget it. I'm sure that's the same for everybody, and we will never forget all those affected, especially the family and friends of all those who died. Can I join the Prime Minister in his comments about Faelon as well, and also about football, and wish the very best of luck to the England football team this evening. I'm sure the whole country, with the possible exception of the Conservative MP for Ashfield, will be watching this evening and cheering England on. Mr. Speaker, can I also extend a special welcome to the new member for Batley and Spen? And will members opposite forgive me if I just turn round to look at the new member for Batley and Spen as she sits there on these benches beneath the plaque to Jo Cox, her sister. And that's a special and emotional moment for all of us on these benches. And I think for everybody across this House, it takes incredible courage and bravery to stand in that constituency and to sit on these benches beneath that plaque. Mr. Speaker, we all want our economy to open and to get back to normal. The question is whether we do it in a controlled way or a chaotic way. The Health Secretary told the House yesterday that under the government's plan, infections could go as high as 100,000 a day. Now, a number of key questions fall from that. First, if infections reach that level, 100,000 per day, what does the Prime Minister expect the number of hospitalisations, deaths, and the number of people with long COVID will be in that eventuality?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are a number of projections, and they're available from the SPI-M graphs. But it's certainly true, Mr. Speaker, that we are seeing a wave of cases because of the Delta variant. But scientists are also absolutely clear that we have severed the link between infection and serious disease and death. And currently there are only a 30th of the deaths that we were seeing at an equivalent position in previous waves of this pandemic. And that has been made possible thanks to the vaccine rollout, the fastest of any European country. And I think what people would like to hear from the party opposite, because I wasn't quite clear from that opening question, is whether or not they support the progress that this country is intending to make on July the 19th or not, Mr. Speaker. He says it's reckless to go ahead. Does that mean he's opposing it?
Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the link between infection rates and deaths has been weakened, but it hasn't been broken. And the Prime Minister must, and he certainly should know the answer to the question that I asked him. That he won't answer it here in the House hardly inspires confidence in his plan. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear why infection rates are so high. Because the Prime Minister let the Delta, or we can call it the Johnson variant, into the country. And let's be clear why the number of cases will surge so quickly, because he is taking all protections off in one go. That is reckless. The SAGE papers yesterday, Mr. Speaker, make clear that with high infection rates, there's a greater chance of new variants emerging, greater pressure on the NHS, more people will get long COVID, and test and trace will be less effective. Yeah. Knowing all that, is the Prime Minister really comfortable with a plan that means 100,000 people catching this virus every day and everything that entails?
Mr. Speaker, I really think we need to hear from what the Honourable Gentleman what he actually supports. We will continue with a balanced and reasonable approach, and I've given the reasons. This country has rolled out the fastest vaccination programme anywhere in Europe. The vaccines provide more than 90% protection against hospitalisation, both of them, Mr. Speaker. By the 19th of July, we will have vaccinated, every adult will have been offered one vaccination. Everybody over 40, Mr. Speaker, will have been offered two vaccinations. That is an extraordinary achievement. That's allowing us to go ahead. Now, last week, Mr. Speaker, or earlier this week, he seemed to support opening up, getting rid of the 1 metre rule. He seemed to support getting back into nightclubs and getting back into pubs without masks, Mr. Speaker. But if he doesn't support it, perhaps he could clear it up now. Is it reckless or not, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, we should open up in a controlled way. Keeping baseline protections such as masks on public transport, improving ventilation, making sure the track and trace system remains effective, and ensuring proper payments for self-isolation. The Prime Minister can't just wish away the practical problems that 100,000 infections a day are going to cause. Can't wish them away. The next obvious one is the huge number of people who will be asked to isolate. If there are 100,000 infections a day, that means hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people are going to be pinged to isolate. The Financial Times estimates this morning that could be around 2 million people per week. The Mail says 3.5 million people a week. Either way, it's a massive number. It means huge disruption to families and businesses just as the summer holidays begin. So we know what the FT thinks. We know what the Mail thinks, what their estimates are. Can the Prime Minister tell us how many people does he expect will be asked to isolate if infection rates continue to rise at this rate?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everybody who self-isolates. They're doing the right thing. They're a vital part of this country's protection against the disease. And what we will be doing is moving away from self-isolation towards testing in the course of the next few weeks. And that is the prudent approach, because we will have, Mr. Speaker, vaccinated even more people. But what he can't explain, he can't have it both ways. He says it's reckless. It's reckless to open up, Mr. Speaker, and yet he attacks self-isolation, Mr. Speaker, which is one of the key protections that this country has. And let me ask him again. On Monday, he seemed to say he was in favour. He seemed to say he was in favour of opening up on July the 19th. Now he's saying it's reckless. Which is it, Mr. Speaker?
Maybe I can help a little. Just to remind us that it's Prime Minister's questions. If we want opposition questions, we'll need to change standing up. Yes.
The question was simply how many people are going to be asked to self-isolate if there's 100,000 infections a day, and he won't answer it. And we know why he won't answer it and pretends I'm asking a different question. He ignored the problems in schools. Now there's 700,000 children off per week because he ignored it. Now he's ignoring the next big problem that's heading down the track and going to affect millions of people who have to self-isolate. Now, it won't feel like Freedom Day to those who have to isolate, when they're having to cancel their holidays, when they can't go to the pub or even to their kids' sports day. And it won't feel like Freedom Day, Prime Minister, to the businesses who are already warning of carnage because of the loss of staff and customers. It must be obvious, with case rates that high, his plan risks undermining the track and trace system that he spent billions and billions of pounds on. Prime Minister, there are already too many stories of people deleting the NHS app. He must have seen those stories. and they're doing it because they can see what is coming down the track. Now, of course, we don't support that, Mr. Speaker, but under his plan it's entirely predictable. What is the Prime Minister going to do to stop people deleting the NHS track because they can see precisely what he can't see, which is millions of them are going to be pinged this summer to self-isolate?
Mr. Speaker, of course we're going to continue with the programme of self-isolation for as long as that is necessary. I thank all those who are doing it. But, of course, what we're also doing is moving to a system of testing rather than self-isolation, and we can do that. We can do that because of the massive rollout of the vaccine programme. And what I'm still not, I think about the fourth or fifth time, Mr. Speaker, it's still not clear whether he's actually in favour of this country moving forward to step 4 on the basis of the massive rollout of vaccine. And yes, of course, Mr. Speaker, this is unlike the law, where you can attack from lots of different positions at once. To oppose, you must have a credible and clear alternative. I simply do not hear that. Is he in favour of us moving forward, yes or no? It's completely impossible to tell.
Once again, it's Prime Minister's questions and the Prime Minister answers questions. Keir Starmer.
If he stopped mumbling and listened, he'd have heard the answer the first time. We want to open in a controlled way and keep in line baseline protections that can keep down infections, like mandatory face masks on public transport. Now, we know that will protect people, reduce the speed of the virus and the spread of the virus, and it won't harm the economy. It's common sense. Why can't the Prime Minister see that?
Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, we can see that it's common sense for people in confined spaces to wear a face mask out of respect and courtesy to others, such as on the tube. But what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is cautiously, prudently moving from legal diktat to allowing people to take personal responsibility for their actions. And that is the right way forward, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that if really that is the only difference between us, if he supports absolutely everything else, so opening pubs, opening nightclubs, getting rid of the 1 metre rule, getting people back to work, and it's all about whether the difference between making face masks mandatory or advisory on the tube. If that is the only difference between us, Mr. Speaker, then that is good news. But I'd like to hear him clarify that.
Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, he agrees it's common sense because it protects the public, but he won't make it mandatory. It's ridiculous. It's clear what this is all about. He's lost a health secretary. He's lost a by-election, and he's getting flack from his own MPs. So he's doing what he always does, crashing over to the other side of the aisle, chasing headlines and coming up with a plan that hasn't been thought through. We all want restrictions lifted, we want our economy open, and we want to get back to normal. But we've been here too many times before. Isn't it the case that once again, instead of a careful, controlled approach, we're heading for a summer of chaos and confusion?
Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker, is the answer to that. These are difficult decisions. They need to be taken in a balanced way, and that's what we're doing. And throughout the pandemic, to do all these things, frankly, Mr. Speaker, takes a great deal of drive and it takes a great deal of leadership to get things done. And if we'd followed his advice, Mr. Speaker, we would still be in the European Medicines Agency, and we would never have rolled out the vaccines as fast. If we'd followed his advice, Mr. Speaker, we would never have got schools open again with all the damage to kids' education. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, if we listened to him, we would not now be proceeding cautiously, pragmatically, sensibly to reopen our society and our economy and give people back the chance to enjoy the freedoms they love. We're getting on with taking the tough decisions to take this country forward, Mr. Speaker. We vaccinate, they vacillate, we inoculate, Mr. Speaker, while they're invertebrate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I visited Penketh South Primary School in Warrington to talk to Year 6 children about how we can generate cleaner energy in the future. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that as well as backing electric vehicle production in the North West, there's a great opportunity to shift towards low-carbon hydrogen by providing support for projects such as HyNet North West, which by 2030 will secure thousands of green jobs in the North West, as well as by cutting emissions to the same level as taking 4 million cars off the roads?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the North West, in addition to the rest of this country, can be a world leader, will be a world leader in hydrogen technology, and I think the HyNet project is an excellent example. We've already put 45 million into supporting the HyNet project, kick-starting hydrogen capture and storage, and I thank him for his support.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I wish England all the best for the football match tonight against Denmark, and I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister on the tragedy of the bombing of 7/7 that we all remember so vividly. And also, Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the 33rd anniversary of the Piper Alpha disaster, where 167 people cruelly lost their lives, and our thoughts are very much with the friends and family that are still grieving over the terrors of that event. And finally, before I move on, this is also Srebrenica Memorial Week, and we should be remembering those that have suffered at genocide, whether that be in Bosnia, in the Holocaust, in Rwanda and many other places. And perhaps the Prime Minister will meet with me to discuss how we can help the Srebrenica charity here in the UK. Mr. Speaker, this week the Tory government introduced its so-called Electoral Integrity Bill. In reality, the bill is designed to do anything but increase the integrity of our elections. It is a solution in desperate search of a problem that simply does not exist. What the bill will do is to impose for the first time Trumpian voter ID laws in the UK. The Electoral Reform Society says it could lead to voter disenfranchisement on an industrial scale. Disenfranchising people from working-class communities, BME communities and others already marginalised in society, creating barriers to vote. Prime Minister, why is this Tory government trying to rob people of their democratic right to vote?
Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to protect is the democratic right of people to have a one-person, one-vote system. And I'm afraid that I have personal experience. I remember vividly what used to go on in Tower Hamlets, and I think it is important that we move to some sort of voter ID, and plenty of other countries have it, and I think it's eminently sensible, and people, I think, will be reassured that their votes matter, and that's what this bill is about.
Blackford. Goodness gracious, Prime Minister, come on. There were 34 allegations of impersonation in 2019. This is a problem that does not exist. It is a British Prime Minister seeking to make it harder to vote because it's easier to get re-elected if the government can choose their voters rather than letting the voters choose their government. Mr. Speaker, 3.5 million people in the United Kingdom do not have a form of photo ID. 11 million people do not have a passport or driver's licence. These millions of people will be directly impacted by seeing their right to vote curtailed. And it's not just the opposition saying this. Members of the Prime Minister's own party have called his plans an illogical and illiberal solution to a non-existent problem. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister withdraw these vote-rigging proposals immediately, or he will continue down the path of being a tin pot dictator?
Well, Mr. Speaker, look, I think he's making a bit of a man of a mole, if I may respectfully suggest. Councils will be under an obligation to provide free photo ID to anybody who wants it, and I do think it reasonable to protect the public in our elections from the idea of voter fraud. Nobody wants to see it. No, and by the way, I don't think that elections in this country should be in any way clouded or contaminated by the suspicion of voter fraud, and that's what we're trying to prevent.
Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I was pleased to see my right honourable friend in Cornwall
for a very successful G7 summit. Whilst I know he didn't manage to get to South East Cornwall, I can assure him that Looe is a very beautiful coastal town. The problem is Looe floods regularly. Will my right honourable friend speak to government departments to get this sorted?
Through my honourable friend, just thank again the people of Cornwall, South East Cornwall, everybody of Cornwall. It was a wonderful hospitality that the G7 had, and I assure her that I'm aware of the problem of the flooding in Looe, and I can tell her that my right honourable friend, the Environment Secretary, has met Cornwall Council to discuss the matter, and we will do everything we can to sort it out.
Neil Hanby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add my voice on behalf of the Alba Party to the comments about 7/7. On the morning of 7/7, I was in a meeting at UCLH A&E as the information started coming through, and I would pay tribute to every single one of those frontline staff that I worked alongside on that day. It was a long shift, and it was a long walk home that evening. The Prime Minister talks about vaccines. Accurate surveillance is really important as well. It's equally as important. And on the 15th of March, the Department of Health and Social Care Minister, Lord Bethell, on Twitter said that Omega Diagnostics and Willogic were in line for 2 million lateral flow device order per day by the end of May. It promised jobs and security. So can the Prime Minister explain why his government is undermining the superior domestic diagnostics tests while propping up discredited Chinese imports to the tune of £3 billion?
I thank the honourable member. I don't think that's an entirely fair characterisation of what the government is doing. On the contrary, we have worked night and day to build up our domestic lateral flow capacity and continue to do so.
Tim Lawton.
Mr. Speaker, last week President Xi cheerily threatened that any foreigners attempting to influence China will have their heads bashed against the Great Wall of Steel. And of course he's still in denial about human rights violations and the genocides in Xinjiang and Tibet, as recognised by this House, and as a result of which 5 of us remain sanctioned. So will the Prime Minister therefore support our motion to be debated in this House next Thursday, calling for a diplomatic boycott of the 2022 Winter Olympics, incredibly awarded to Beijing, until and unless this dangerous regime abides by basic international standards of decency?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, but this country has led the world in condemning human rights abuses in Xinjiang, in putting sanctions on those responsible, in holding companies to account that import goods made with forced labour in Xinjiang. And I will certainly consider the proposal debated, but I must say that I'm instinctively and always have been against sporting boycotts, Mr.
And the Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister and others on the anniversaries being marked today. Now, this Sunday, 11th July, marks 2 years since the Government committed to reforming a cruel aspect of the welfare system, which forces terminally ill people to prove that they have 6 months or less to live before they are granted fast access to benefits. And the Motor Neuron Disease Association Marie Curie estimate in that time 7,000 people have died waiting for a decision on their benefits claim. And with the pandemic and the NHS managing that and the backlog of diseases, this situation will only become more acute. When will the Government publish its review and finally scrap the 6-month rule as it has committed to do so?
I'm great. Thank you, the Honourable Lady. I'm aware of the issue that she's raised. To the best of my knowledge, we are making that change, but I will write to her as soon as I have that information.
David Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst the extension of the grace period for the supply of chilled meat from Great Britain to Northern Ireland is welcome, Lord Frost is entirely right to say that it amounts in truth to no more than a temporary sticking plaster. So can my right honourable friend please confirm that unless the European Union adopts a more proportionate approach to the application of the Northern Ireland Protocol, this country will do whatever it is necessary, legislative or otherwise, to fix the problem permanently?
My right honourable friend is sadly completely right in his analysis. There remain very serious problems in the what I believe is the misapplication, the excessively legally purist application of that deal and of that protocol. And what we are hoping for is some progress from the European Commission some repairs that I think that they should make to the way this is working. But to echo what he has said, we certainly rule nothing out in our approach.
Angela Crawley.
Prime Minister, 1 in 4 pregnancies end in miscarriage, and therefore does the Prime Minister agree that parents' grief for this profound loss is not an illness? Therefore, parents should receive formal miscarriage leave rather than resort to sick pay or unpaid leave if their pregnancy miscarriage occurs before 24 weeks. Will the Prime Minister support my private member's bill and introduce paid miscarriage leave for parents?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I sympathise deeply with anybody who's suffered the loss of a baby by miscarriage, of course. And what I can tell her is that we did introduce in 2020 paid parental bereavement leave, but that entitles those who lose a child after 24 weeks of pregnancy to some payment. But of course, nothing I can say, and no payment we could make would be any consolation to those who experience a miscarriage in that way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Serious Fraud Office achieved a rare success in Southwark Crown Court in April with a successful prosecution of GPT special projects, which resulted in £28 million of penalties for corruption. The key whistleblower in this case was my constituent Ian Foxley, without whom the prosecution would never have happened. Yet he's been totally hung out to dry by the Serious Fraud Office, despite 10 years of financial devastation. Does my right honourable friend agree that unless we properly compensate whistleblowers, they simply will not come forward? And would he consider making a payment out of the £28 million received by the HM Treasury to compensate him for his losses?
Well, I thank him for his excellent question. I want to thank Mr. Foxley for his whistleblowing, because he has seen justice done. The trouble is we don't normally compensate whistleblowers in the way that he recommends, but I know that my right honourable friend the Solicitor General has offered to meet my honourable friend to discuss the matter further.
Bell Ribeiro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, we celebrated the 73rd birthday of the NHS, one of the very best things about our country. Now, many of us on this side of the House and our constituents remain committed to protect the fundamental right of universal healthcare free at the point of delivery. But this government remains a constant threat to our public health service. No staff pay rise, a 25% cut in the number of mental health beds, and the widespread sell-off of GP practices like the Edith Cavell surgery in my constituency to American private insurance giant Centene. And also, just to mention, the health and care bill, which will only open the doors for privatisation wider. Why is the Prime Minister continuing to eviscerate our most essential public services? And why won't he listen to the thousands of essential workers who demonstrated on Saturday to end NHS privatisation, end chronic underfunding and understaffing, and keep the NHS public?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think with great respect to the lady opposite, member opposite, I don't think I've ever heard a question that was more inversely related to reality. This is a government. That from the beginning invested the biggest amount in the NHS for a generation. Then in the last year we put another £92 billion, Mr. Speaker, into frontline care. We've increased nurses' pay starting pay by 12.8% over the last 3 years. And above all, Mr. Speaker, we're not only building 48 more hospitals, but there are another 59,000 people working in the NHS this year than there were this time last year. This is a government that is putting our NHS first.
Let's go to Kate Griffiths. Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the whole House welcomes the fantastic news of Nissan's investment in an electric battery gigafactory in Sunderland. But does the Prime Minister agree with me that batteries are only part of the solution in pursuit of net zero by 2050, and that zero carbon hydrogen combustion engines, such as those recently developed by Midlands-based JCB, have an important role to play in our country's decarbonisation plans?
Minister.
my honourable friend is completely right, because the investments that we're seeing just in the last week or so, the Sunderland investment by Nissan, the Gigafactory in Sunderland, what Stellantis are doing at Ellesmere Port, these are tremendously exciting for battery-powered vehicles. It's fantastic. But we must not forget hydrogen, Mr. Speaker. As I said in an earlier answer, we want this country to be a world leader in hydrogen technology as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Prime Minister is aware of the fatal and serious accidents road accidents that have taken place on St Albans Road and Redbourne Road in my constituency. Could the Prime Minister advise the House and advise me on what more the government is doing to improve road safety, not just in the case of fatal accidents, but often where there are serious accidents or near misses, because this is an issue that's of growing concern to many of my constituents and I believe to many across the country.
I thank my honourable friend, and he's right to raise this. Although those who've been killed or seriously injured on the roads has been coming down over a long period of time, it is vital that we invest in this. We put another £100 million through the Safer Roads Fund to invest in 50 of the most dangerous stretches on A roads, and I also draw his attention to the Think campaign, which can play a huge role in reducing deaths and serious injuries on our roads.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To their bitter disappointment, and despite the assurances given during the Fire Safety Bill that it would do so, the Building Safety Bill published on Monday does little to help the hundreds of thousands of leaseholders who right now face financial ruin as a result of the building safety crisis. My question to the Prime Minister is a simple one. Why is his government seemingly intent on failing to honour the commitments given to those leaseholders and members of this House by refusing to legislate to fully protect all the blameless victims of this scandal?
Right. But that's not accurate, Mr. Speaker. We are continuing to support all those who have to remediate their buildings, and I just remind you the £5 billion that we've provided is 5 times, Mr. Speaker, what Labour offered to support in their last manifesto, and we will make sure that all the leaseholders, people who have suffered from the consequences of the Grenfell conflagration, do get the advice and the support they need.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will recognise the huge service done by independent hospices to those at the end of their lives, to their families and to the NHS, because these people would likely otherwise be in hospital. He will also understand the huge impact that the COVID pandemic has had on the fundraising capacity of these hospice charities. So can I ask him to consider carefully and personally the case that is being made by independent hospices for greater government support for their clinical costs, costs which, if they were no longer there, would undoubtedly be borne by the taxpayer and by the hard-pressed NHS. Prime Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend, and he's totally right to draw attention to the incredible selfless work of hospices up and down the country, charitable hospices. They do receive £350 million of government funding annually. He's right to draw attention to the particular difficulties they've had in fundraising, and that's this year over the pandemic, and that's why they've received an additional £257 million in national grant funding arrangements.
Let's go to Imran Hussain. Imran.
Mr. Speaker, in January, the Prime Minister promised me that he would listen to the calls of those that the government had excluded from vital support to protect their jobs, businesses and incomes during the coronavirus pandemic. Yet over the last 6 months, many of my constituents are still coming to tell me that they have been shut off and ignored, and millions across the country continue to be excluded. So I have to ask the Prime Minister, why did he give those who have been excluded false hope instead of the support they desperately needed?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman. Of course, I know how tough it has been for millions of people up and down the country. I know how tough it has been for business. But that's why this government put in an extraordinary £407 billion to support jobs and livelihoods across the country throughout the pandemic. And the single most important thing we can do now for the individuals, for the families that he represents and that he's rightly talking about today, is to help our country to get back on its feet by cautiously opening up in the way that we are on July the 9th. 19th if we can take that step, which I very much hope that we will. I hope that it may command the support, if not of the Leader of the Opposition, then at least of him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The River Test is one of the finest chalk streams in the world, but since May, diesel has been spilling into the river. What matters most is that the flow is stopped and that there is an effective clean-up. But there are many agencies involved, which has made a coordinated response challenging. Please will my right honourable friend make sure the Environment Agency, Natural England, Southern Water, local authorities and DEFRA are all involved to solve this environmental catastrophe together.
I thank my right honourable friend. She's completely right. All those bodies are involved, but the lead agency is the Environment Agency. I know that they're in touch with her, and I must say I have a very high regard for them and for their work.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure the Prime Minister actually welcomed the new member, the honourable member for Batley-on-Spen, but perhaps you'd want to correct the record after this. They say where there's a will, there's a way, and the public will clearly welcome the government's move to introduce emergency legislation for pubs and bars tomorrow to be able to stay open on Sundays later. However, the public will wonder why tomorrow that the member for Delyn will be allowed to return to this House and not subject to a recall, despite being a serious case of sexual harassment. Naturally, the public doesn't understand why there should be one rule for Conservative MPs and another for the rest of us. So, therefore, will the Prime Minister allow time tomorrow for a motion to close this loophole and make him subject of a recall?
Minister.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman in question the sanction has come to an end, and secondly, he is in error. The gentleman opposite is in error. He is not a Conservative MP.
David Davis.
Mr. Speaker, this year thousands of children will die because of the government's dramatic cuts in international aid. Top lawyers in the country advise us that this policy is unlawful and it's never been presented to this House for approval. When he was previously asked by my right honourable friend for Sutton Coldfield, he suggested that the estimates vote would be the appropriate vote, but that does not allow us to increase the amount of spending on this aid. So I ask the Prime Minister again, when are we going to get a binding vote on the government's aid policy?
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, but I'm assured by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House, that the House was given a chance to vote on this matter on the estimates votes, but mysteriously chose not to.
Tamadji Singh Dassi.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, my grandmother, whom I love dearly, was lying on a hospital deathbed, and none of us were allowed to be there to comfort her in her final moments. I couldn't even carry her coffin on my shoulders. I also had to endure the agony of watching alone online the funeral of my uncle, my fun-loving uncle, and we were not there to comfort my brother-in-law's father, who had somehow contracted COVID in a Slough care home during his final moments. All this because we followed government guidance. Having experienced such painful personal sacrifices, like many others, imagine our collective disgust when, in order to curry favour with the Prime Minister's chief advisor, we see psychophantic, spineless, hypocritical government ministers lining up to defend the indefensible, saying it's time to move on, with some even having the gall to tell us that they too go for a long drive when they need to get their eyesight tested. What an absolute disgrace, and they shall be thoroughly ashamed of themselves. So when is the Prime Minister finally going to apologise to the nation for not mustering up some courage and integrity, for doing the honourable thing and sacking his chief advisor, who so shamelessly flouted his own government guidance, so that he could have regained that lost public trust and confidence, and he could have demonstrated that it's not one rule for him and his elite chums and another for the rest of us plebs.
Well said.
It is very emotional, Prime Minister.
Perhaps the best thing I can say, Mr. Speaker, is how deeply I think the government, everybody sympathises with those who have gone through the suffering described by the gentleman opposite. And no one can, who hasn't been through something like that, can imagine what it must feel like to be deprived of the ability to mourn properly, to hold the hands of a loved one in their last moments in the way that the honourable gentleman describes. And I know how much sympathy there will be with him. I take his his criticisms most sincerely of the government and everything that we have done, but all I can say, we have tried throughout this pandemic to minimise human suffering, to minimise loss of life, and for where we have, and for, as I've said before, when he asked me to apologise, I do. I apologise for the suffering that the people of this country have endured, and all I can say is that nothing I can say or do can take back the lost lives, the lost time spent with loved ones that he describes, and I'm deeply, deeply sorry for that.
Point of order, Samuel Wilson.
Speaker, on the 23rd of June, my colleague for Lagan Valley asked the Prime Minister whether Article 6 of the Act of Union 1800 had been impliedly repealed when the protocol was approved, the Northern Ireland Protocol was approved by the House of Commons. The Prime Minister answered emphatically no. Last Thursday in the High Court, responding to a case made by the government's lawyers that the Northern Ireland Protocol was not in conflict with the Act of Union because Article 6, which guaranteed equal trade across the United Kingdom, had been impliedly repealed when the Withdrawal Act was passed through the House of Commons. Mr Justice Colton agreed that indeed Article 6 of the Act of Union had been overridden by the passing of the Withdrawal Acts here in the House of Commons. Now here's the point, Mr Speaker. The government's case was approved, presented and argued before the Prime Minister gave the answer to my colleague in the House of Commons. And that answer, therefore, must have been a misleading answer to the House. And I want to know whether the Prime Minister can be called to apologise for that misleading answer, but more importantly, called to outline what action he intends to take to undermine the damage.
Just suggest inadvertently.
Inadvertently misled the House. And so I would like to know, can the Prime Minister be called to apologise for inadvertently misleading the House? And secondly, outline what steps he intends to take to undo the damage which the change in the Act of Union has caused constitutionally and economically to Northern Ireland.
Can I first of all say I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving me notice of his point of order. The Honourable Member raises the issue of legal interpretation, which are not a matter for the Chair. He will know too that the Speaker is not responsible for Ministers' answers. The Prime Minister and the Minister will have heard the Honourable Gentleman's comments. If the Prime Minister believes his answer requires a correction, there are a process by which one can make this happen, although he may take a different view to the Honourable Member about the facts of the case. In any event, the Honourable Member has put his point on the record, and I'm sure he will find other ways of pursuing this. I don't think this is the end of the matter for now, but it is just for this moment. Right, I'm now suspending the House for three minutes for the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Sorry, who's... Yeah. Point of order,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have received a number of representations from those seeking to find work, looking at sites such as LinkedIn and not being able to see even a minimum salary that would be available to them if they were to secure the position. The employment bill is obviously the right piece of legislation to raise these issues with ministers, but as yet there appears to be no sign of it appearing. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, whether you had heard any evidence as to when it might be emerging.
I think you can probably guess, no, I've not been made aware of it. What I would suggest is certainly on the record, I'm sure the government benches have picked up on that point, and hopefully they'll be in touch. Right, let's come to the presentation of Bill. Richard Beckham.
Israel Arms Trade Prohibition Bill.
Richard Beckham.
Next.
Friday, 10th of September.
10th of September. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require dog keepers to register a dog's DNA on a database, to make provision about such databases and about the information held on them and for connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, there's not many days when we in this House can bring joy to so many families and individuals, fight crime, improve biosecurity, help the UK's leadership in animal genomics and repay the loyalty of the nation's faithful four-legged friends. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is one such day, and I believe we can do so united across both benches. 1 in 3 households across the UK is a home to a furry, four-legged canine friend. This bill seeks to create a national register of doggy DNA as a more secure, more humane and better long-term alternative to microchipping. I'm grateful for the feedback from the many parties I consulted with in developing this bill, including dog shelters, police forces, vets, academics, members of the public and the genomic industry professionals. Also for the support of the RSPCA, the largest and oldest animal welfare organisation in the world. Under the Microchipping of Dogs England Regulations 2015, all dogs must already be microchipped. Mr. Speaker, if there is a canine libertarian movement, that pass has already been sold. But while microchips have been a big step forward and have produced many successes in reuniting dogs with their loving owners, they're not infallible. Some dogs have health conditions, making them unable to be microchipped. Microchips can be inserted incorrectly, causing suffering, sometimes migrating to other parts of the body, and increasingly, they can be found and cut out by unscrupulous thieves. Registration itself is fragmented with many databases offered by competing suppliers, each of which hold data in a variety of formats. Unlike microchipping, a simple DNA swab inside a dog's mouth is non-invasive. It's a modern solution whose time has come. There's a particular problem right now of dog theft, which reportedly increased by 250% in 2020, but a database will also, once set up, have a number of additional benefits and solutions for policy questions related to dog welfare and ownership. In March, my colleague Katie Bourne, Police Commissioner for Sussex, ran a survey which received almost 125,000 respondents, revealing fear of dog theft was a serious problem. Earlier this year, Gloucestershire Constabulary gave us a proof of concept, having set up their own opt-in DNA register. I'm grateful to Gloucestershire's advisor, Kim Mowdy, who examined everything from nose prints to paw prints before concluding that DNA was the most robust and reliable identifier. I know from farmers in my own constituency that a register would not just protect dogs, but other animals as well. Sheepwatch UK estimated that in 2016 alone, over 15,000 farm animals were killed by out-of-control dogs. It would also improve our city parks and public spaces by tackling dog fouling, which has been linked to toxocariasis, a parasite that's a particular risk to the youngest of children. Trials by Barking and Dagenham Council showed that DNA testing drove down fouling by over 60% once owners realised they could or would be traced. A DNA database would also have immense research value, putting Britain at the cutting edge and allowing for canine genetic diseases to be tracked and traced. In 2018, whole genome sequencing allowed for researchers in Helsinki to identify a gene that causes congenital eye disease in dogs. And such a wide and deep data pool would only generate more advances in veterinary science. I come to the second major function of the bill, which seeks to unify the existing microchip registers and merge them into one nationally standardised format. Several organisations who I consulted with when developing this bill already advocate for that, including Battersea Dogs Home, the Dogs Trust and the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons. I draw the House's attention to the 13th of April 2013 debate on compulsory microchipping, in which the then Minister said, "We're working with database operators and microchip manufacturers and implanters to address standards and ensure quality and consistency," acknowledging the problem, which 8 years on, sadly, has still not been solved. This bill would simplify this by providing a single, consistent point of contact for updates to be made, much as drivers know that they must inform DVLA when they change vehicle. The RSPCA has welcomed this bill, which it says will streamline the process of registering dogs, making it easier for owners and authorities and vets to get the information they need. Nor is the cost of DNA tests a meaningful objection. The bill does not seek to bring this in overnight and would instead see a phased introduction over a decade. This would allow for the expanding provision of DNA testing to drive down cost. The cost of genome sequencing has fallen so rapidly that it's actually outpaced Moore's law. Today, a whole human genome can be sequenced for under $300, and this is expected to fall further. A dog DNA test today can cost as little as £40, depending on the purpose. Given that pet testing is in a completely new market and is growing rapidly, we can be sure the price will drop much further over the next decade. The original debates about microchipping featured concerns about the cost burdens to owners of making microchipping compulsory. And yet, despite the legal requirement having been in place for 5 years, there's been no collapse in demand for pet dogs, indeed quite the opposite. Dog ownership has soared from 7.8 million in the year of that debate to over 10 million last year. The 10-year phasing in would also allow for the existing microchip databases to regularise their formatting ahead of unification and to avoid existing owners being penalised. This will be an effective solution, Mr. Speaker, for a number of dog-related problems. While the list I've given today, including pet theft, puppy farms, dog fouling, wildlife protection, livestock worrying and veterinary research, is not exhaustive, sounds it, once the basic framework is set up, then any number of applications can follow. It's clear that a DNA-based approach is going to become the standard sooner or later. It's surely easier to start now, sorting the scaling problems earlier, so we can make this long-term fix. Let me conclude by addressing my final remarks to the Minister, the member for Banbury. This is a change that is coming. The only question is when and how. We can be sure that the departmental brief written for her will raise no end of objections as to why it's the wrong change at the wrong time. Whilst our civil service is a fine machine in many respects, the status quo has no better or more skilled advocate for inertia and inactivity. This is that rare thing, which is a bill for which there's political consensus and which requires no Treasury funding. So I urge you, Minister, for the sake of pet owners, for the much-loved dogs that will be stolen today, tomorrow and the next day, let's fast forward to the point where the government agrees to pick up this bill and legislate. Please go back to the department, challenge the advice and seek action this day on this very important issue.
The honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Virginia Crosby, Siobhan Bailey, James Sunderland, Sir David Amis, Sir Roger Gale, Robert Goodwill, Robert Halfon, Jane Hunt, Dr Julian Lewis, Andrew Sellew and Suzanne Webb and myself, Mr Speaker.
Andrew Grubb.
Dogs DNA Databases Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 18th of March.
Friday the 18th of March. Right. We now come to the first opposition day motion on COVID-19 contracts and the public inquiry into the handling of the outbreak. I will call Ian Blackford to move the motion. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to move the motion in my name and that of many of my right honourable and honourable friends. Mr Speaker, there have been many instances during this COVID-19 pandemic when we have seen the very best in our society, from our frontline workers keeping food on supermarket shelves to our extraordinary scientific community who have produced life-saving vaccines. And of course, our NHS heroes who have been so deserving of the George Cross. But the pandemic has led to opportunism, for greed and for COVID profits above accountability. Because this Tory government is guilty of funnelling COVID cash from the front line into the pockets of its rich friends. We are talking about endemic cronyism during a global pandemic. The misuse of funds, COVID profiteers raking in billions of pounds for services which have often been too substandard or irrelevant to the fight against this virus. And yes, Mr Speaker, it is billions of pounds that we are talking about. Billions of pounds, whilst millions in our society have been excluded from any help from this government. The SNP is saying today, enough. No more dodgy dealings, no more undeclared meetings, no more billion-pound contracts to friends. The Prime Minister promised an inquiry into the UK government's handling of the pandemic. It must start right now. I will give way.
Great disrespect for him, and I understand why he's bringing this forward. But he must realise that we've just had a week where his own country's newspapers are full of the headline of Scotland becoming the COVID capital of Europe. Who's responsible for that?
You know, we really shouldn't be playing political football when it comes to... You know, Mr Speaker, I have to say, that says it all. That says it all. Well, just keep going, because, friends, we're talking about people that are getting serious illness. We're talking about people that are getting long COVID. We're talking about people that are going on ventilators. We're talking about people that are losing their lives. And that's the behaviour that we get from the Conservatives. They ought to be utterly, utterly ashamed of themselves. But you know, when it comes to the COVID numbers in Scotland, and let me give them a reality check. Because the reason that COVID numbers are rising so dramatically right across the United Kingdom, and we've seen the projections this morning of what's going to happen here over the coming weeks, is largely down to what's happened with the Delta variant. And my government in Edinburgh told the government in London that we had to lock the door on the Delta variant coming in. And it's the UK government that's been asleep at the wheel. So don't lecture us about our responsibilities. When you have a Prime Minister that talks about letting the bodies pile high, we know where the blame lies, and the blame lies at the door of number 10 Downing Street. Mr Speaker, last week I raised an urgent question in this House regarding the misuse of COVID funds.
Let's just calm down. Now, if the Honourable but two of you can't be stood at the same time. Now, the fact is, if you want the member to give way, he will give way. If you really feel it's so bad, it would have been you would have made a point of order. But the fact is, we need to calm it down. We need to get on with this debate. It's important for all. People are watching it. We need to be able to hear all sides, and I'm struggling at times. With so few numbers in, it's amazing how much noise is being generated. I can see Mr Shelbrooke's back in town. Come on, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. These are important matters, and we need to be able to deal with them respectfully. Mr Speaker, last week I raised an urgent question in this House regarding the misuse of COVID funds for political campaigning. The Secretary of State ordered the use of a £560,000 emergency COVID contract to conduct constitutional campaigning on the Union. That's taxpayers' funds, which were earmarked for the NHS to protect PPE, which were instead used to order political polling. And I can hear an honourable friend asking if they can do that. No, it is not permissible to engage in such behaviour. That's taxpayers' funds that we're talking about, that were earmarked for the NHS to order PPE, which were instead used to order political polling. The previous Wednesday at Prime Minister's Questions, the Prime Minister told me he was unaware of these contracts. Mr Speaker, the accusation of misusing COVID contracts was not media speculation, nor was it a political accusation. It was a plain fact. It came directly from the official evidence published in the High Court judgment on the Good Law Project versus the Minister for the Cabinet Office, which revealed that the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster instructed officials to commission research, and I quote, on attitudes to the UK Union using the emergency contract given to Public First for pandemic research. As I have stated, this is a fact admitted in a court of law. But in this very chamber last week, the government sought to deny that any such spending took place and that the Minister had no part to play in it. Mr Speaker, these are serious matters and we need honesty and transparency from this government. And perhaps today, the Minister on the front bench can put the record straight on the fact that it was admitted in court that this happened. We are dealing with a government acting in a sleeked manner and in a covert way, using COVID funds on attitudes to the Union without authority. For the UK government to funnel funds earmarked for emergency COVID spending into party political research is jaw-dropping and morally reprehensible. Can we imagine if the Scottish Government had used emergency COVID funds to conduct polling on independence? There would have been justifiable outrage from members opposite. In another court case, it was the failure to publish details of contracts within the required 30 days that led the judge to rule that the then Health Secretary, the member for West Sussex, had acted unlawfully. It took the government until last month to publish the detail of 40 PPE contracts worth £4.2 billion, despite the contracts being awarded the year before. And despite the government claiming months earlier that all PPE contracts had already been published. In documents seen by the BBC, government lawyers admitted in February that 100 contracts for supplier and services relating to COVID-19, signed before October last year, had yet to be published. Yet, Mr Speaker, 3 days earlier, the Prime Minister told MPs that the contracts were on the record for everyone to see. Was this yet another example of the Prime Minister being unaware of the situation that his government had found itself in? Because the alternative is, and it can only be, is that the Prime Minister willingly misled the House and the public. There is no other conclusion that can be drawn.
Just say, I've just been through that earlier with other members. Inadvertently, we do not use direct accusation that somebody misled the House. Inadvertently, I will accept. We've got to use the right language. That's the language that we expect, and I'm sure the leader of the SNP wouldn't want to break with the good manners of this House.
Of course, I would not wish to do so, Mr Speaker, but what I am doing is simply laying out the facts of the matter.
Simply just do, yeah.
I will be generous to colleagues and to the Prime Minister, and for the purposes of this, I will respectfully do so. What these court cases highlighted was that the COVID contracts were not published in time and poor records left big unknowns, such as why companies won multi-million-pound contracts and others didn't. Clarity on the latter has been provided with the revelation that civil servants were requested to triage contract proposals into high priority lanes. Now, what does that mean? It means that those from a supplier recommended by ministers, government officials or MPs and members of the House of Lords were given preferential treatment. This was crucial for the success of those seeking procurement deals. A National Audit Office report found that up to July 2020, 1 in 10 suppliers had been put in the high priority lane, were then awarded contracts, while the figure was less than 1 in 100 for those outside the lane. It's not what you know, it's not what you can provide, it's who you know in government. Mr. Speaker, what these priority lanes created was a tale of friends and family fortunes.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way and for outlining his case forensically. But what does this so-called VIP lane issue indicate about the priorities of the British government when you compare it to the fact that when the Welsh Government, the Scottish Government and the Northern Irish Government together asked for extra borrowing capacity to deal with the COVID crisis, they were turned down? What does it say about the priorities of the British Government? But more to the fact, perhaps, what does it say about the nature of the relationship between the governments within the British state?
Well, my honourable friend is quite correct, and there have been a number of occasions where all the devolved administrations have been seeking to get support for the UK government for borrowing, and we've been frustrated in that. But if you're a friend of the UK government, then come in. There are contracts to be had for you. And let me give you a few examples. There was the neighbour and local pub landlord of the former Health Secretary who supplied tens of millions of vials for COVID-19 tests, despite not having had any previous experience of providing medical supplies. Not any.
Somebody off the street.
No, off the street. No experience whatsoever, but you're a friend of the government. There was the small Stroud-based company which, despite making a loss in 2019, was awarded a £156 million contract for PPE. Wait for it. The company was run by a Tory councillor, and no evidence, none whatsoever, was ever found of it supplying PPE previously. Now, I can see the honourable member for West Aberdeenshire, if he would like to stand up and defend what his government has been doing in Tory cronyism, be my guest.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. I respectfully suggest that before he starts throwing stones at the UK government, he looks at his own government's record in Edinburgh. Over 160 contracts awarded by the Scottish Government worth £539 million from NHS Scotland, the Scottish Government and Scottish local authorities during the pandemic were awarded to suppliers with no competitive process. It is quite clear that every government on these islands and around the world were dealing with unprecedented situations and rushing to save lives. Exactly the same was going on in Edinburgh as was happening in London. And for him to stand up and claim it's Tory cronyism simply does not dignify him or this place.
Well done.
I'm afraid to say it's the lack of dignity in the Conservative government is what's at stake here, and the processes of the Scottish Government on procurement were open and transparent, and that, Mr. Speaker, is the difference to what has taken place in this place. So let me give you a couple of other examples. A company run by a former business associate of the Tory peer, Baroness Moan, was awarded a £122 million contract 7 weeks after the company was formed. My goodness, who's ever heard of such a thing? Another company, owned by a Tory donor, which supplied beauty products to high street stores, was awarded a £65 million contract to produce face masks. And Public First, who was awarded the £560,000 contract by the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster to conduct polling on the Union, was run by a former employee of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Colleagues, right honourable and honourable members, there is a thread that runs right through this. Incidentally, we've yet to see any of the research into support for Scottish independence. Perhaps the government didn't like what they found. We've...
I thank him for giving way. He's making a valid point. Is he aware of the recent reports from Open Democracy that Public First was also helped to be run by Rachel Wolfe, who was also a non-executive director at DWP at the time? So not only are Tory cronies getting contracts, they've actually got placemen in there that are supposed to challenge the government, but are actually helping to get the contracts.
Our friend is quite correct, and I'm delighted that we've got an opportunity today to shine a light onto all of this. But it does demonstrate that we need to get on with the public inquiry, because the public deserve to know what has been happening with this government as we've come through the pandemic. We've heard excuses from the Prime Minister and the former Health Secretary that fast-tracking some of these contracts was because there was no time to be wasted in such urgent circumstances. Well, you know, some basic due diligence might have been useful, because perhaps unsurprisingly, given the lack of expertise of some of those securing the COVID procurement contracts, there have been numerous issues with the orders. As reported by the BBC, 50 million face masks bought in April 2020 could not be used by the NHS because they did not meet its specifications. The use of 10 million surgical gowns was suspended for frontline NHS staff because of how the items were packaged. Millions of medical gowns were never used, having been bought for the NHS at the end of the first lockdown for 122 million. 1 million high-grade masks used in the NHS did not meet the right safety standards and have been withdrawn. What a waste of taxpayers' money. What a shambles. And at the same time, 3 million of our constituents have been left with no financial support. That's the warped priorities of the government opposite. Mr. Speaker, there are, of course, further numerous examples of Tory sleaze in the government's response to the pandemic, of which we are all too aware. There was David Cameron's lobbying of cabinet ministers to benefit Greensill Capital, of which he was a shareholder. We had Dido Harding, wife of a Tory MP, who was put in charge of the disastrous and costly test and trace, despite a lack of experience in public health. And of course, there is the issue of the £37 billion which has been spent on it. Where is the value for money? Money wasted. Can I suggest to the honourable member that this is a debate where he is permitted to put in to speak, but it...
Order. Look, let's calm down. I think he's been trying to catch your eye for quite a while. It will be helpful. Mr. Blackford, it's up to you if you wish to give way to. If you did, it might save us all more pain in the future. Mr. Blackford.
If the honourable gentleman tries, he might catch your eye later on in the debate, Mr. Speaker. I think we've heard enough of him from a sedentary position. Mr. Speaker, you know, you can carry on. You know, there might not be that many of them, but my goodness, they make a hullabaloo, don't they, as they try and shut down and shout down the representatives of Scotland that are here to stand up for our constituents. Yeah, carry on. Well. We're not the representatives of the people of Scotland. Well, let me remind the honourable gentleman that we've just won an election to the Scottish Parliament, and thank goodness that we have a Parliament that has a majority that can take Scotland out of this Union and to the future of an independent Scotland back in the European Union and away from the Tory sleaze and corruption that I'm outlining this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, it was just last week that I raised my urgent question from this spot on the misuse of public funds and COVID contracts. But since then, the revelations of cronyism have continued. As revealed by the Sunday Times, Lord Bethell has something in common with his close friend, the former Health Secretary. He failed to declare meetings. 27 meetings that we know of with companies which went on to receive £1 billion worth of COVID contracts. Puzzlingly, despite having had, wait for it, no relevant experience, Lord Bethell took ministerial responsibility for test and trace. His only qualifications seem to be that he was a long-time close friend of the then Health Secretary who happened to chair and donate thousands of pounds to his failed Tory leadership campaign. Lord Bethell also provided Ms Comandangelo with a parliamentary pass to the Houses of Parliament, despite not undertaking any work for the peer. Mr Speaker, this has rightly been referred to the Lord Standards Commissioner. So it begs the question, why is Lord Bethell still in post? Such examples of Tory cronyism and multi-million-pound deals in the pockets of Tory friends is difficult to digest. It is hard from looking at this COVID contract scandal to conclude anything other than Westminster is rotten to the core. And as well as unlawful COVID contracts, we've seen dodgy donations to refurbish the Downing Street flat, peerages handed to billionaire Tory donors and offers of tax breaks by text. Mr Speaker, the Scottish Government has committed to a public inquiry on the COVID pandemic to start this year. The UK Government must do the same. Those of us on these benches know that Scotland can do better. We are doing better, and we could go further still with the powers of independence. While NHS heroes received a measly and insulting 1% pay rise from this UK Government, the Scottish Government pledged 4% with a £500 one-off thank you. While 3 million people are excluded from UK Government support, the SNP will continue to argue to stand up for them. And while Tory aid cuts mean the global fight against the virus is hindered, we will continue to make the case that none of us will be free from the threat of COVID-19 until it is eradicated from all around the world. Support in Scotland for the First Minister remains steadfast, while the Prime Minister continues to be incredibly unpopular. A recent Ashcroft poll of Scottish voters found that support for Nicola Sturgeon to be the highest of all party leaders, and common descriptions used for the First Minister were determined and competent. By comparison, the Prime Minister was commonly referred to as being dishonest, arrogant, out of touch and out of his depth. When it comes to recovery from our pandemic, the question for Scots will be, who do you trust to lead us? For many Scots, the answer is becoming clearer and clearer by every passing day.
The question is as on the order paper. I now call Minister Joe Churchill.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And thank you for the opportunity to speak in this Opposition Day debate on COVID-19 contracts and the public inquiry into the handling of the outbreak. Possibly the only two sentences that I could agree with in what, unfortunately, was largely just smear, was that I agree. Mr Blackford, I'm frightfully sorry, I would just gently say to the Honourable Member for Ross Skye and Lochair, I sat quietly with respect, listened to what you had to say. I would be really grateful for that same courtesy.
Can I just say that we don't call members by their names, normally we use their constituency. What I would say is we need to take the tension out, we need to take the heat out. Everybody should be quite rightly listened to. The same that I expect for the leader of the SNP, I certainly expect for the Minister. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I agree that we have seen the best of people, totally the best of people, our frontline workers, our NHS workers. They have really stepped up, and the fact that they need to know that we did everything we could in those exceptional circumstances. I remember the weekend I went to Liverpool to meet the plane that flew back from Wuhan with those very first individuals who were carrying this virus. We knew nothing. We knew nothing of it at the time. So how far have we come? The other point I would agree with you is that very pithy sentence, those of us on these benches know Scotland can do better. As the Right Honourable Member will appreciate, COVID-19 has presented this country with one of the most unprecedented challenges we have ever faced. It has been imperative for us to work closely throughout this pandemic. In particular, the government recognises the key role devolved administrations have had in this, and I have been incredibly grateful for those meetings I've had with my counterparts, not only on issues relating to the pandemic, but also on other issues. So a meeting last week where we spoke about how we address the challenge of those going through the journey of cancer. And we are very grateful for that. It is thanks to this close collaboration and coordination that we have been able, as a United Kingdom, to achieve success in our vaccine rollout programme. Over 3/4 of the adults in the UK have received at least one dose, and well over half have received both doses. Our job was to protect. Our job was to protect the weakest and the most vulnerable, and that goes for all of us. Now, had we remained in the EU scheme, which has not performed as well as ours, we wouldn't be here at this point. And I'm proud of the work of that vaccine task force, proud of that leadership that Kate Bingham showed. I am really proud of that, and I seem to remember these debates revolving around that at one time. Exactly. I don't see anybody denying, saying, no, don't give me a vaccine, led and driven by Kate Bingham and her team, who worked ceaselessly. They were longer days, for longer weeks, for longer months to find our pathway out of this. Yes, of course.
I'm very grateful, and I totally share the point she just made about the vaccine. But she also, when I intervened on the opposition spokesman earlier, raised the point that Scotland has been described recently as the COVID capital of Europe, and they're refusing to take responsibility, indeed blaming the UK government because of the Delta variant. But is it not the case that since that became identified as a variant of concern, England played Scotland, and the Scottish government could have stopped thousands of Scots from travelling southward? There was nothing to stop them from doing that. They must take some responsibility for the fact that there are so many cases of COVID in Scotland.
Absolutely right.
I thank my honourable friend and neighbour, and what I would say is I agree that considering the honourable gentleman, the honourable gentleman referred to his leader, who early on in the pandemic spoke about elimination, and now we sit where the World Health Organization says 6 out of 10 of the highest rates currently across Europe are in Scotland. That is why I do not think that a tone where selective lines are picked out, where people are used as battering rams against each other, rather than us looking sensibly at the facts, means that we don't get the perspective that we need to make sure that we come through this and that we stand shoulder to shoulder with the population and deliver that vaccine programme. I am proud of that work, as I said, that the UK government has done in driving the vaccine. You know, at the beginning of the pandemic, we were told this would be a 10-year process. We got there in a year. That is utterly phenomenal. And they were great academics from Scotland as well who joined in. These were academics from across the world. And we can deliver that. And the NHS is getting on with the job of vaccinating and allow us in that road to freedom. I will give away.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend giving way, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask my honourable friend, does she not agree that because of the investment that the UK government made in the AstraZeneca vaccine and the worldwide collaboration made and investment made by this government, that not only have we been able to produce the vaccine in 10% of the time, but we've also unlocked a technology which will actually serve the health service and the people of this country for many years to come.
I couldn't agree more. The vibrancy, the quality of the life science industry and the pharmaceutical industry and our academic ecosystem in Scotland, in Wales, in Northern Ireland and in the UK really does unleash a bright future for us. It's thanks to that joint working that we've been able to procure vital goods and services at speed, such as ventilators and PPE, which has been so critical to our response in the pandemic. To date, Mr. Speaker, every patient who has needed a ventilator has had access to one, and I'm sure the honourable member would celebrate the jobs that have been made, I think 450 of them, at the Honeywell factory in Motherwell for people producing PPE to get to that front line, because that's what we have now. We have a homegrown industry that provides 70% of all PPE, apart from the gloves, and we are working hard on finding the right materials that we can have a glove industry as well. Now, that is what I call a success story from a standing start back in April. So the right in a minute. The Right Honourable Member is well aware of the public contract regulations which existed before the pandemic, which allow the government to procure at speed in times of emergency. And there was no need for suspension or relaxation of the procurement rules in order for them to be used. And I would very gently say these were the same systems that happened in Scotland and in Wales. We had an unprecedented global crisis, and quite rightly, people had to use existing regulation which allows them to flex in order to deliver for their populations. So, Mr. Speaker, the use of the emergency contracting procedures has reduced since the early days of the pandemic, and this contingency procedure is, however, still available to departments providing the key tests are met. The government has always understood the scale of the challenges that we have undertaken as a nation, and that is why, from the start of the pandemic, we were clear with public authorities that they would need to act extremely quickly to meet the challenge of COVID-19. We have also been clear of the continued need to achieve and use good commercial judgment and publish the details of awards made in line with transparency, with government transparency guidance. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank her for giving way. The emergency tender procedures she highlights is the one that was used previously to award a ferry contract to a company with no ferries, so we know how bad the governance is from this government. And on governance, Open Democracy recently confirmed that 16 non-executive directors appointed to various departments are vote leave compadres, Tory chums and Tory donors, and they're the ones that are supposed to hold the government to account. Could you explain the selection process for these non-executive director roles?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. No, I will not. Those non-executive directors are selected through a selection programme through a selection procedure because they hold skills, commercial skills, legal skills and so on, from the outside world. If you are telling me that the way one votes in an election then makes you unable to scrutinise, that makes a mockery of the whole way we set up select committees and so on. It is important that that people are enabled from the outside world to come in with their skills in order to scrutinise. So that being said, we are committed to looking for opportunities to improve the way we work. The first independent boardman review of procurement processes, looking at a small number of contracts in the Government Communication Service, has reported to Government. 24 of the 28 recommendations have already been implemented, and the remainder will be met by the end of the calendar year. A second review by Nigel Boardman into pandemic planning and procurement across government identified further recommended improvements to the procurement process across government. Work is underway to progress these, and an update will be given to the Public Accounts Committee this month, a double layer of making sure we are doing the right thing. The Cabinet Office Green Paper on Transforming Public Procurement also sets out proposals to update the rules on procuring in times of extreme urgency or crisis to include lessons learned from the pandemic. Procurement has and is being extensively reviewed, Madam Deputy Speaker, including by the independent NAO report on government procurement during the COVID-19 pandemic that was published last year. But the government knows that there is so much more to learn from the experience of the pandemic, and that is why the Prime Minister has confirmed a public inquiry into COVID-19 which will begin its work next spring. I hear the calls for this inquiry to be put forward, but I believe this would be irresponsible. A premature inquiry risks distracting ministers, officials, departments from the ongoing pandemic response, slowing down action, diverting the very people we need to be focused on each delicate stage of our ongoing response. I would also gently say that with 6 out of 10 of the highest rate areas in Scotland, and the pandemic still very visible in the North West, North East, Yorkshire and Humber, that it is incumbent that we deal with the pandemic as our first priority. It was a global pandemic. It impacted all of us, individuals, friends, businesses and our own families across the UK and across the world. We have to recover as one team, Team UK, or else we're weakened. And it's right we learn these lessons together. We will continue to work with the devolved administrations as we develop the inquiry, and I know that they too will welcome the scrutiny and the diligence that an inquiry will bring not only to England, but also Scotland.
Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I apologise for missing the first couple of minutes of this debate and but I did hear the excellent contribution of the Honourable Member, the Leader of the SNP, and the Honourable Member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber. And it's no reflection on my feeling about the importance of this debate, not just for us as opposition parties, but for the people of England and Britain, the whole of Britain, who are listening to these questions and wanting some more answers than we've just had, and maybe we will have at the end of this debate. We share on the opposition benches the conclusion that the Honourable Friend for Ross, Skye and Lochaber came to in your remarks at the opening beginning, which is that government procurement over the past 16 months has been marred by huge waste to the taxpayer and brazen cronyism. That's not to say that the vaccine rollout hasn't been an enormous success. And if that's all we're going to hear from members of the government party during this debate, then that's not going to be really getting to the heart of this debate. Because at the same time as we were rolling out the vaccine, also these crony COVID contracts were being made. And there are questions that have to be answered. Questions that have to be answered for contracts being given now and for the future, as well as those given last year. Yes, I will.
Her for giving way. She will have heard the Minister suggest that the same processes have been followed in Scotland and Wales as followed by the British Government. But will she agree with me that it's only the British Government that's been found twice to have acted unlawfully?
I agree with the Honourable Member. This is not about the processes and whether they've been followed, but whether what undue weight was given to the resulting contracts that came out of those processes, and they have been taken up in court for some of them, so there are questions to be answered. For over 12 months now, my colleagues and I in the Shadow Cabinet Office team have been asking some very simple questions again and again of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and his team over their procurement policy during the pandemic. At every time, we've been met with deflection, non-answers. Those questions have not been getting an answer. So I will be trying again today. It's not very impressive for the department responsible for increasing transparency across Whitehall, and it's transparency that we're talking about today. But not only transparency. Were those contracts given to the right companies to save lives at the right time? There's no question that we needed speed. There's no question that we needed the best companies to be chosen. But the question is whether when it comes to a pandemic or another crisis that comes up, when it comes to an emergency, does the government throw due transparency out of the window and just start talking to its friends? I will.
I'm most grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she said that the shadow cabinet department had been asking questions to Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and things which go on. I wanted the Honourable Lady, though, and I say this to draw us back to where we were back 12 months ago, 15 months ago, that the then Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster wrote to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster saying that you weren't awarding PPE contracts quickly enough, that you should be bypassing the systems and getting them out there. And she then gave a list of companies in my city of Leeds who had offered support. And they included a football agent, an historical clothing company, an events company in Surrey, and a private legal practice in Birmingham. So all I say to the Honourable Lady is there are lessons to be learnt. But please don't think that we were all innocent in terms of what she's trying to put, that they were all innocent and that the government was guilty of following some lesson, because the reality is the Shadow Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster had it in rock.
Yep. Flora Anderson.
Of course there are questions to be asked, and that's what we're asking about. Asking these questions, I hope that there is a real-time review going on right now, and I hope that all of the questions we're asking will be in the public inquiry to come. These all need to be looked into. I have 15 questions for the Minister today, which I hope she will be able to answer. Question 1. What assessment has she made of the accuracy of the Prime Minister's official spokesperson's statement of the 28th of June 2021 on the conduct of ministerial government business through departmental email addresses? The Parliamentary Secretary said after only 2 hours after the statement that day that a huge volume of correspondence was coming to ministers via their personal email addresses. And she will have seen the leaked minutes then from the Department of Health and Social Care meeting on the 9th of December confirming this. So was the Prime Minister's spokesperson not telling the truth or just wrong? And will the Prime Minister be correcting the record? The use of private email addresses, how it all came to be, the murky times around that time need to be opened up for transparency. And while we're on this point, it's hugely welcome news that the ICO will be investigating this point. The government must cooperate fully. It's not just about freedom of information law and data protection law. As important as this is, it's about taxpayers' money being dished out secretly on private emails. Labour expect the government to ensure that they come clean on private email use in other departments, and that anyone found to have acted unlawfully or inappropriately in ministerial office face the consequences. Question 2. In her response to last week's urgent question, the Parliamentary Secretary said that 47 of personal PPE supplies were processed through the government's priority mailbox. They have said details of all contracts will be published, but have refused to name the 47 companies. Who are those 47 companies and why are they not being named? And will these be published now? Question 3. Can the Minister tell us which ministers formally approved contracts awarded under the emergency procurement process during the COVID pandemic? The Minister will have no doubt read the Public Administration and Constitutional Affair Committee recent report into decision-making during the pandemic, and they have a whole slew of other questions. But it concluded, and I quote, that ministers have passed responsibility between the Cabinet Office and the Department of Health and Social Care. So who was responsible for actually signing off these contracts? And that leads me to question 4. Which minister made the decision to award a contract to Public First to conduct focus group testing in March 2020? The Cabinet Office have stated that the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster did not personally sign off the decision. So if he didn't, who did? Question 5, and this has been raised already in this debate. What role do the army of non-executive directors currently employed across Whitehall have in the influencing of the award of contracts? Did they have a say in the process or the decisions behind it? How can the Minister explain the fact, for instance, that Kate Lampard, the lead non-executive director on the Department of Health and Social Care's board, is also a senior associate at the consultancy firm Verita, who in May were awarded a contract by the same department worth $35,000 to assist Public Health England. It's not just about how people vote and when people are awarded these positions. It's not about their voting tendency. It's about their closeness to ministers and to others, and their closeness to some of these contracts being given out that the public need to know more about. This brings me nicely on to question 6. What steps were taken by the Minister's Department to identify and address conflicts of interest in relation to the contracts awarded through the VIP lane? And I would add to this, is she confident that all meetings between government ministers and companies awarded contracts have been fully disclosed and added to the transparency data? Can we be assured of that today? Question 7. I mentioned the leaked minutes from the Department for Health and Social Care meeting in December. In that meeting, the second Permanent Secretary used the term sub-approval. Can the Minister enlighten us as to what this sub-approval process is? What does it mean in relation to government COVID contracts? The public just have so many questions about what was going on in that contracting last year. Question 8. The Parliamentary Secretary said in a Westminster Hall debate that I attended on Monday, the 21st of June, that she spoke about market conditions facing suppliers in China. There have been questions about links with China. In that same debate, I referenced evidence uncovered by the Good Law Project that showed officials at the Department of Health and Social Care were aware that an agent working for Fix, that pest company that then got a COVID contract, may have been bribing officials in China. The point was not addressed in that debate by the Parliamentary Secretary, so I'd like to ask the Minister today for a comment on this. Is she aware of this allegation? Does she agree that, no matter how difficult market conditions were at the time, this warrants urgent investigation? Question 9. I also asked in that debate whether the Cabinet Office would commit to auditing in detail all the contracts identified by Transparency International that have raised red flags for possible corruption and to publishing the outcomes of the audit. This would go a long way to restoring public trust, and if it can't be done, why not? What has the government got to hide? I'm afraid this was a question I did not receive an answer to then, so I hope to this afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker. Question 10 is clawback. The Parliamentary Secretary has also said that she believes there are cases where clawback is taking place, and other ministers have mentioned this as well, but we do not know when they've happened, what was in the contracts about those ones that failed by millions of pounds in some cases. Is the Minister in a position now to provide more detail in this? In the past 12 months, the Government has awarded £280 million contracts for masks that did not meet the required standards at a time when we were crying out for PPE that was saving lives. Those masks, I presume, had to be mothballed. I don't know where they are. They've spent £100 million on gowns without carrying out technical checks, so they could not be used. It's incredibly important that as much of this taxpayers' money is retrieved as soon as possible. Perhaps she can explain to the nurses facing a pay cut and to those 3 million who've been excluded from any help that the money has gone to boost the profits of firms that receive these contracts rather than coming back to the public purse. Similarly, my 11th question is about how much money the government have spent defending themselves in court against the unlawful decisions that have been made. If the decisions were all lawful, I will.
Could she tell us or estimate how much she thinks the investigation will cost into the former Mayor of Liverpool?
I don't know how much further investigations will cost, but that doesn't preclude from needing to have an investigation into this point. We can't deflect with looking at other investigations. We need to have an investigation into this point. Hundreds of millions of pounds have been spent on masks mothballed, on gowns that couldn't be used because the contracts were not good enough. At a time of public emergency, we need the government to be excellent in their competence about contracting, not to throw the rules out of the window and end up with these failed contracts. My 11th question is about how much money... Oh, no, I've said that one. The 11th question has been said. Question 12. Why, despite all the evidence uncovered this year, will the government still not commit to ensuring that these contracts are in the public inquiry? I hope to hear confirmation that this will happen.
Would the Honourable Lady give way?
I will.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she's asking a series of highly pertinent questions, and I wonder whether we will receive the answer with any haste. I would ask her whether she agrees with me that we also need an urgent inquiry in Wales, where it's become apparent that almost 2,000 deaths occurred from infections that probably or definitely took place in hospital and were therefore the responsibility of Welsh Government, and that we need that inquiry urgently.
The issue about inquiries is that they need to happen in real time as we're learning, because we're making decisions all the time that affect our lives. But they also need to be major government inquiries, and I hope all of this will be included in the government inquiry to come. The Minister made much of the Boardman review earlier in saying that there has been an inquiry. Don't worry, the Boardman review have done it. But this is my 13th question, and it's again a question I've asked before and received no answer. Does the Minister seriously believe that the Boardman review is an independent and unbiased review and good enough? How can she think this when Mr Boardman's own law firm have been the recipient of government contracts in the past year? And given that Mr Boardman once ran to be a Conservative councillor, far more than just voting for one party or another, it looks more and more as if the Conservatives are set on glossing over the cronyism in their own ranks so they can carry on as if nothing has happened. I have two more questions, Madam Deputy Speaker, and then I will close. Question 14. When will we see a return of all public sector procurement to open competitive contracting as a default? The Minister just said that this emergency procurement procedures are still continuing, but they do not need to continue anymore. We need to have a way of having the contract in good time, but also having all the open and competitiveness that the public need to see. There's no justification for continuation of these emergency procedures, and they should be wound down immediately, and ways found to make contracting work without being secretive. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, my 15th question: where is the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster to answer these questions? The Cabinet Office is responsible for overseeing transparency across government, and these are the fundamental questions we have here today. Why has he once again dodged an opportunity to explain the decisions made by his department? Will he ever take responsibility and stop getting other ministers to do his explaining for him, as has happened in many previous debates on this issue? The public won't stop asking these questions. We on the opposition benches won't stop asking these questions. We need some answers. So I have a lot of sympathy for the Minister today, who's going to have to field some incredibly difficult questions about these serious allegations. And when the opportunity to have to reply in all of these debates comes up, I can imagine that it's not a pleasant conversation that's had amongst ministers about who's going to do it. There are some very serious allegations here, and I hope to hear the answers this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope that we can manage the debate without a time limit, and we will do so if everyone takes around 6 minutes. That will mean there'll be plenty of time for interventions and real debate. Gagan Mohindra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I firstly welcome the opportunity to speak on this Opposition Day debate on the awarding of COVID contracts. I think it's probably worth starting where we were 16/17 months ago. At the time, we were just hearing about the COVID-19 pandemic and what it meant in terms of reality for our lives. I think, with the benefit of hindsight, things may have been done slightly differently. But we should not use the experience we've had over the last 16-17 months to prejudge those decisions we had to make very, very quickly as a nation back in February and March last year. I had the honour of sitting on the Public Accounts Committee earlier on in my parliamentary term, and under the stewardship of Gareth Davis, they work hand in glove with the National Audit Office, and I know that the Public Accounts Committee, ably chaired by the Honourable Member for Hackney South and Shoreditch, has done various investigations into the response to the pandemic, especially with a particular focus on procurement and money. Members opposite will be grateful to know that their colleague, the member for Glenrothes, is actually a vocal member on that committee, and I'm sure will be a wise counsel to future debates. But I should say that when I saw the topic of this debate, I was a bit surprised that the party opposite decided to to call for this debate. I refer to their manifesto earlier this year in terms of their local government elections that we had up in Scotland. Sorry, the national Hollywood elections. Now, their manifesto, page 9, committed to a Scotland COVID review. Unfortunately, the leadership up there has now done a U-turn and not committed. So on behalf of the Royal College of Nurses and the GMB union, I would urge them to have a rethink and hopefully commit to delivering what they promised in terms of their manifesto. My honourable friend from South Suffolk has referred to the disappointing news that Edinburgh is regarded as the COVID capital of Europe. I will not be political on this one. I just think it's a disappointment, and I think all colleagues across the House will hope that with our heated debate and constructive criticism, we will get a better result quickly. So, with that sentiment in mind, I do urge colleagues that where this side of the House can help, please don't be shy about asking. I'm going to go back to what it was 16, 17 months ago. The benefit of hindsight, and unfortunately the leader of the official opposition is not in this place and does use this a lot. There was a real fear that as a country we were potentially running out of PPE. It was this Conservative government that had a call for arms that said, actually, the United Kingdom and a national effort to actually ensure that we had the right PPE and other things in place for our front line. Reference has been made to the not using the normal procurement process, and I would just urge colleagues to look at the Public Contracts Regs 2015, which does allow the accelerated procurement that has been used during this global pandemic, an event that only fortunately happens once every 100 years approximately. Colleagues on both sides refer to the quantum of PPE, and I think we do need to put this in context. We have additional 22,000 ventilators, 11 billion pieces of PPE, and 507 million doses of vaccine. These are phenomenal figures. Did each procurement absolutely hit the spot? No. But the figures quoted earlier in this House, I would suggest, was a very, very small percentage of poor delivery, and I'm sure that the National Audit Office, the PAC, and various other bodies within this House and in the Palace will look into that further. There's been various accusations about relationships that Conservative members of Parliament may have with business owners or others involved in procurement. I would just gently urge members to be mindful that there have been multiple independent investigations, including some within this House and the National Audit Office, that have all shown there was no conflict of interest with members of Parliament. And if there were, they were properly declared at the time. Reference has been made to the Boardman Review, which reported at the back end of last year, and the 28 recommendations this government has already committed to implementing. Now, I know that members opposite were urging for a quicker review and investigation on the pandemic, but I would just like to quote the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, who's argued that this would be regarded as an extra burden and would be a distraction from the successful vaccine rollout. Reference has been made with the SNP Scottish Government's procurement processes and the fact that 539 million contracts were awarded without competitive process or proper scrutiny. And I would urge colleagues to have a look at the Audit Scotland review, which has investigated the 3 separate pandemic preparedness exercises that were undertaken and some of the lessons that should and need to be learnt from that. I'll leave it there, Madam Speaker. I look forward to other contributions. Thank you.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Do you know, if you type the word COVID contract into Google, the first suggested return is corruption. So this government is fooling nobody. There's no denying that the pandemic was unprecedented. There's no denying that every single government across the globe made mistakes, even in countries regarded as having a high degree of COVID success and ahead of that of the UK, and there are many countries ahead of the UK in that respect. But the havoc wreaked on the UK by this government is unforgivable. Efforts to secure contracts for friends and jobs for associates was their priority, and this is the epitome of sleaze. The type that makes the Cash for Question scandal, which engulfed the same Tory party in the 1990s, seem like a teardrop in the ocean. And many tears, Madam Deputy Speaker, have been shed over these last 14 months, and I'd like to pay my respects to the devastated families across these islands whose loved ones have succumbed long before their time as a result of this pandemic. The UK is currently at the wrong end of the European table, with 1,952 deaths per million, compared to Ireland's 1,011 and Japan, the benchmark, 127. An unforgivable outcome for an island nation with a developed economy and a developed, highly functioning health service. British exceptionalism lay at the heart of this Tory government's failed response, combined with delay, dithering and distraction by financial considerations and commercial opportunity. This saw an inevitable UK COVID death toll expand to the actual UK COVID death toll, and we need to see the gap between these two figures quantified in a public inquiry. We must also inquire why only recently was such an inept Health Secretary replaced, while he presided over a litany of judgments as arrogant as they were poor, and decisions which, when taken together, allowed the COVID death toll to reach over 128,000 people during this pandemic in the UK. A Health Secretary that the Prime Minister himself described as useless. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need this public inquiry to commence immediately. The Prime Minister's watery defence that we are fighting the pandemic and must wait till next spring was weak when he announced it, and it's a defence which has collapsed completely now. If the Prime Minister thinks that it's time to remove face coverings, and it isn't, then it's time for a public inquiry. No more time must be afforded to this dodgy, delinquent administration of clientelism to tidy up their loose ends and administer away their inconvenient paper trails, where, Madam Deputy Speaker, paper trails exist at all. These ministers are quite prepared to break domestic and international law if it suits their objectives. Why let the law get in the way of your Tory ideology, I take to be their mantra. Just 3 examples being their preparedness to breach the Northern Ireland Protocol, the unlawful prorogation of Parliament in 2019, and ministers now unlawfully refusing to publish a full list of COVID contracts. But what we do know, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this. Billions to politically connected companies, some former ministers and government advisers, and others who donated to the Tory party. Billions to companies that had no prior experience in supplying PPE, to fashion designers, pest controllers and jewellers, and billions to companies with a controversial history, from tax evasion to fraud, corruption and human rights abuses. In November, the National Audit Office revealed that this Tory government awarded £10.5 billion worth of pandemic-related contracts without a competitive tender process in a VIP lane. How very Tory. And that companies with the right political connections were 10 times more likely to win than those out with. The attitude at the heart of this UK government was so demonstrably rotten, so bold and unashamedly opportunistic, that the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster felt he could simply spend vital COVID monies on political polling on the state of the Union in Scotland. He could have asked me, I'd have told him for nothing. The Union is a busted flush in Scotland. But he even made sure that his pals, the private firm Public First, got the contract into the bargain. On track and trace, quite how this government has budgeted £37 billion, a cost described as unimaginable by the Public Accounts Committee, that has singularly failed to do its solitary job of helping to avoid a second lockdown. where we have now just emerged from a third, is simply incomprehensible. The UK Government has committed to wasting more than the entire budget of the Scottish Government in 1920 on a project that has failed miserably. For context, Madam Deputy Speaker, 37 billion would buy 148 Type 31 frigates from Rosyth, from Babcock in Rosyth. That is the colossal scale of what we're talking about. But that's the Tory way, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thought I was being intervened on. Perhaps I'm not. No. That's the Tory way. They have no opposition in this place, as we can see from a depressingly empty set of Labour benches. You would have thought Her Majesty's opposition might have fronted up to talk about in detail some of these important issues. The Tory way, where patronism and cronyism are rife and upheld by privilege that starts at Eton and Harrow, gets refined at Oxford and Cambridge before reaping its entitlement off a weary population of taxpayers. But this is not Scotland's way, Madam Speaker, because when the public inquiry reports, or whether or when it does, Scotland will take a different way. We take one look at the posh old pals network masquerading as a government, and for the next 30 years, unopposed, Scotland says no. We have already rejected their so-called union. We will have our referendum, and we will be independent, forever turning our back on unending Tory sleaze.
Alec Shelburne.
The old Etonian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, as a comprehensive schoolboy, that privilege really runs right through me. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's be serious. First of all, we are dealing with a subject that has cost hundreds of thousands of people their lives. Millions of people around the world have died from a disease which nobody had even heard of because it didn't exist probably 2 years ago. And in that short space of time, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have had to do things in the developed world, across all of the world, and in this country now, that nobody would ever have dreamed of. And we had to react very, very quickly to those things. And I think it's worth taking a step back to where we were. Because short memories do not serve us well for the future. And at that time, and as I mentioned to the Honourable Lady in opposition, the Honourable Lady on behalf of the opposition, there were several people coming to MPs all over with suggestions. Not, in my opinion, to make a quick buck, but for a lot of people because they came to the call to help out the crisis the country was in, that the world was in, a crisis that not only represented this country, but also created a worldwide shortage of the very equipment and supplies that the world needed. And of course, what has come out of this pandemic is that looking at the world global supply chains, and now that has to change. And that is tearing up the convention that has existed for many decades across many parts of the world. And it took the crisis to say, actually, when you stretch out your supply chains like that in a world crisis, they're not going to work in the best way possible. So the pressure for PPE was enormous. And again, I do make the point of the letter that the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster sent to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, which covered two particular aspects and said, first of all these people are offering you PPE, why haven't you bought it? Why are you taking so long to buy it? That is in black and white, Madam Deputy Speaker, an official letter sent to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and then listed other companies who had come to the Shadow Minister and said, we can supply things. And as I said before, there were football agents, historical clothing companies, event companies in Surrey, private legal practices in Birmingham. I generally am not making that in a sense of mockery, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am making that to make the point that members of Parliament from all parties from across the House received several emails and several representations to try and supply the PPE crisis that existed. And it was the responsibility of members of Parliament to pass those emails and those contacts into the system to see what happened. And I equally understand that the Shadow Minister had a frustration about the length of time it was taking for those contracts to then be awarded, because we were all desperately trying to solve a problem that the world was facing to get the PPE where it needed to be. And of course, we can name contracts that went wrong, Madam Deputy Speaker. We can do that in any walk of life, in any contract whatsoever. It doesn't mean it was an endemic failure. It meant that things were happening in a very short space of time, and certain procurements which were made did not meet the standards. But the last figure I heard, it amounted to less than 1% of all PPE that was procured, which isn't a bad hit rate when you don't have the time to fill in the paperwork.
Very, very good point.
Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we have these debates, it is important that we bring these issues out. But why we bring these issues out, I feel, is being lost in today's debate. There is calls for the inquiry. Quite rightly, there are calls for an inquiry. But why do we want the inquiry, Madam Deputy Speaker? Is it so that the country can learn and move forward and understand how to tackle things in the future? Or is it for cheap political points? Because what I have heard so far in this debate today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is pretty much, well, if we had independence, we wouldn't have any problems. It's become literally an argument about independence from almost the first sentence that came out of the Right Honourable Gentleman's mouth. And it's gone on and on and on throughout, saying if Scotland was independent, it would be different. Well, it wouldn't be that different, because first of all, you wouldn't be in the EU, and they wouldn't have a chance to take part in the UK-wide procurement that took place, and indeed which has supplied the vaccine programme, along with, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let's not forget this, the British Armed Forces, who have contributed a huge amount to the fight of this pandemic, a UK-wide force, the strength of this union delivering for every adult in this country. And it does no service at all to what has happened in the last 18 months to try and make it an argument about independence, and it should stop this afternoon. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. And since he's taken it onto the territory of the Union, if that is so irrelevant, why did the government seek to poll on Scottish attitudes to the Union if the benefits of the Union were so self-evident throughout this? And why were public funds intended for COVID procurement misdirected in order to pay for that polling to take place?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I despair. I literally have just made the point that we are supposed to be examining the procurement of PPE, and we're supposed to be examining when does the inquiry come, and we go back to allegations that I'm sure my right honourable friend will once again give the same answers that were given previously about what has been answered. Stop it. Grow up. Okay? The reality is we are dealing with an issue that has caused hundreds of thousands of people across the world to die, millions of people across the world to die, tens of thousands of people in this country. And we need to make sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that what we do today is explore where things went wrong, because I think that's important, and also about why the inquiry should wait and how the inquiry should take place. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am by profession a mechanical engineer, and I have a morbid interest as somebody who flies around the world, I suppose, for the programme Air Crash Investigation, which my wife will not watch under any circumstances, given her fear of flying. But the reason I raise that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because aircraft safety in the last decades has improved immensely. And the reason it's improved is because there is a no-blame culture. It actually ties straight in with the report that the Health Select Committee came out with this week about deaths in natal care and having that no-blame culture. Because if you want to get to the analysis of what went wrong and why it went wrong, you can't do that from a position of, am I covering my political back, am I covering my professional back, am I wondering, can I have an honest conversation? Okay, we have to understand what went wrong, and things did go wrong. Things did go wrong. There can't be a single person in this chamber, or indeed probably across the country, who felt that everything went really well and was fine. Nobody says that. Nobody believes that. It's evidently not true that everything went fine. But we do have to learn lessons. And it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we learn it as a matrix of what went wrong. Because, as we've said, there was plenty of preparation done for a flu pandemic, which turned out not to be able to handle this pandemic. And therefore it's important that we analyse the pressures that are put under for different diseases that can come forward. I hear things from a sedentary position, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I haven't actually noticed what they said, because ultimately, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we've heard today is no sense of taking any responsibility from the opposition where they have responsibility. Indeed, it was noticeable that after the intervention from my honourable friend, the Right Honourable Gentleman Leader of the SNP just dismissed it, mocked it and tried to blame it back on the UK government. Quite simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, if people are really taking notice of this debate this afternoon, they will notice that it needs to be a lot more mature and a lot more serious than it's been so far.
Yeah, well done.
Anam Kaiser-Jab.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to begin by remembering those that have lost their lives over this last year and a half. Like many members across this House, I too have lost loved ones, and I'm sure that many people who have lost loved ones will be watching this, and they will be interested to know in the manner in which parliamentarians are conducting themselves.
Well said.
Gesture politics. If the Home Secretary claims that taking the knee in a football match is gesture politics, then I have news for this government. Clapping hands for the NHS rather than giving them an adequate pay rise is a gesture. Rather than providing financial assistance to those who risk their lives, such as NHS staff, this government is lining the pockets of their rich friends. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a relatively new member to this place, I was informed of the 7 standards of public life, the Nolan Principles. I must hold myself to these standards as an elected member, as must all members, including those on the government benches. So let's take a moment to examine these 7 principles and see just how this Tory government fits in. Selflessness. You must act solely in the interest of the public. Instead, the Minister of the Cabinet Office used taxpayers' money intended for COVID recovery on examining attitudes towards the Union.
Well said.
Integrity. You should not act or take decisions in order to gain financial or other material benefit for themselves, their family or their friends. Well, where do I start? Objectivity. You must act and make decisions impartially, fairly and on merit. But we know that judges ruled that the UK government had acted unlawfully when it awarded a contract worth over £500,000 to a firm known to government ministers, or associates rather, of government ministers. Accountability. You are held accountable to the public for the decisions and actions that you take. Yet the Department for Health and Social Care failed to declare 27 meetings by a minister in the other place at the outset of this pandemic. The companies involved in those meetings, Madam Deputy Speaker, went on to acquire public service contracts worth over £1 billion. Openness. Information should not be withheld from the public unless there are clear and lawful reasons for doing so. The former Health Secretary was found guilty in May 2021 of a minor technical breach of the Ministerial Code after initially failing to declare his stake in an NHS supplier, a company run by his sister and his brother-in-law. Madam Deputy Speaker, you should be truthful. The former Health Secretary used private email accounts to communicate and award substantial COVID-related contracts to his friends. In leadership, you should exhibit these principles in your own behaviour. I'm not sure if we're saying that. When you consider the record of this Tory government, Madam Deputy Speaker, they have failed to uphold every single one of these 7 principles of public life to which we are bound. They have failed to act selflessly, placing the financial prosperity of their friends and colleagues above the needs of our NHS. They have lacked integrity, indebting themselves to private companies and exchanging contracts for donations and favours. They have lacked objectivity, handing out contracts to their friends, while some of the most vulnerable in society suffer under their policies. And now they're delaying this public inquiry, denying the country of the openness, honesty and accountability that the electorate deserve. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a choice in Scotland to escape this Tory sleaze and build a fairer and more democratic future as an independent nation. And Madam Deputy Speaker, Scotland taking the reign and becoming an independent nation isn't just for the sake of independence. I truly believe that with independence we can build a fairer Scotland, a Scotland that is reflective of all those who choose to make it their home. We can build a society that invests in our people. We can build a stronger, more diverse economy, and we can finally ensure that power resides in Scotland with a government that the people of Scotland have elected.
Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to rise and speak today in this Opposition Day debate. And I will address the motion, which I'm not sure has anything to do with Scottish independence, as we heard in the last speech. It calls the government to immediately commence the COVID-19 public inquiry that has... I will give way.
Gee, that's generous. Well, I'll give away. She says, of course, that the motion has nothing to do with Scottish independence. So why did the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and the Cabinet Office put forward a contract that specifically looked for Scottish views on independence? What was the purpose of that if not to understand independence?
Gotcha. The honourable gentleman for his intervention, but as I said, I was going to speak to the motion that they put forward today for discussion. So, the Prime Minister has already confirmed that an independent inquiry into the handling of the pandemic is expected to begin in the spring of 2022. And this inquiry will be on a statutory basis with full powers under the Inquiries Act of 2005, including the ability to compel the production of all relevant materials and take oral evidence under public oath. Every part of the state pulled together to tackle this virus. And as we recover as one united kingdom, we must learn the lessons together in the same spirit. And that is why we will consult, as the government will consult the devolved administrations before finalising the scope and details of the arrangements of this inquiry. Given the scale of the inquiry and the resources required to carry it out, from identifying and disclosing all relevant information to giving this oral evidence, launching an inquiry would place a significant burden on our NHS and scientific advisors when their focus must still be on the fight to fight against the virus. And we know we're still rolling out the vaccine project. We've got booster jabs to get into arms in the autumn, and we will have winter pressures on the NHS. And we've discussed in recent days about all of those missed appointments for other health concerns that we are rightly focused on addressing. Our Deputy Chief Medical Officer has said that an inquiry now would be an unnecessary extra burden that would distract them from the vaccine rollout. And I quote, "Personally, would an inquiry be an unwelcome distraction for me personally at the moment when I'm very focused on the vaccine programme and the vaccine programme we might need in the autumn? Who knows? I think it would be an extra burden that wasn't necessary." I will give way.
Go over to my friend. Does that really just not make the point that what the inquiry needs to do is learn lessons so that we can move forward and be better prepared next time rather than just scoring cheap political points?
I agree with my right honourable friend. As always, he makes excellent points. So we have acted at pace to protect our NHS and save lives by delivering more than 11 billion items of personal protective equipment to our key workers and helping protect all those working on the front line in our fight against the virus. From the onset of the pandemic, we have acted at pace to secure the PPE that we all need. We purchased over 32 billion items for the whole of the UK, 3/4 of which will now be met by British manufacturers. That's massive upscaling at speed. And to date, we've distributed over 11.7 billion items of PPE across England since February 2020. And we've talked about the success of the vaccine rollout, but what was amazing was securing those 507 million doses of the 8 most promising vaccines through our vaccine task force for every corner of our union. But not only for every corner of our union, it was the investment into the COVAX project that I think we can be incredibly proud of as well. I will give way.
Grateful to the honourable member for giving way, and let me just share with her that my appreciation that the vaccine rollout has been a tremendous success. I'm not certain any of my colleagues have said that the vaccine rollout wasn't a tremendous success. Will she agree with me? That's the one thing this government got right in this whole pandemic, and a vaccine never brought anybody back from the dead.
Thank him for his intervention.
Oh my.
By saying we only got one thing right, I think he's being a little bit too narrow in his focus. I think the way that we invested in that scheme was replicated across many areas. Now, we rightly hold that up as the absolute beacon of success, but there were many other areas where we used similar sorts of processes where we've had successes as well. And I think we need to keep that in mind. Our diagnostic capacity has been excellent at identifying new strains, and we have to discuss that as well.
And will Friend give way?
I will give way.
Isn't it true that our brilliant scientists also developed treatments that have been groundbreaking, like dexamethasone, which are actually in the long run the thing that is most crucial to ensuring those who are seriously ill recover?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right. Those therapeutics have made a huge difference to people who were unfortunately hospitalised. And I know that in my local hospital of the Royal Surrey, the doctor who led the COVID ward came. He was seconded from treating cancer, and he has learnt so many things by being involved in running that ward that will be beneficial not only for this pandemic, but for anything sort of coming down the line. So the Right Honourable Gentleman for Roskillie and Lochaber is no longer in his place. But when he gave his speech, he gave several examples of companies who hadn't had previously had any experience in the production of something and turned their hand to giving us help for sourcing things that we needed for the pandemic. I would ask that Right Honourable Member, if he was in his place, what would he say to all the whisky distilleries in Scotland who turned their hand to making hand sanitizer? What message is he giving to them today? And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the gin distilleries in my constituency and neighbouring constituencies who got in touch with me, made hand sanitizer and wanted a contact to speak to at my local hospital so that they could gift that hand sanitizer to them. And I think on that note, the opposition would like us to do a trip down, take a trip down memory lane now. Well, I'm quite happy to do that. I was newly elected in December 2019. I still had my training wheels on. I think a lot of us still feel like we've got our training wheels on. Barely given my maiden speech before we were locked down and put into this situation. And when you start as a new MP, you build your team from scratch. It's not there already waiting for you. And I can say that at the most difficult time, I was having about 1,500 emails a day coming into my inbox, and there were 3 of us dealing with those. And we were pulling everything, trying to triage and help as many people as we could. And at the same time, I was receiving emails from people I'd never met. I'm an immigrant, I went to a state school, I'm not connected in the way that the opposition would like to talk about Conservative Party members. It's just a complete farce to talk about, and especially a lot who have come in the new intake.
Discrimination.
It is. But I was receiving those emails, and I knew it was my responsibility as my right honourable friend, the member for Elmerton Rothwell, got that right, said, it was my duty and responsibility to actually pass on every single one of those emails, because I didn't know which one would make the difference. That wasn't up to me. My job was to pass it on. I didn't know most of these people from Adam. but I knew I had a responsibility to do that. And I didn't know, you know, this 8-step process that we talk about, that civil servants were looking at in terms of awarding contracts. I didn't know whether any of them were successful, but I hoped that they would be. And I hoped that many companies and many individuals who put forward good ideas would have some success, because that's what we needed in order to tackle this pandemic. But I think we're at risk today of politicising something and going back into the Westminster bubble. We're at risk of not acknowledging the true heroes of the pandemic. Not us politicians, we were just doing our jobs. It was the businesses and the schools and the individuals in my constituency who suddenly came up with an idea or turned their hand. They were so proud of creating PPE for our local hospital. They did an amazing job, and I think we must remember, as we are looking back over this pandemic, when we do our lessons learned, that we don't forget that it was that true spirit of the communities coming together. And I would wager, not just in constituencies in England, but in all 4 corners of the nation, in Scotland, in Wales and Northern Ireland, that there were people in the communities who were making a difference. We have so much more in common that divides us, and that's how I would like to finish my speech today, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Now we go by video link to Ronnie Cowan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Any private company or public organisation worth its salt will have in place procurement policies that ensure that those bodies purchase materials that provide value for money and are fit to do the job. Those working within the procurement team will be expected to maintain high standards of propriety and ethics. Contracts to supply will be based on a mature purchasing system, one that's been developed over years to ensure that both the purchaser and supplier are satisfied with the deal, and that means paying a fair price for suitable goods. That is a basic and a standard guideline. Any junior procurement officer would understand that from day one. And yet, the procurement process, which is within the full control of the UK government, controller of all the UK citizens' tax, would appear to have embarked on a poorly orchestrated spending spree, with many contracts being handled in what can only be described as dubious fashion. Recently, the government quietly published the details of 40 PPE contracts awarded a year ago during the first wave of the pandemic. The value of those contracts is an eye-watering £4.2 billion. Now, while I accept that when a government hands out contracts, the figures will be large, so what is required is transparency of the utmost integrity. I'm sure we all remember our maths teachers setting problems for us and saying, I don't just want the answer, I want to see your workings. Well, the same principle applies. Announcing that 365 Healthcare, a trading division of Bunzl, were handed a £131 million PPE deal on the 1st of April 2020 without explaining why they won the contract or what was better about their bid compared to the competition isn't good enough, especially when, as a Good Law project previously revealed, the Conservative peer had lobbied for PPE contracts on behalf of Bunzl while still acting as an advisor in the DHSC. And Globus Shetland landed a £14 million deal in April 2020 to provide eye protection and respirators. The firm had previously donated £375,000 to the Conservative Party. The UK government should be held up to the highest level of scrutiny, and it should be governed in such a way that it has nothing to fear. Minister, who created the VIP list? What was the criteria, and what was the motive behind creating such a list? Emails revealed in a hearing during the legal challenge to the Good Law project over direct awards of PPE contracts show civil servants raising the alarm that they were drowning in VIP requests from political connections that do not have the correct certification or past due diligence. One email shows a civil servant warning that when VIPs jump to the front of the queue, it then has a knock-on effect to the remaining offers of help. Why were these civil servants ignored? Who within the UK government thought they knew better? This is not scaremongering. The facts exist if we're prepared to look for them. In February, the Prime Minister falsely claimed that details of all PPE contracts awarded by the government had been published and were on the record. A few weeks later, a Cabinet Office Minister doubled down on the Prime Minister's statement, claiming the Prime Minister spoke accurately. Well, they were both wrong. This leads to a lack of confidence in the government of the pandemic. It undermines the sacrifice that millions have made, and it mocks the financial hardship that so many citizens throughout the UK are facing during this pandemic. A deadly pandemic should not be an opportunity for the UK government to line the pockets of their cronies and business acquaintances. And yet, the more we scrutinise the PPE contracts awarded by the UK government, the more the questions rise. Enormous amounts of public money have been handled without any advertising or competitive tendering process. This simply is not good enough, and we have to understand why these mistakes have been made. To protect taxpayers' money and prevent further PPE procurement failures, we need answers. We need a public inquiry that is free from UK government interference. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, only with good procurement practice, which means learning from mistakes, can we safeguard the lives of the public and our highly valued healthcare workers. And that comes from scrutiny of and transparency from the UK government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. James Cartledge.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is a kind of pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman for Inverclyde. I would just say that his tireless, sedentary, relaxed demeanour contrasted somewhat with the demeanour of the right honourable gentleman for Rothschild-Macarbeth, who I admire and respect. Because when I intervened on him and raised the issue of the very widespread levels of COVID currently pertaining in Scotland, it's fair to say he did not react with what I would describe as calm statesmanship. Indeed, only 2 days ago, the Scotsman no less, had as one of its headlines, it was asking the question, why does Scotland have the highest COVID rates in Europe? It's a fundamental question. If the honourable gentleman who's intervening from secretary position wishes to stand up and intervene and defend that, I'm more than welcome to give him the chance. He won't defend it. Well, there's a surprise. He's going to. Come on then. Why has it got the highest rates in Europe?
Mr. Speaker, well, of course, the Scotsman is well known to be a great supporter of the Scottish National Party. Perhaps the honourable gentleman might want to have a look at that. But, I mean, the Scottish Government does not have control of our borders. And the Delta variant has come in, and that has created so much of this variant, and there's so many of these cases that are out with the control of the Scottish Government, which is doing everything it possibly can to bring it down.
Unbelievable. They have the highest COVID rates in Europe. They're governing in Scotland, and they will take not a shred of responsibility for this situation. So let's look at the facts. Let's look. The Honourable Gentleman, I might give him another turn, but let's just put some facts on the table here. In June, 2,000 people who tested positive in Scotland for COVID had attended a Euro 2021 event. Now, I am no killjoy. I'm quite happy that they attended. I'll be attending a Euro 21 event tonight to watch England versus Denmark. And I'm quite happy that many thousands of Scots made the journey to London to watch that game, in which their team performed admirably, far better than we did. But the point is, the idea that they had no power in this matter is ludicrous. If they really thought that this variant was such a concern and that we should have closed the borders, they should have not allowed people to come down in their thousands. And the evidence shows they are now super spreaders of COVID in Scotland. So he shouldn't pretend that they had no power in this matter. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, having said all that, I am grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for Rothschild-Macarbeth, who has now returned, that he has introduced this debate about COVID contracts, because it gives me the opportunity to talk about two COVID contracts that are far more important than all the other guff we've heard today. And those contracts are, first of all, the contract that this government, indeed my right honourable friend and neighbour, the member for West Suffolk, signed with AstraZeneca to procure a vaccine, along with all the other ones that we took on risk to procure before the rest of the EU, that has brought liberty to millions, and has saved the lives of thousands, and to whom we should all be grateful. The second contract I wanted to refer to is one you will not find a copy of. There was no procurement for it, but again is of fundamental importance. And it is the social contract that exists between the government and the governed on the basis of when we are expected to give up our precious rights because an emergency exists, and on the key question for me personally of when those rights should be returned because the emergency has passed, a fundamental point given the Prime Minister's statement on Monday. So taking that first contract, if you like, the generic process through which the UK Department of Health negotiated contracts for those vaccines and delivered them in a way exceeding almost all other major nations, delivering millions of doses. And indeed, and I say I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for Angus, he did say in his intervention he recognised that was the one thing the government got right. But boy, that one thing is more important than anything else. It's the way out of the mess. It's the way you get out of lockdown. It's the way you save millions of lives. And it's not just lives in the United Kingdom, not just lives in every corner of this precious union. The AstraZeneca vaccine, that contract, let's talk about contracts, that contract was negotiated so it would be produced at cost, Madam Deputy Speaker. What is the significance of that enormous contractual point? Because it's been spread around the developing world. We have seen 400 million Oxford AstraZeneca vaccines go into the arms of the poorest in the world. We should be incredibly proud of that. This government has an incredibly honourable record in what has passed. Yes, COVID was one of the greatest crises the world has faced, completely unprecedented. At every time we've had to make a choice, we've been between a rock and a hard place. But the only way out of it, and we all knew this, was vaccine, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we made the right call at the right time, which no other government in Europe made at that point, and we should be proud of that contract, and it's far more important than all the other stuff that's been mentioned today. On the second point, the social contract, it's my first opportunity to respond to that enormous announcement we heard on Monday, one I'm so grateful for, that we will be returning to normal, restoring our precious freedoms, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because I believe in the social contract, and it's implicit. We all have our own interpretation of it, but at its heart must be the idea that government has certain powers, but it can only use those in exceptional circumstances if those circumstances are truly an emergency. Tonight, as I said, thousands, millions of people around part of the Union will be going to watch a football match. They'll be crowded in pubs. The idea that we are still in an emergency is for the birds, and that's because of medical science, and I am profoundly grateful. It's because of that first part of the contract that I spoke about. But because of that, we do now have to start taking decisions that restore freedom and return this country back to normal. And I do understand, because I've had emails from my constituents who voted in all ways for all parties, in all ways in the referendum, in case anyone tries to make that link, they are nervous. Some people are still nervous. They worry that we should still have to wear masks and so on after the 19th of July, and that the government should still keep measures on. I have no idea where the Labour Party is on this. As far as I can see, they want us to remain in lockdown. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Prime Minister said, if not now, when? And let me answer that. If not now, it's never. Because the whole point about the social contract is that if you allow the state to keep that power for too long, it won't come back. The default disposition of the state must be that its citizens are free, and that they are only not free in exceptional circumstances. And to me, those circumstances have now passed. And it's because the vaccine has led to, yes, there are still high numbers of cases, but they are generally not resulting in significant ill health. And because of that, we can unlock this lockdown. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman, then I'll be concluding. I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and for the record, I agree with a lot of what he says with regard to the social contract. If his analysis is that we are genuinely now out of the end of that emergency period, to take his own form of words, if not now, then when, surely the same question should be applied in respect to the start of the inquiry.
My own view is, to most of my constituents, I have great respect for the Honourable Gentleman, it's a very fair question, to most of my
constituents. The question of when, for example, they're able to sing in a choir in a church, or to go to a nightclub, or to gather inside with family and friends and loved ones without fearing whether they're breaking the law. That's more important to them, and how soon that comes, than how soon the Westminster bubble is able to get very excited about something which will take months and months and months and be poured over by legal people many. I was going to conclude, but I cannot resist the honourable member for Elmouth and Rothwell. He spoke so well earlier, so as a prize, I'll let him intervene on me.
Oh, there you go. Every day's a winner. I'll just say to my honourable friend, really just to expand on the point that the right honourable gentleman has just made, is that, I entirely agree with my honourable friend that now is the time that we come out of the restrictions and things are moving to a close, but they're not over yet because we do have to get right the autumn booster programme, and I'd rather that was properly in place before we move on to inquiries.
Well, my honourable friend makes an excellent point. I hope he'll be writing to our brilliant new Health Secretary to make that point to him. So I'm going to conclude and say, we ask ourselves, when do those freedoms return? When does the government do its part of the social contract and say, the worst has passed, it's fair, you should now be able to do those things you used to do in normal life? And the answer is when that first contract has delivered. The ones we signed with those companies, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, that have delivered this amazing vaccine programme, which has benefited every part of the UK, every part of the world, and every country in the UK has played a role. It's been a true feat of the union, and we should be proud of it, because we are stronger together as a union. Instead of falling back on narrow nationalism and bitterness, we stand together with a positive agenda. We've done the right thing. We've delivered an amazing vaccine programme. We've brought freedom. We've brought hope, and we look forward to better times ahead.
Yeah. Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I may, I'm going to return to the subject matter of the motion for debate this afternoon, which is about methods of scrutiny of the United Kingdom government. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been clear from the outset of the current Prime Minister's term of office that this is a Tory government which towards Brexit tiresome. But it's Parliament's job to scrutinise, and no matter how tiresome honourable members opposite may find the subject matter of this debate, it's actually rather important. And what I would just say to the honourable gentleman who spoke before me is that I suspect his constituents, like mine, also care about how their hard-earned money is spent by his government. And they are rightly concerned because so far 2 court cases, and there are others in the pipeline, have revealed that there are major question marks over whether this government has abused its privilege to line the pockets of its mates. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Parliament, when it was unlawfully prorogued, only sat again because of the intervention of the courts. And that's an indication of how important the rule of law is, and one of the many reasons why the government, the UK government, want to reduce both the scope and the availability of judicial review. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, an unlawfully prorogued Parliament is dangerous for democracy, but so is a supine Parliament. And this Parliament is frankly a shadow of its former self. Regulations impinging on our basic civil liberties during the COVID crisis have been rushed through with the minimum of parliamentary debate. And it's not just urgent business regarding COVID that's treated in a cursory fashion in this Parliament by this government. Earlier this week, we saw a bill with major implications for civil liberties, including the civil liberties of the Gypsy Roma traveller community who are protesting outside Parliament this afternoon. We saw that bill go through without proper debate and without proper scrutiny because of the ridiculously short time that the government allocated to a debate in which there were literally hundreds of new clauses and amendments. The brutal fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this government does not like evidence-based policy making. In fact, it doesn't like evidence full stop. It likes to run the country and the 4 nations of this union free from scrutiny or accountability. It likes to do so based on its Little Britain, me-first ideology and the personal ambition of ministers who haven't dared to show their face in this House this afternoon, the personal ambition of ministers who look only to their mates for assistance in return for handsome remuneration and keeping records minimal. And the way in which the government's handled the emergency COVID-19 contracts typifies this approach. And the sad thing for British parliamentary democracy is that it's only through judicial processes instigated by concerned citizens acting through the Good Law Project that the full scale of this government's chicanery has come to light. Now, so far, the Good Law Project have brought 2 successful legal challenges against the government's handling of pandemic-related procurement. But there are quite a few more in the pipeline, and I suspect there will be more than 2 successes to come. But the 2 successes so far have established that both the former Health Minister and the current, for now, Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster acted unlawfully. Now, that's a really serious matter, and we would be failing in our duty as an opposition if we didn't bring that matter to the floor of this House. Over and over again, we've heard representatives of the government try to argue that in the case of Good Law Project against the Cabinet Office, the court didn't find the government guilty of any actual bias. But that's a total red herring, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Good Law Project didn't seek a finding of actual bias, it sought a finding of apparent bias, which is a well-understood legal term. And the test for apparent bias in the law of England, and indeed of Scotland, is whether the circumstances would lead a fair-minded and informed observer to conclude that there was a real possibility or real danger that the decision-maker was biased. And that's the test that the court applied. And the court found that looking at the contract awarded by the Cabinet Office, a fair-minded and informed observer would conclude that there was a real possibility that the government had awarded a significant contract to a company on the basis of bias. And what that means in layman's terms, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the court found that the Cabinet Office awarded a lucrative contract on the basis of favouritism. And even in the middle of a crisis, that is illegal. And the reason it's illegal is it's not the government's money, it's the taxpayers' money. It's my constituents' money, it's the money of the constituents, so the honourable member who spoke before me, and the money of all our constituents. And these court processes have brought to light emails which would never otherwise have got into the public domain. And these emails show that the much maligned Guardian newspaper and Open Democracy were right last year when they alleged that there was institutional cronyism at the heart of the British government. I will, yes.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Learned Lady because I very much share her analysis of the work of Open Democracy and the Good Law Project. But on the subject of emails that are only coming into the public domain now, does she agree with me that the story in The Scotsman, which indicates that Fiona Hislop intervened to delay the publication of data relating to care home deaths in Scotland, was at the very least ill-advised?
Well, I'm not aware of the detail of that allegation, but what I would say is that, like the Right Honourable Gentleman, I was elected by my constituents for my sins to come to Westminster to scrutinise the actings of the British government. Just earlier this year, a whole bunch of MSPs were elected to scrutinise the actings of the Scottish Government, and that is for them to do. What I'm focusing on today is this government. And the point I want to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm coming to a close because I know other honourable members want to speak, is that the sunlight shone on the government's backdoor dealings by these 2 judicial reviews show why a judge-led inquiry is so important. Even when this government loses in court, it cannot tell the truth about the reasons why it lost. That's why the power to compel witnesses and the production of documents which a judge-led inquiry will be so important. Not telling the truth, or indeed not telling the whole truth, when you're on oath is a very serious matter, which in a judge-led inquiry would have the sort of repercussions that ought to mean most people, even this government, will think twice before not telling the truth on oath. Witnesses are far less likely to get away with prevarication and obfuscation under questioning from lawyers supervised by a judge. Saying that the cat ate the paper trail, or saying my redaction pen is my trusty shield, that approach to government won't cut it with a judge-led inquiry. And obstructing judicial orders for documents is contempt of court, and experience shows that that threat in a judge-led inquiry often brings to light records which would otherwise have found their way to the virtual shredder. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's something wrong with British democracy in that a government elected by only 43.6% of the UK-wide vote can rule like a dictatorship, treating this Parliament as an inconvenience. But seen from Scotland, the situation is even worse. This government has no mandate in Scotland, and the party which does, the Scottish National Party, is frequently treated with contempt in this House. And in the last few days, we've found out what most of us already suspected. The Prime Minister has so little respect for democracy in Scotland that he wants to close Scotland's Parliament down. Shame. He doesn't need to worry too much about this Parliament because he's already emasculated it. He's emasculated the Westminster Parliament. So the rule of law is our only hope, and that's what the Good Law Project's successful cases show. The only way that we can get to the truth of what this lot have been up to is by litigation and a judge-led inquiry. No wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are so desperate to limit the scope and availability of judicial review, and no wonder they fear a judge-led inquiry.
Lee Rowley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to contribute to this debate today. I should start by saying what I hope most people on all these benches can agree with. I welcome the announcement of a public inquiry, and I am glad that government is committed to learning the lessons from that. And after the most unprecedented time of our lives, where there was no prior institutional memory about what was likely to happen, and where the risk calculation suggested that a pandemic based on coronavirus was extremely unlikely, we do, nonetheless, need to learn lessons from what we have gone through and work out how, if there is ever a future pandemic, which I hope there will never be, that we ensure that we approach that in a different way, but also try and learn lessons from a wider community, society and government basis. So if we all agree with the concept of a public inquiry, and that there are lessons to be learnt, reviews that need to happen, that we understand how better we work in the future, what do we disagree with? Why are we here, other than as another debate to actually push forward the suggestion of Scottish independence in all but another name? And the member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber, who's no longer in his place, talked very clearly about the fact that he wished to see a public inquiry this year. So the first obvious thing that we disagree with on this matter is the question of when. And I acknowledge there are arguments for both. I understand and accept that there is a logic to a quick inquiry and a logic to a longer one. But the basic premise to me is that an inquiry should have the opportunity to to review what has happened calmly, and whilst not in the middle of the challenges, or not even near the challenges, or not running the risk of those challenges coming back. And that does not seem to be an inappropriate approach to take. And we've obviously made a huge amount of progress in recent months in terms of resuming normal life, in terms of when we get to July the 19th, hopefully being able to move back to what we did previously. But it remains the case, and we all would accept this, I presume, in this chamber, even when we pull back all of the hyperbole and the political machinations, we all would accept that we are not necessarily absolutely completely out of the woods yet, and throughout the winter there is going to have to be a huge amount of work undertaken to make sure that we hold the line of where we are and that we don't go back to things that we don't want to go back to in terms of lockdowns and the like. So with that in mind, I simply do not understand how the balance of risk and the weight of evidence and the conclusion that you sum up from that is that the inquiry starts immediately or nearly immediately when that is almost guaranteed to take capacity out of our ability to prevent or reduce the chances of any problems over the coming winter. And I think most average men and women on the street would accept that. The second thing that I fundamentally disagree with, or that we seem to disagree with between the benches, is how cautious and careful we want to be about the conclusions that we draw. I want to learn lessons from this pandemic. It is clear that there are lessons to be learnt. I want the government to improve, and I want the government to be as effective and as efficient as it can be in terms of its procurement and its processes. And I say that as somebody who sat on the Public Accounts Committee for 18 months in the previous Parliament and saw lots of examples of where we need to improve. But we also forget the context of last year at our peril, simply in order to score political points. On the point of procurement, where the honourable gentleman from Inverclyde, who came to this place virtually, talks about how any junior procurement officer would understand from day one exactly how they should approach this. Well, any junior procurement officer would understand from day one that the circumstances of last March and last April were entirely extraordinary in our lives, are unlikely to be repeated again, and the concept of procurement is that you ensure that there is a process which takes time in order to get an outcome which is satisfactory. But if you do not have that time, then you have to accept that you are undertaking a prioritisation exercise which pits time against outcome. And if there are genuinely people on these benches, including the honourable member from Inverclyde, who thinks that we should have gone through the process of tender submissions, reviews, notices of publications, call-off periods, mobilisations, and all the things which so many of us who have operated either in local government or in this place for many years all know about and understand the amount of time it takes to get through them, then they should come to this chamber and argue that in March and April of last year we should have put out a series of call to tenders for things which we needed in our hospitals and in our care homes and across our society right now, because that simply was not proportionate and simply was just not reasonable. I would be happy to give way.
Grateful to him for giving me. I don't think anyone is suggesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there shouldn't have been an emergency contract tendering process. What people are suggesting is there shouldn't have been bias in who the contracts were awarded to. That's what the court said.
Grateful for the intervention from my colleague from Edinburgh South West, because my colleague from Edinburgh South West just spent about 2 minutes talking to this chamber about the difference between bias and apparent bias, and she's just conflated the 2 points to make a political point. So on the point about being cautious and careful in the conclusions we've drawn, I would just say very calmly and gently to people in this chamber that there was 2 opportunities to approach last year, and we should be very careful about drawing conclusions which would not have put us in the best place in an already very difficult circumstance about how we dealt with the problems that we were seeing last year during the spring. And then finally, the thing that we clearly obviously disagree with is the utility of the inquiry. Because all of those that are calling for the inquiry to be brought forward, all of those that are asking for additional scrutiny, as the member for Edinburgh South West so rightfully went on about, don't actually seem to want to scrutinise, don't actually seem to be that interested in the evidence, because they have made their decisions already. The level of hyperbole, the level of smear, the level of rumour, the level of gossip, the level of assertion which has gone through this debate from the moment it started in that unseemly way by the member for Ross Skye and Loch Arbour, they are not interested in having a cool, calm and collected discussion about how we learn lessons, how we make things better, how we ensure that the inquiry puts us in a better place if we're ever to suffer this or something similar again. They have decided what their answer is. They know what the outcome is. They know what the conclusion will be, and I certainly disagree with them on that basic premise. So, should lessons be learned? Yes, absolutely. Should an inquiry happen? Definitely. Should we do the exact opposite of what the SNP and to a lesser extent Labour today have done already and not actually seek to predetermine the outcome before we draw those conclusions? Well, I would certainly think that was relatively sensible. Do I expect problems to be found and that things need to be done better next time? Of course I do. That is the point of an inquiry. And will we, in a mature political democracy, acknowledge the difficulties of last spring in terms of simply trying to ensure we had the things we needed in a time that we were never expecting, was never reasonable to assume would happen? Well, I certainly would, and I hope in a cool and calm and collected way, some of those who have engaged in the kind of hyperbole of so far in this debate today, that they would do so when it wasn't quite as political as it has been. And therefore, should we play political games with this? No, we shouldn't. The one thing I agree with the honourable member for Ross Skye and Loch Arbour about is that these are serious matters. It deserves that they are treated with seriousness as a result.
Yeah.
Alistair Carmichael.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased that the honourable member from North East Derbyshire took us back to the position pertaining in March last year, because I think that is a very important piece of context for this whole debate. It informs the decisions that we took then, what we knew about the likely course of a pandemic of this sort, how much, in fact, we now know was probably guesswork. And I'm going to return to that because I think it is an important piece of context for the decisions that this House took then and the accountability that I think we are now entitled to demand of government for the exercise of the powers that this House gave them at that time. Effectively, we gave them these powers on trust. I should say that the motion before the House today is one that my right honourable friends will support in a division lobby this evening when it comes to that point, or this afternoon. I should also say, perhaps by way of further clarification, however, that we will support it because of the words that they have put in the motion, rather than necessarily many of the arguments that they had advanced in support of it. The inquiry, I would suggest, does require to be early. There is no real justification for a delay now until the spring of next year. The honourable gentleman from South Suffolk spoke about the social contract, and again, as I said to him at the time, I very much share his analysis. And in fact, it is because of that social contract, which essentially comes down to the relationship between the citizen and the state, that an early and thorough, but not overly lengthy inquiry is absolutely necessary. To go back to the spirit of March 2020, there was a genuine sense of national endeavour. And it was a rare moment in public life because there was a sense, that much misused and overused phrase, that we are all in this together. And it pains me to say that many of the things that we have seen and heard, and many of those things that we have discussed here today, have done so much to damage and to diminish that sense of national endeavour. So the earliest possible clarity, the earliest possible resolution of these things, to pick the words of the honourable member from North East Derbyshire, the earliest opportunity to decide what is hyperbole and what is hard fact actually matters for our politics as a whole. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was here in 2003 when the House voted to go to war in Iraq. I believed then, and I've believed since, that that was a major strategic error in the United Kingdom's foreign policy. That was in 2003. It took until 2016 for us to get the Chilcot Inquiry report. All 12 volumes and executive summary of it. I don't think it's hyperbole to say that by the time the report came in 2016, the moment had somewhat passed. Personally, I still use that report, Madam Deputy Speaker. 6 volumes act as a laptop stand, and the other 6 can ensure that the door won't blow shut if I open the window. That, I'm afraid, is the danger that faces us, and I would suggest that that is why we have to have the early start to the inquiry. If we have come to the point where the need for restrictions has passed, as the Prime Minister and so many on his backbenches have told us, then surely the time has come for us to be able to start that work. And I am sympathetic to the views of those who act as scientific and medical advisors. But that inquiry, when it comes, is going to have to deal with so much more than just the public health aspects of it, that a bit of sympathetic and strategic planning of the time to be taken, and the matters that we're talking about today here, COVID contacts, I would suggest, is exactly the sort of thing that could be dealt with in the early stages of that inquiry, and that is why we should be able to start it.
I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. With the comments he's just made about some of the aspects that potentially could be considered now, yes, we are coming towards the end of the pandemic, but we are still there. And now, considering that some of the fiscal measures are still going on until at least September, does he not actually agree with me that we should actually be waiting until we can review the entire pandemic as a whole and then make meaningful conclusions as opposed to trying to make quick ones now? Surely we do it right or we do it quick?
Actually, no, it's not an either or. I think it is eminently possible that you could have a quick and dirty analysis. In fact, given that we might be looking at further waves of this, that we might be looking at vaccine resistance and the rest of it, I think it's very important that we do have an early analysis of some of the public health aspects. But that should not then be a barrier to a fuller and a more thorough analysis of things when we have got the full facts available to us. As I say, other public inquiries have proceeded in that way, and I see no reason why this one shouldn't. The reason I think it's particularly important that we have an early start is that we read in many of the newspapers that the intention of the government is possibly to go to the country in a general election as early as 2023. Now, an inquiry that starts now might have a fighting chance of bringing at least preliminary decisions to this House and to the public before that point. One that starts in the spring of next year, and we know that spring is a movable feast in government calendars, was almost certainly going to still be doing its work when it comes to a 2023 general election, if that is when we get it. But the point is that in March last year, this House gave a lot of power to the executive, unprecedented amounts of power. Powers which, for the most part, actually have been unused. But still they insist on holding on to them, because that's in the nature of government. Once Parliament gives power to the executive is always very reluctant to give it back. You can go back as far as the granting of the power to force people to carry identity cards in 1939. You might have thought that would finish in 45, but in fact it was the early 1950s before a court ruled that in fact the emergency had passed and that the carrying of identity cards was no longer necessary. I also want this inquiry to look at why or what the decision-making process was to ensure that we do continue with these emergency powers, because I would suggest that the moment probably passed in September of last year and had almost certainly passed by the March of this year when we renewed them for the second time. So there are questions. There are questions that can be answered now. They must be answered now. It is in the interests of politics and the standing of this place that they should be answered now.
We now go by video link to Jerome Mayhew. I have to say that I hope that members will now keep their speeches under 5 minutes, because then everybody will get a chance to speak. Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll be as quick as I can. I'm just sorry I'm not with you in person today. Opposition debates are a precious opportunity to direct the subject of debate and focus national attention on areas of utmost concern to the country. And yet the SNP has used one of these few debates today to repeat last week's attempt by the Right Honourable Member for Ross Skye and Lark Harbour to smear mud on the government's handling of PPE contracts back in 2020, hoping that some of it will stick. When we're still facing momentous decisions on how to handle COVID, with Scotland right now, we've just heard, being the COVID capital of Europe, this tells us a lot about the SNP. Speech after speech, starting with unsubstantiated accusations of sleaze and ending with the goal of separation. It feels as though it's more important to the SNP to build up the UK government as some kind of bogeyman figure to boost support for separation. It's more important than trying to make Scotland better. So here we go once again. The motion asserts that the government has failed to give full details of the process for granting emergency COVID contracts, and this just isn't correct. You should look at Regulation 32(2)(c) of the Public Contract Regulations 2015. It sets out the power used by the government, and early on the Cabinet Office published the guidance on how procurement should take place under this framework, referring to the need to keep proper records of decisions, transparency and publication requirements, the need to achieve value for money, and use good commercial judgment during any direct award. This guidance was published. It's still on the gov.uk website. Unfortunate timing. It's there for the SNP to see. But the SNP must know this, because after all, it was exactly the same approach that they used themselves in Scotland. There was one difference, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in Scotland, the SNP tried to remove the ability of the public to question their procurement decisions by excluding freedom of information requests. They're only foiled by a parliamentary revolt. When it comes to their own record on government, this debate tells you a lot about the SNP. And as for the government not giving details of the procurement process, the SNP well knows that this was PPE offer was put through by civil servants, the same process, working round the clock to save lives, no matter where the offer came from. As the National Audit of the NAO made clear, and I quote, "We found that the ministers had properly declared their interests, and we found no evidence of their involvement in procurement decisions or contract management." And I hold my hands up, Madam Deputy Speaker, like so many others today. At the height of the emergency, I was inundated personally with offers to help from random businesses in my constituency. I have no idea whether they were Conservative supporters, Liberal Democrat or Labour supporters, but I am pretty confident that they weren't SNP supporters. I passed them all on to the VIP inbox in the same way as other MPs, including ministers, and thank goodness we did. One was from the Black Shuck Distillery in Fakenham. They looked up the recipe for hand sanitizer on the WHO website. They made it themselves and donated it to local medical facilities, at least they wanted to. Was I wrong to help them to get around regulatory difficulties and pass this offer on? Mistakes were definitely made, probably lots of them. After all, a lot of decisions had to be made very quickly and there was no precedent to follow. But we've heard the Boardman Review reported on this back in December last year. It made 28 recommendations on how the system should be improved. The government welcomed these recommendations and has agreed to implement them in full. But the SNP already know this. Madam Deputy Speaker, they feel like they're less interested in the facts than creating this image of a UK bogeyman in Westminster. They're less interested in improving government in Scotland than in their obsession with separation. This debate teaches us that.
Thank you. Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's nearly 50 years, long before I was born, incidentally, you'll be pleased to hear. No, a good decade to colleagues shouting to the contrary. Since the Poulsen scandal began, it was a tawdry affair with politicians, civil servants, local government and industry, all kind of enmeshed in a network of bribery and corruption that rocked the establishment through the early 70s. Yet the amounts involved, even allowing for inflation, are minuscule when compared to the monies that have flowed through the UK government and dispersed to the chosen ones. Poulsen went to prison for 3 years for paying around £500,000 in bribes to secure building contracts. Last November's National Audit Office reports alone looked into £17.3 billion worth of COVID-related contracts, while the most recent total is over £31 billion. Those reports painted a picture of procurement policies that were simply ignored and skirted where managing risk went out the window. They also lay bare the golden trough that was laid on for those fortunate enough to enjoy VIP status and the ear of ministers or government officials. Those able to use that high priority lane were 10 times more likely to be successful in securing a contract than those unlucky enough to have to do things by the book. Giving favoured companies and individuals VIP status and allowing them to jump over procedures put in place for mere mortals was a happy event for one pub landlord who counted the former Health Secretary as one of his regulars. So regular it appears to have had the former Minister's mobile number and sent him a message selflessly offering his firm's services. A few weeks later, those services were indeed taken up by a medical products distributor involved in supplying the NHS. Still, at least the particular individual appears to have done nicely over recent months, because not everyone these days can afford a £1.3 million country house at the moment. The National Audit Office report into government procurement in the first months of the pandemic is damning reading. The word inadequate appears too often for comfort. At various points, the NAO mentioned insufficient documentation on key decisions, contracts not being published in a timely manner, diminished public transparency, lack of adequate documentation, and so on and so on and so on. No one doubts the exceptional, perhaps unique situation the government found itself in last year. It's clear that emergency procedures are justified in a public health emergency. Indeed, we support them and have used them in Edinburgh. But that does not give ministers and the government the right to excuse itself from basic norms of transparency and accountability and throw billions of pounds of taxpayers' money, or rather future taxpayers' money, given the levels of borrowing needed, at companies who in many cases turned out to make Del Boy or even Arthur Daly look legitimate. And with apologies, I won't give way just because of time at the moment. £108 million to a company with net assets of £18,000, another £108 million to a company small enough to be exempt from publishing full accounts, £252 million to a company advised by an individual who was also an advisor to the UK Board of Trade. Now, there is no allegation that these companies in themselves have done anything wrong. Many would say their job is to make money, and that they certainly did. But the government's job was not to enrich obscure micro-companies with nine-figure sums. It was to equip our public services with equipment to do their job safely and to ensure value for money in the process. In each of these cases, the government has fought tooth and nail to hide behind secrecy and use the pandemic as an excuse for ignoring the norms of transparency and accountability that are there for a very good reason. That abandonment of transparency was then used by the Minister for the Cabinet Office to commission polling into attitudes to the UK Union at a cost of over £500,000. I struggle, as I think most people in the real world dealing with the effects of this pandemic, to see why polling aimed entirely at promoting the government's political agenda can in any way be classed as emergency procurement. It is shabby, disreputable, and a complete misuse of what should be a carefully used and monitored short-circuiting of normal procurement rules. It's also just a little ironic that a Conservative party which almost hourly accuses the SNP and others of being obsessed with the Constitution demonstrate their own myopic obsession with the Union by using the cover of a national and international health emergency to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, no one is suggesting that routes shouldn't be available for the government in times of real crisis to act swiftly and decisively outside what the norms are during relative periods of calm. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, and we're well living, and indeed still are living, in extraordinary times. But the evidence that has emerged, bit by bit, forced out of this government against their will at every step of the way, shows how these measures have been abused by a cabal who appear to no longer care about probity and transparency, but instead have been caught in the act, boosting millions out the back door when no one was looking. The Prime Minister has promised a full, proper public inquiry into the COVID pandemic, which of course I welcome, but as others have said, there's no need to wait. That inquiry must also include a full and open examination of his government's procurement policies, with every one of these deals open to public scrutiny. Those who have attempted throughout the past 16 months to hide their dealings from Parliament and from the public must be called to account for their actions and asked to explain why. But of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, there is a way for Scots to be rid of these spiv speculators. Sorry, if the Honourable Member for West Aberdeenshire wants to intervene, he's more than welcome. Mrs. Partner, if he's very brief.
I may finish his speech for him because I'm quite sure I know what his next line is going to be. So I will let the Honourable Member continue to finish his speech.
Interesting.
Well, I'm very grateful for that intervention. That was very useful. But but indeed, his groans were correct. I am going to talk about our way out of this, and that is through independence. And no amount of attempting, whether it's the honourable gentleman or the front bench in front of him, no amount of attempting to muddy the water or briefing on changing the voting franchise will stop it from coming. Because at the end of the UK government actions like the one we're discussing and debating today, when combined with Brexit, make Scottish independence absolutely inevitable. In its dying days, and as we witness what counts as government in this place, its time can't come quickly enough.
Hear. We now go by video link to Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to be called to speak in today's debate about the steps that the government has been taking throughout the last 16 months to procure life-saving equipment and PPE for our incredible frontline staff across the country. This debate is nothing more than another attempt by the SNP to trot out their same old lines seeking to smear the government, pursue their separatist agenda and obscure attention being focused on their own failures. In Scotland, the SNP-led government have been using the same procurement process for protective equipment, but have failed to launch their own inquiry into the Scottish Government's handling of the pandemic. Measures that this government have taken have undoubtedly sped up Whitehall bureaucracy, whilst operating without the need to break, suspend or change pre-existing legislation on contract awards and procurement. Indeed, it is testament to the speed at which this government acted and delivered PPE that even while the virus was raging and there was a global PPE shortage, every single recommendation for the procurement of PPE went through an independent 8-stage process verified by independent civil servants. This approach has meant the UK government has been able to procure over 22,000 extra ventilators, 11 billion items of personal protective equipment in England, and 32 billion items for the whole of the Union, protecting those workers in the front lines in the NHS and in social care. It is therefore no wonder that the approach taken to procurement by the UK government has been used across the world. Japan, New Zealand and Finland have used similar approaches, while the devolved administrations in Holyrood, Cardiff and Belfast use the same techniques and purposes. I welcome that the government has been open and transparent with its procurement process, with the Independent National Audit Office acknowledging the government's exceptional work, while ensuring that ministers were not involved in procurement processes and had properly declared their interests. Meanwhile, the Scottish audits found that the SNP failed to prepare for the pandemic and was paying tens of millions more than normal for their PPE supplies. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's debate is nothing more than a poorly thought out move by the SNP to create more soundbites while failing to address their poor handling of the pandemic. Far from intending to help save lives and protect the most vulnerable, the party opposite is seeking to distract attention from a disproportionate rise in cases and deaths in Scotland and their opposition to a Scottish inquiry into the handling of the pandemic. This Conservative government, thank goodness, is getting on with the fastest rollout of the vaccine seen across Europe while laying the groundwork for its own in-depth, independent inquiry in spring 2022, delivering for our whole United Kingdom.
Thank you. Christian Wakefoot.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In fact, I'm a bit earlier than I thought I would be. First, I want to pay a special tribute to frontline workers who've worked tirelessly at the forefront of fighting this deadly virus. Our nation is indebted to all those doctors, nurses and other health workers who rose above the limits of their duty, saved lives and ensured the availability of essential services. However, I want to go on record with thanking one particular nurse, Madam Deputy Speaker, someone who's never been mentioned in here, which is my identical twin brother. He has been on a COVID ward for the entire duration of this pandemic, unable to have a vaccine because he's been allergic to them. So he has really been at the forefront. I am proud of everything he has done throughout this, and I cannot say so enough. Madam Deputy Speaker, the number of times people come to me and say, you have an identical twin, but who's the good one and who's the evil one? I'm a Conservative MP and he's a nurse, so I'll let everyone else do the math of that one. But for everyone else out there, you know, the public have gone above and beyond during this pandemic, whether it's brewers and distilleries making vital hand sanitizer, whether it's chemical works like ITAC that I visited last year who've fundamentally changed their own production method to make hand sanitizer, whether it's bed makers in Hayward and Middleton like Vitafoam who've gone from making beds to making face masks. Everyone has fundamentally changed the way they work, the way they live, the way they eat even in some cases. And I think we're all getting to the point where we are now all sick of Zoom and Teams, so the way we socialise, thankfully, is coming back to the forefront, and we are able to now have a cautious hug, a cautious handshake, and heaven forbid, a pint over the football tonight, and again it's coming home, Mr Deputy Speaker. At the onset of the crisis, there was a real fear that we would run out of vital equipment against the backdrop of an unprecedented global demand. That is why we acted quickly to secure the medical equipment and the PPE needed for our frontline workers, securing over 22,000 additional ventilators and delivering over 11.7 billion items of PPE to frontline workers. We've moved heaven and earth, as any responsible government would do, to keep people safe, and we make no apology for acting at pace in securing the life-saving equipment needed to save lives. In addition, this government has secured a portfolio of 507 million doses of the 8 most promising vaccines. Not only are we vaccinating this country, we're making sure that we're donating 100 million vaccines to the most needy across the globe, and this is something that I am immensely proud of. The UK has stormed ahead with this vaccination programme, and that's why we are able to unlock, and that's why we are able to hopefully go back to freedom. Despite this, SNP ministers wanted the UK to join the EU's vaccine scheme, with the SNP Social Care Minister Kevin Stewart slamming our decision to opt out of the EU scheme, calling it lunacy and irresponsible. And we only need to look to our neighbours on the continent to see that we were right. On the contrast, the latest figures show that as a result, our independent vaccine programme shows that 86% of people in the UK received their first dose of a vaccine and 64% of fully vaccinated having received their second dose. In terms of testing, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have one of the best testing rates in the world, with the capacity to deliver over 1 million tests per day. Instead of the opposition attacking our efforts, our achievements should be celebrated as an example of what we can do truly as a united kingdom. Mr Deputy Speaker, the opposition claims about conflicts of interest over PPE contracts have been thrown out by multiple independent investigations which have failed to find any conflict of interest whatsoever by ministers over PPE procurement. Indeed, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer himself said that an inquiry would be an unnecessary extra burden right now that would distract from the vaccine rollout. It's the SNP government themselves who decided to order over 500 million in contracts without competition. So perhaps the SNP should be looking at keeping their own house in order rather than attacking our government. Mr Deputy Speaker, transparency is fundamental to trust. And I will stand up right now and say we haven't got everything right. And if I was to say so, I would be lying, not just inadvertently misleading the House. And that is why a fully independent public inquiry starting next spring will ensure that the pandemic response is robustly examined. It will show where we've got things right, and it will show where, unfortunately, we have got things wrong. And we have got some things wrong during this pandemic because we are human. And honestly, hindsight is 20/20. But when you have an unprecedented pandemic, you make the decision you think is right at the time, and then you can only judge it afterwards. Furthermore, we have strengthened transparency around the awarding of government contracts by bringing in new rules around government procurement, so we can make sure that government contracts are fully transparent and offer true value for money. We will also be publishing more information about government contracts, so all details about the procurement process are in the public domain. And in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the party opposite have used every opportunity throughout the pandemic to play politics, from accusing Kate Bingham of cronyism to describing test and trace as money wasted, while Labour and the SNP might be more interested in sniping from the sidelines. It's this Conservative government that's delivered for the people of this country. It's why we're able to reopen the economy, it's why we're able to reopen the country, and why hopefully we are moving forward.
Order. There are 5 more people on the backbenches wanting to contribute. 2 have dropped out. And the wind-ups will start precisely at 3:59, 2 contributions of 8 minutes, and the vote then will be expected at 4:15. So could people please be mindful of the length of their contributions? Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd associate with some of the comments of the Honourable Gentleman for Bury South, is particularly in relation to the work that his twin brother's doing, and in fact all those who are working in the front lines. I think that's something that we can all share a great deal of respect for. But I'm also delighted that our party have made time available today to discuss the scandal, the way in which the COVID-19 emergency contracts have been dished out by this government. We've seen the Prime Minister make an art form of stripping away the processes that protect fairness and transparency, all under the cover of the pandemic. The justification has tended to be the same across the board. We've got to be done fast. It's in a hurry. But how far can that stretch? I've got no doubt that the procuring of goods at speed and scale was a challenge, and there are clearly things that had to be done to make sure that that could be undertaken. But to justify the bypassing of due process in the early days, it's not a catch-all or an excuse for the growing list of questionable contract decisions that were not open to a competitive tender process. A sense of right or wrong did not go out the window when the COVID virus came in, and there must always be time for proper scrutiny of money spent from the public purse, and the government must always be available to answer for their decisions. Perhaps the government will tell us today whether the VIP channels that were so roundly criticised earlier in the pandemic are still operating today, or who knew about them, who was on them, or where we can find out more about them. And thanks only to the National Audit Office that we know that the fast-track channels existed. It vastly increased your chances of successfully landing a contract. From over 15,000 suppliers, just 400 went through the VIP lane, and 1 in 10 of them received a contract, compared to only 0.7% through normal channels. I have plenty of talented and deserving constituents in Midlothian who would have been delighted to have that opportunity to have a leg up through a VIP channel and get a comfy government contract, but the door wasn't available to them, and it stayed firmly shut unless you happened to rub shoulders with the right people in the corridors of power. Details of the channels are certainly not advertised in the government's guidance, and many people, like medical professionals with invaluable experience of the NHS, were not even aware they existed. There's room for a fast track, I don't deny that, and if it's an emergency, we need to look at new ways of doing things. But it's absolutely absurd that having connections to a party of government is the criteria that is required to be on that fast track list. This should slow things down, not get you to the front of the queue. There are too many serious allegations of cronyism coming out now for this to be simply brushed aside or written off as a mere coincidence. And Transparency International UK has so far found contracts worth over £3.7 billion, or 1 in 5, between February and November of 2020, which raised red flags. According to their report, the government displayed apparent systematic bias in the award of PPE contracts that favoured those with political connections to the party of government in Westminster. There's an ever-growing roll call of examples of apparent cronyism coming from the excellent investigative journalism of people like Byline Times and Open Democracy and others, and we've already seen successful litigation from the Good Law Project over delays in publishing contracts award notices. The more you dig, the dirtier it looks. And the emergency excuse to bypass due process does begin to wear a little thin when it's from contracts with little to do with frontline emergency, like the £500,000 awarded illegally to Public First, old colleague and pals of the Prime Minister, Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster and Dominic Cummings, of course. Nor does the speed argument explain those early contracts being given to companies with such little experience in the field when a wealth of other suppliers have put offers in. Can the government tell us now why the crucial contracts for life-saving protection went to a Florida-based jewellery company or a wholesaler of sweets with no obvious experience of supplying PPE? What made the tiny vermin control operation Pest Fix, valued at just $19,000, the best-placed company to provide a vital £32 million order for isolation suits? And why did the former Health Secretary's neighbour and pub landlord get a £30 million contract for producing plastic vials following a few chats on WhatsApp? The Greenskill scandal and Dyson scandal demonstrate that this is a government which is overseeing a culture of taxpayers' money being dished out through informal back channels removed from public scrutiny. And if the government has nothing to hide, I would again make the plug, Mr Deputy Speaker, why did they not back my Ministerial Interest Emergency Powers Bill as it was in the last term of this Parliament? Because we accept the need for speed, but that doesn't mean we can't ask questions after the event. Week after week, business questions have requested government time to debate many of these serious concerns about openness, transparency of the government, but the concerns are dismissed. In one response, the Leader of the House did put on his best poker face, I have to say, and assured me that we would have in this country one of the most honest public sectors in any country of the world. It's unfortunate that doesn't appear always to extend to all within government. If that is the case, it's badly being let down by the government and the culture of secrecy. This government claims it can't find support for £3 million excluded, nor can it afford to pay a decent pay rise for the NHS. Yet they found a staggering jaw-dropping £37 billion for private companies with connections to power to run a test and protect system that doesn't yet work properly, with consultants earning £1,000 a day. This is a system which we now know, thanks to the efforts again of the Good Law Project, that yet another VIP lane existed. It's an absolute scandal. The government may claim that people don't care about these issues because the contracts issues don't affect them, but they do. People see what's going on and they'll be scunnered by it all. And when faith and trust is lost in democracy, we're all lost. If the government is innocent on all charges, except of course the ones where they've already been found guilty, then they need the public inquiry into COVID contracts to press ahead now, not next year after the heat has gone from the issue. We need to have clear channels to scrutinise government actions and hold the executive to account. Standards in public life are the foundation on which democratic institutions are built, and we need the systems to root out anyone in public office who puts profit for themselves, their partners or their pals before public good. If it's ignored, corruption will fester and the small cracks will become fissures and the very foundations of our democracy will crumble. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Government remains far too blasé in response to allegations of cronyism, and this cannot go unchecked. Like the ancient Romans, perhaps they still believe themselves to be untouchable, answering to no one, especially not those out with their VIP circles. But if they let the rot set in, the public will soon lose trust in their leadership. And if they don't stand up for decency, democracy and hand standards in public life, then we may be watching a current modern-day Nero see the end.
Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much, Madam Mr Deputy Speaker. I apologise. It's a pleasure to rise to speak in this debate this afternoon. Can I start off by wishing all of my English constituents, my English staff and even my English colleagues best of luck in this evening's semi-final. I do hope that they are successful in bringing football home to the island on which the modern game of football was created. Of course, like all of the best things in the modern world, the modern game of football was invented in Scotland, and maybe next time in Qatar 2022 we'll see the World Cup going home to its real home at Hampden Park in Glasgow. Since my election in 2017, I've become well used to the SNP's tactic on opposition day debates, mixing rank opportunism with righteous indignation and manufactured grievance. But today, Mr Deputy Speaker, today, in terms of gall, the sheer brass neck of the Scottish National Party, the party in government in Scotland, the party responsible for public health north of the border, to come here to this place today and put forward a motion on, of all things, COVID-19 in a week when Scotland was declared by the WHO of having 6 of the top 10 COVID hotspots in Europe. This today, Mr Deputy Speaker, takes some beating. Now, I was going to now launch into a few well-constructed jokes about the Cabinet Secretary for Health disapparating, grabbing his invisibility cloak, using the flu network to go to Harry Potter studios in Watford. However, and I mean this sincerely, everybody at all levels of all government in the United Kingdom have been under immense pressure over the past year and a half. And who can begrudge any minister in any position of responsibility taking some time to spend with their families who have borne the brunt of the pressure that they have been under? So I will refrain from attacking the Cabinet Secretary for Health, and I hope he does enjoy the precious few days he gets to spend with his children over the next few days. And this is not a laughing matter, Mr Deputy Speaker. Already leading the continent in terms of drugs deaths, Scotland is now leading it in terms of COVID cases contracted. And this is putting at real risk Scotland's own Freedom Day of the 9th of August. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is from a party whose leader claimed that the strategy north of the border was to eradicate COVID, which would be incredible, the first country in the world that could do it. They seem to be having about as much success in achieving that aim as they do in improving educational standards in schools, or meeting the R100 broadband rollout deadline, or establishing Welfare Scotland, or developing a new farm payment system. No wonder they've scrapped the Scottish Qualifications Authority, for if there was an examination in good government, the Scottish National Party would get a must-try harder and a big F. The reverse Midas touch of the SNP is quite incredible to behold. But this is incredibly serious, because the SNP's test and protect system, we've heard this afternoon the Scottish National Party talk about test and trace. They call it failing test and trace. I think it's the world-leading test and trace system. And when you compare it to how test and protect is operating north of the border, test and protect, which is operating at its slowest ever rate, for the week ending the 27th of June, only 29% of positive individuals were interviewed within 24 hours of appearing on the case management system. If we are to escape from these awful restrictions that everybody on these islands have been living under at the present time, we must have a functioning test and trace system. Again, the SNP must try harder. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is true that the vaccination in Scotland for COVID-19 continues apace, even if the rollout has slowed in recent weeks. And we are forever, of course, grateful to our amazing NHS workers, in my case in NHS Grampian, the volunteers and the armed forces, for their tireless effort and the speed at which they are building this wall of protection that will get us back to normal. But there is a certain irony in that the one part of the COVID response that is working well in Scotland at the minute is the part that is solely as a result of Scotland being a part of our United Kingdom. For it is because this UK government, taking the decisions it did, moving at the pace that it did, investing what and when it did, that we are leading the world in terms of vaccination, allowing us to dream of a day when masks are something we say for guising at Halloween, and when we can never again use that awful term, social distancing. Not that you would know any of this from a party who are reluctant even to use the full name of our world-leading Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, should it in some way indicate that the people of Scotland were benefiting from our working together as one united kingdom. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I could accept all this. Indeed, after over 10 years of being in Scottish politics at some level or another, I would expect all this from a party for whom taking responsibility is an anathema. Indeed, I have come to the conclusion that the only reason the Scottish National Party wants to take Scotland back into the EU is that without Westminster to point the finger of blame at, they would need somebody else to blame for their mistakes. But this motion today really takes the biscuit. It takes the hypocrisy we are so used to from the government in Edinburgh to whole new levels, and for me, whole new levels of incredulity. For a party that refuses to deliver on a manifesto commitment to hold a public inquiry into COVID in Scotland, to come down here and call for a COVID inquiry in this place, for a party that wants to see an end to the UK and uses every single opportunity afforded to it to emphasise the differences between our two nations, that seeks to break up this country, to suddenly suggest it would be untoward or improper for the Scottish Government to hold their own inquiry before the UK Government did the same, is quite a change of tack from a party that usually grabs any chance to show it is leading the United Kingdom or moving faster in some way. And for that party also to come here today and to complain about the process of issuing emergency COVID-19 contracts. Look, as has already been said, this country, every country in the world, every government in the world was dealing with an unprecedented situation a year and a half ago. We were moving heaven and earth to protect the British people the length and breadth of our country. And the reason that we know this, the reason that we know that governments moved faster to try and protect these people, is that the Scottish Government did exactly the same thing. Awarded over £1 billion in COVID contracts without tender and with no competitive process, including but not exclusively for call centres, PPE, housing and care contracts, IT support, hand sanitiser and consultancy work. And then to hear members complain that MPs came to this place and represented to the government companies and organisations and individuals in their constituencies who had ideas or mechanisms or inventions that could actually ease the pressure on the NHS and save lives. It's absolutely astounding. Surely that's what members of Parliament are supposed to do, to represent people and businesses and individuals in our constituencies that can help in the current crisis. That's certainly what I did when an individual caught me at a rather inopportune moment. I happened to be giving blood at Aberdeen Oil Infirmary in Forest Hill Hill when a constituent of mine recognised me from across the room and started telling me all about this great idea he had had for a new ventilation system. He had me tied to the spot, I'm afraid. I was all ears. And actually then went on to represent his company and his ideas to ministers. And I have no idea whether his idea or his invention was successful. But I know that I did what I should have done and took that idea to the people that could make a difference so that they could save lives in this United Kingdom. And goodness me, was I quite amazed to hear some SNP members today raising the use of private emails to conduct government business. This from the Scottish National Party, whose leader's office last year advised people that the only email being used by the First Minister would now be her party email address, where urgent matters should only be sent to her SNP account, not her government account, but her private party account, the Scottish National Party, whose ministers in government now seem to communicate exclusively by signal, and whose use of public money to further their own political ends is blatant and routine. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the time for inquiries will come. There will undoubtedly be questions for senior members of both governments who were thrust into an impossible and unprecedented situation, urged to act quickly and urgently for the public good. But this House, and indeed this country, should have no truck and should take no lectures in good government from a party that is failing Scotland and failing the Scottish people, and whose arrogance in power grows by the day. There is less than 5 years, until the next Scottish election. And for the sake of my country, it cannot come a day too soon.
Less than 10 minutes left, and there's 3 people to contribute. So, well, I did try and indicate, but please be mindful if we want to get everybody in. Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for somebody who believes that this debate should not be taking place, he trundled on for 10 minutes, although it did feel like much longer. And he criticises the Scottish Government. The Scottish Government, of course, overwhelmingly endorsed a mere 8 weeks ago, and his own party can't even win a by-election. And good luck in trying to hold your position in Scotland, as the people of Scotland see through you. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we have undergone the most serious health pandemic of our times, and the worst is not over, of course, but we still hope that the future continues to improve, even as so many of us continue to mourn for our lost loved ones. However, during the dark times, the most dark times, democratic accountability, government scrutiny must continue, perhaps in dark times even more so than in normal times, given that when the populace is distracted by huge seismic events which touches their lives in such personal ways, a government which realises this may be tempted to abandon the standards so essential in public office, in the belief that the usual corners may be cut, even when the public purse is involved. A government during dark times, as in all times, must be seen to act with the utmost probity, disinterested in its dealings with a laser-like focus on protecting its civilians. And that is exactly why a bad smell permeating deals done and contracts signed on PPE and COVID deals is so very unfortunate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the list of potential wrongdoing is far too long for me to outline in a short speech, much less a very long speech when it comes to this government, and there's simply not time to go through the catalogue of very serious concerns. But suffice to say, the NHS contract tendering, the £23 billion spent on test and trace, the former Prime Minister lobbying for Greenhill Capital, in which The Guardian today has indicated that Greenhill Capital was given access to COVID loans without detailed scrutiny, without being told to nudge these deals over the line, contracts for PALs, and the government shrouded in chumocracy, whilst 3 million people across the UK have been left with no support at all. The bad smell is overwhelming. And let's not even start again on the money spent on testing the strength of the union, which should have been spent on fighting this pandemic. All of this gives us a very, very bad smell about this government's dealings. In view of all that, I can well understand the desire to delay and dither over a public inquiry into the handling of this pandemic and the subsequent desire to ensure that any findings of this inquiry are buried until after the next general election. But that's simply not good enough. Let's have this public inquiry now without delay, so that people across the UK can decide for themselves if this government has served them well during the darkest of our times. And Scottish people, the people of Scotland, can decide for themselves if the government on offer from Westminster is the best they deserve, or whether, as we in the SNP believe, the people of Scotland deserve better and they must have better, and they will, Mr Deputy Speaker, when they choose their own future.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And this pandemic has been a time of extreme hardship and suffering for millions of people. In my own constituency, in East Leeds. Many have lost loved ones. Others who are struggling to make ends meet, even before this crisis, have fallen into deeper poverty. But it has been a very good crisis for some, for British billionaires who increased their wealth by £100 billion in the last year. A good crisis for outsourcing giants like Serco, pocketing money that should have gone to our public services. And a good crisis for those with friends in high places in the Conservative Party who got their hands on huge COVID contracts. Mr Deputy Speaker, the one surefire way to make money over the past 18 months has been to be a mate of a Tory minister. Access to the so-called VIP lane made you 10 times more likely to win public contracts. Ministers have been found to have broken the law with contracts. A world-leading anti-corruption body say 1 in 5 government COVID contracts have corruption red flags. Over £800 million in COVID contracts went to donors who'd given the Tories £8 million in total. A very good return for those in the know, a very good return for those with an inside track. These super-rich donors hand over huge funds and expect public contracts and favours to come their way in return. The party opposite, I'm afraid, are up to their necks in it. And because the Tory party are using the system to help super-rich donors with COVID contracts, it thinks that's what other people are up to too. We've seen a Tory MP this week implying that the British Medical Association's medical advice to wear masks is because of lobbying from mask manufacturers. And government ministers have admitted they're refusing proper sick pay because they think that people out there would abuse the system. Isn't that telling, Mr Speaker? It's a telling insight into the minister's thinking, the assumption that everyone else is as dodgy and corrupt as they are. That's why ministers think that. Polls show that huge swathes of the population believe that the party opposite is corrupt. And the stench of corruption has grown ever stronger through this crisis, using a crisis when tens of thousands have died needlessly as a money-making scheme for their mates and their super-rich donors. The link between big money and our politics has been exposed more than ever during this crisis. Of course, many will hope to get their reward with directorships and comfortable jobs when they leave this place. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is rotten to the core. It is undermining confidence in our democratic system, and we need to put an end to it.
To resume your seat no later than 3:59, Neil Hanvey.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Leeds East, but it is really quite distasteful to listen to the braggadocious glee from the member for West Aberdeenshire and Kirkcaldy when he celebrates the increased rate of COVID cases in Scotland.
That's what you give way. Point of order, Mr Deputy.
To order, Andrew Bowie.
I would like to could the Deputy Speaker advise me on how we can correct the record, because the honourable member for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath has distorted what I said only a few minutes ago. Never once did I express any glee at the record number of deaths on the cases on the SNP's hands in Scotland. Not once. I expressed my concern at what was happening in Scotland, and he should withdraw that comment.
The honourable member has put it on the record. Mr Hanvey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The PM demonstrated today a complete lack of comprehension of the fundamental principles of infection management. Kate Bingham's achievement in bringing vaccines to market I have rightly celebrated in this place and in Westminster Hall, but it is not the only game in town. The Prime Minister has bet the farm on vaccines, but the control and suppression of this virus relies on robust surveillance, treatment and control measures. All of that is at risk of being undone, and £3 billion wasted on tests that are absolutely unreliable. The lateral flow device scandal presents a significant concern across 3 specific domains: public health, the impact on the diagnostic sector, the domestic diagnostic sector, and a lack of contracting transparency and mounting concerns of chicanery. On Monday the 21st of June, at the dispatch box, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary for International Trade boasted that the UK government were unleashing the potential of the constituent countries of the UK by backing British industry. During that contribution, the Minister derided China for trade-distorting practices. Well, the experience of the domestic diagnostic industry differs significantly from this rhetoric. During a COVID briefing on the 29th of June this year, hosted by the Minister for Prevention, Public Health and Primary Care, it was asserted that the government's position on the FDA Class 1 recall of dangerous and deadly Innova tests was attributed to the FDA's over-reliance on the manufacturer's data. Furthermore, it was asserted that the UK government is utilising public resources at Porton Down in efforts to disprove the Chinese manufacturer's own data. Data which suggests they are unsuitable for asymptomatic screening and have been ever thus, and they are not endorsed as sensitive to the prevailing Delta variant. On March the 15th, in a tweet to UK firms Omega Diagnostics and Mologic, Lord Bethell, the Minister for Innovation and Public Health, promised 2 million of daily lateral...
Order. We must now come to the wind-up. Stephen Flynn.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was sitting on the back benches earlier listening to a lot of the debate which has taken place today, and I was deciding how I would open my remarks on this most important of topics. And then my colleague from Airdrie and Shotts got to her feet and rightly highlighted the Nolan Principles, the 7 principles of public life, which we should all be familiar with, of which I'm sure some of the members opposite are not overly familiar with, given their particular record. But it made me think, well, what does the public expect from their politicians? And I think the key to that discussion is, of course, trust. Trust is the key. In Scotland, over my lifetime, trust has changed in politics and politicians. The Labour Party were once the panacea of politics in Scotland. They were where we all wanted to be. But of course, the Labour Party then took us into an illegal war in Iraq, and trust eroded. The Liberal Democrats, they had much support in Scotland. They had the trust of a lot of younger people. That trust was eroded when the coalition government, of course, U-turned on tuition fees, something that they gleefully supported. Trust in the Conservatives in Scotland in my lifetime. That's a difficult one, Mr Deputy Speaker, because they've not won an election in Scotland since 1955. And there's a particular reason for that. And it goes to the heart of the debate that's been had here today. And that is that the people of Scotland simply do not trust them. When we look at the situation in relation to COVID contracts, it is a perfect example of why the people of Scotland do not trust them. Now, we heard from my colleague, the member for Ross Skye and Lochaber, earlier about the endless list of contracts that have been awarded by this government that have gone to friends, family, donors, pub landlords, who've all managed to make a quick buck out of this pandemic. Taxpayers' money, incidentally, before the members opposite forget. We cannot break the trust that the people should have in us. But to the members opposite, they simply do not care. And as my colleague, the member for Edinburgh South West, said earlier, when she eviscerated the government in relation to their record in relation to COVID contracts, it's not just that they've been handed out on a dodgy perspective. It's not just that they've gone to people with no prior expertise or companies that have been made up on the hoof. It's the fact that 2 of them have now been found to have been awarded unlawfully. One of them in particular, Mr Deputy Speaker, this was a particular moment of the debate earlier today when we were told that none of this was to do with Scottish independence and we shouldn't be talking about it. Well, one of those contracts was awarded on the basis of polling the views of the people of Scotland and their attitudes to the Constitution. Shame on the members opposite, because that is not how public money should have been used during this pandemic. And can you imagine the indignation, the anger, the rightful fury of the people of Scotland if it had been the Scottish Government who had done just that. It is an appalling use of public money, and the members opposite should be rightfully ashamed at having done so, of course.
My honourable friend is making a very powerful speech, but it's even worse than what my honourable member has outlined, because we know that the spending took place. It was admitted in court by an official from the Cabinet Office. Yet last week, in this very House, the government sought to continue to deny that it happened, and we haven't had one word of contrition or an acceptance that this happened. Now is the opportunity for the government to do so.
Absolutely. My learned friend makes a particularly important point, because there has been opportunities, not just last week, but throughout debate today, for members opposite to stand up and clarify exactly why that happened, and they have failed to do so. It is incumbent upon the Minister to do so when she follows me in debate here today. But if they are unwilling to do that, then they should be willing to do one other thing, and that is to finally agree that a public inquiry must take place. But the member opposite says it is. When is it happening? Is it happening now? Because it should happen now. And the arguments that have been put across by the members, and they say we're still in the middle of the pandemic, the member opposite said that the emergency was over. If not now, then when? The member's wearing his mask in 2 weeks. Mr Deputy Speaker, the member opposite will not have to wear his mask. We'll be told that the pandemic is almost over at that point, and yet they will not start a public inquiry because they are afraid of accountability, they are afraid of transparency, and they are afraid of the consequences for them in the polls. And ultimately, Mr Deputy Speaker, the people are watching. In particular, the people of Scotland are watching. And we are going to be at a crossroads once again in the not-too-distant future in relation to the constitutional settlement on these islands. The people of Scotland will have their opportunity to decide their future once again. And is this incompetent, sleazy, corrupt government the limit of their ambitions? Absolutely not. And when they have the opportunity to decide, they will choose to take a different path. The member shakes his head, Mr Deputy Speaker. If he is not in agreement, then he can get his Prime Minister to go to the polls any day, any time, and the people of Scotland will show him an alternate way. Because it's not just about the cronyism, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's also about the handling of the pandemic. I've been appalled at some of the remarks from members opposite in relation to the situation in Scotland at this moment in time. We even had a member at the back blaming it on Scotland fans going to the football. Of course, the only people who are not allowed to travel in the UK were football fans, Mr Deputy Speaker. I find it appalling, the remarks that we have heard from. The member had his opportunity to say what he said earlier, and he can reflect upon it. But it's the truth of the matter, Mr Deputy Speaker, the truth of the matter, Deputy Speaker, is that the situation in Scotland is as it is at this moment in time because the members opposite let the Johnson variant in. It was they that brought the Delta variant to our shores. They could have closed the door and they chose not to.
Point of order, Mr Carnage.
Can you advise me, as you did my colleague earlier, how I correct the record when in fact I did not at all blame Scottish fans? I said I personally was happy for them to travel, I was happy for them to celebrate. The point I made, sir, was that they were saying it was our fault that Scotland now has the highest rate of COVID in Europe. I was making the point that if they wanted to do something, they could have stopped them from travelling.
That is not a point of order for the Chair, and I hope that this device is not going to be abused. Mr Flynn.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the record is clear and the member should be reflecting on his remarks. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, when we look at it in totality, the cronyism, the corruption, the mishandling of this pandemic, the bringing the Johnson variant to our shores, the people of Scotland will say that they have had enough
the people of Scotland will vote for independence.
And I want to start by thanking all honourable members who have spoken in this debate and associate myself with remarks and tributes that have been paid to all those who have lost their lives and the incredible work that so many have done to help in this pandemic. And I was particularly moved by the story of my honourable friend, the member for Bury South's twin brother. My twin brother started this pandemic as cabin crew for Virgin Atlantic and in fact still works for them. But he volunteered at the Nightingale Hospital, London, and then retrained as a phlebotomist to help with the blood plasma work and antibody work for the NHS. And I'm incredibly proud of him, but also all of my constituents and everyone across the country that has done such an amazing job in this pandemic. At the heart of all speeches today have been core questions of those in public life, that we should take responsibility, fulfil our duty and act in the public interest. And this debate is in a latest long line of debates and urgent questions on this topic. And my right honourable friend, the Minister for Public Health and Primary Care, set out yet again the facts and figures, but I will just remind the House that we are talking about goods and services that included 32 billion items of PPE, 15,000 ventilators with enormous numbers of component parts. It was a massive procurement and highly complex at a time when the rest of the world was doing the same. And against that backdrop, less than 1% of that PPE was not fit for purpose. And I want to pay tribute to all those who made that happen. We are focused on getting the right spec in the right volumes to the right people in the right time frame. We followed up thousands of offers of help. The same process were applied to all expressions of interest, and although the SNP have collective amnesia, they were on those daily calls and fully know the nature of the hotlines that we set up. All of this information is in the public domain and subject to scrutiny. Procurement rules were not suspended. Those efforts and the motivation behind them were recognised by many public bodies that hold us to account, and they're recognised by the National Audit Office in their report in November and even in the judgment that was made by Public First. Are there lessons that could be learnt? Yes. Could we have been better prepared? Yes. Were we late with our paperwork? Yes. But as a procurement officer at the Cabinet Office said, I'd rather I'd be late with my paperwork than a nurse go without PPE. We have been subject to an enormous amount of scrutiny. 2 PACAC reports, 15 Public Accounts Committee reports, 1 Treasury report, 1 report from the Independent Auditor, 3 Boardman reports, 1 review from the Committee on Standards in Public Life, 1 from the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner, 1 from the Lords Commissioner on Standards, 2 from the Information Officer Commission Officer's Office, and 1 joint inquiry from the Health and Social Care Committee and the Science and Technology Committee, as well as the inquiry that the Prime Minister has announced. And we are accountable before the law. It is ironic that many of the contracts that people would be interested in I cannot talk about because they are subject to legal proceedings. I always take pleasure in taking part in SNP debates, and I have done a few, and I'm beginning to notice a pattern. I have been called here previously to defend the UK's position on jobs, while the SNP have dismissed the 545,000 Scottish jobs reliant on being part of the UK. I've been called here to discuss the importance of hypothetical EU funding mechanisms, while the SNP dismisses the very real United Kingdom dividend to the taxpayers of Scotland of £2,000 per person, and in another debate the SNP sought to be the champions of democracy whilst they ignored the result of 2 referendums. So it might be a surprise to some that in a week when we've had more revelations about the Scottish Government's own lack of financial propriety and literacy, they have called a debate on such themes. But it is not a surprise to me. I think it shows admirable consistency, Mr Deputy Speaker, and also shows a complete lack of self-awareness with a large helping of assumed piety. So in addition to the many things that we have done in government to improve transparency and procurement, let me also tell the SNP in the House what we have not done. We did not hire a firm at £10 million to run our testing service, which promptly furloughed its staff. The SNP did. We didn't offer firms that offered PPE to NHS Scotland. We did not ignore them. The SNP did. We did not provide guarantees to a company to the tune of £5 million per job to be secured. Yes, £5 million per job, and then failed to secure those jobs. The SNP did. We did not secure loans without due diligence. The SNP did. Our National Audit Office didn't say that we had no framework for working with private companies, and indeed needed to urgently establish one. Audit Scotland did of the Scottish Government. We are not having to replace facing lost public funds from capital budgets, money earmarked to build schools and hospitals. The SNP are. We did not ignore recommendations made by our auditing body, unlike the SNP, who have been criticised for ignoring Audit Scotland's reports for the last 3 years. And we did not ignore inward investors who wanted to put their own money into Scotland and instead gave preference to another firm who could only do so with public funds. As the media reports this week, if the SNP wants to start gaining some credibility on these matters, I suggest two things. Firstly, they should implement the recommendations of their own scrutiny bodies. They should place information on deals, guarantees and dealings with private companies, including those given to GFG in the public domain. And secondly, I want them to think about the context in which we're having this debate. This week, we learnt that Scotland has 6 of the 10 places with the highest infection rates in Europe. On average, Scotland's school children have missed 119 days of schooling in this pandemic, and those from deprived backgrounds even more so. A massive 216,000 operations have not taken place in NHS Scotland. We have a huge catch-up job, and we have to ensure that we can keep a vaccine programme on track. We're all facing these issues and challenges, and we will meet them better if we meet them together. So for our part, CDL will continue to engage with Scottish colleagues. Our four-nation NHS will continue to work together, as will our chief medical officers. I and my fellow ministers, all comprehensively school-educated, by the way, will come to this House to be held to account, and we will continue to reject the distracting, delusional and divisive debate from the SNP. We will do the responsible thing. We know our duty to the Scottish people, and we will always be guided by what is in their interest. And I hope one day the SNP will do the same.
Please observe COVID regulations when voting. The question is, the opposition motion is on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Order. If everybody could resume their seats. And if we could sanitise both the dispatch boxes during the division, please. And can I ask nobody touch the dispatch boxes, please, whilst passing through the chamber. Could everybody sit, please?
Respect the chair.
Patricia. Please, resume your seat. Thank you. Could everybody resume their seats, please? I'm putting the question, Mr Hanvey. Thank you. The question is, the opposition motion is on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Marion Fellows and Richard Thompson. Tell us for the noes, Maggie Throop and David Rattley.
Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 365.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 365. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. There you go. Good job. We're now seamlessly moving on to the next debate, the second Opposition Day motion on the EU settlement scheme. And I inform the House that Mr Speaker has not selected Amendment A in the name of Wendy Chamberlain. And so I call Stuart C MacDonald to move the motion.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to introduce this debate on the EU settlement scheme, and indeed very grateful to honourable members across the House for taking part, especially as some minds may be starting to drift towards Euros of a different sort just a few miles away in North West London. The starting point, and I hope a matter of unanimity across the House, is what our motion says in relation to the enormous contribution that our EU nationals have made to every part of the UK, to our economy, to our public services and culturally. And I hope we also all agree that we want these EU citizens to stay. And that is why we selected this topic for debate, to allow us to press the Government on whether its settlement scheme really reflects those goals as well as it could, and what we fear are the obstacles making it harder for some to stay than it should be. It gives us an opportunity to ask what happens now that the EU settlement scheme deadline has passed, and what can be done to protect those who, as things stand, have lost their rights. And in a moment I'll get into the nuts and bolts of the rather messy situation I think we find ourselves in. But it is important to start by making clear what happened last week and why. And last Thursday morning, at the stroke of midnight, thanks to policy choices made by successive Conservative governments, tens, almost certainly hundreds of thousands of people, to all intents and purposes, lost their rights to live, work, study and enjoy family life here in this country. It doesn't matter how long they've been here, whether they really have any realistic home elsewhere. The clock struck midnight and these people became subject to the full force of the hostile environment. And so the first question for the Minister is whether he will tell the House what estimate the Home Office has made of the numbers that have failed to apply prior to the deadline. Because if we are to have a proper discussion about the scheme, surely that is the least of the information that the Government must provide. I will happily give it.
The difficulty of the SNP in this sort of debate is that they are quite right to talk about some teething problems about us leaving the EU, but won't these problems be compounded 1,000 times more if the United Kingdom was broken up? For centuries, Scots have settled here. Would it not be absurd if, Scotland having left the United Kingdom and joined the EU, Scots had to apply for settled status here, or we had to apply for settled status in Scotland? So what's the answer?
The answer is quite simply just now. There's a country that you may be aware of called Ireland, which is part of the Common Travel Area, which enjoys full-blown free movement of people from the rest of the EU, and there is absolutely no question of people having to apply for visas to get across borders and so on and so forth. It's perfectly possible and be absolutely no need for any such thing. Very briefly, then I want to return to
that settlement, and I thought he would make that answer. That settlement was made in 1921. The difficulty of the SNP is that they would have to reapply as a new state to join the EU. It's very unlikely that the EU would bend all its rules, as happened in 1921 in Ireland. So they would be in a grave difficulty. And I'm afraid the SNP have to answer this point. If breaking up the EU is so bad, breaking up the UK is even more difficult.
I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole that the honourable member is trying to take me. All the indications that we have had from people involved in the European Union from other member states is that we'd be perfectly happy to welcome an independent Scotland into the European Union. I very much look forward to the day that that happens. But I want to get back to the subject of this particular debate, which is the EU citizens that are here today. And if it's on this subject, then yes, I'll get them to
I know the SNP want to, present this image of this hostile environment and the fact that the settled status scheme isn't working. Can I just tell him the experience of actual people is completely the opposite. Only this morning I had an email from a constituent who missed the deadline for a technical reason, who my office then helped get her application in. And this morning she received an email from the Home Office confirming that all of her rights are protected whilst her application is processed. The scheme is working well and the picture he paints just isn't true.
I'll come back to all of that, and I will acknowledge that there has been significant success in terms of being able to see more than 6 million people apply for it. But I met yesterday with the 3 million, and I think of all organisations, that is the one that knows exactly what's happening on the ground and the implications that this has. But I'll come to all sorts of problems that still exist in this scheme, and the whole purpose of this debate is to try and iron them out, to try and see what we can do to fix them. But I shall make some progress, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker. The point that I was making was that tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people are in a pretty difficult situation now, and that was because of the fundamental design of this system. Whether it's tens or hundreds of thousands, I still regard that as an extraordinary, painful and awful moment. And on Thursday morning, in contrast to the honourable gentleman, I received the first email on this subject from somebody who was going to apply late. And a quote from the email: "My mother is quite distressed as she needed to apply for settlement status by 30th June, but did not think it applied to her, brackets, maybe in denial. She needs someone to help fill out the online forms and upload documents. The OTP code does not arrive on her very old phone, and as well as tech issues, she has just recently applied to renew her Italian passport. My dad thinks her Italian ID card will be sufficient. I just can't believe that someone who has been here for 50 years and married to a UK citizen has to go through this process. Also, she is very worried her cancer drug will be withdrawn." Now, I am hopeful, and I think thinking things through, that that situation will be resolved exactly in the same way as our member is able to resolve that for his constituent. But what it can't be undone is the stress, anxiety and hurt that this whole process is causing people. And that is just going to be one of hundreds of such cases we can all expect to see in the weeks, months and even years ahead. And I think the vast majority of people will find that appalling because it was unnecessary. I give way to my own friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. An Italian constituent of mine has written to me very concerned about the lack of physical evidence and thinks that this will be problematic in terms of future mortgage applications, banks, work and the rest of it. So does my honourable friend agree that the government need to look at this and make sure that people have physical evidence of their settled status?
It is a good point. It's not something I'm going to be speaking too much about today. I've spoken about it previously. I know other honourable members will make that case and they have my full support. But the point I was making was that it didn't need to operate like this at all. There were different options available to the government which would have prevented this disastrous cliff edge from arising, or at least alleviated its worst impacts, and which members across this House have advocated for. My party obviously passionately supported continued free movement. Alternatively, along with many on both sides of the House, we advocated for a declaratory system in which an Act of Parliament simply declared that EU citizens resident at the required date retained the same rights as before, and which would have provided far greater security and peace of mind. And that, of course, is essentially what was promised during the EU referendum. The now Prime Minister, Home Secretary and Chancellor of the Duchy all signed a pledge stating there will be no change for EU citizens already lawfully resident in the UK. These EU citizens will automatically be granted indefinite leave to remain in the UK and will be treated no less favourably than they are at present. Now, tell that to my constituent and the many others currently without their rights. That promise was quite simply reneged upon, despite the three authors of it occupying all the roles in government that required to deliver it. And it should be one of them that's at the dispatch box to explain exactly why that promise was not kept. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Could I ask the member to reflect on the point he's making about causing stress to constituents across this House and across the United Kingdom? And this very debate, rather than welcoming
the 6 million that have applied and the 5 million who got settled status and the proportionate response, will he inform my constituents and his that he is very likely to get settled status, not scaremonger as he's currently doing?
Absolutely not scaremongering. And I repeat again, I spoke yesterday for about 2 hours with 3 million. That's the organisation that represents many people, in which the Minister I have asked repeatedly to meet. I don't think he has yet, and I would encourage him to do that. And they receive reports all across the country from EU nationals who are encountering difficulties, some of which I will set out. I have already welcomed the fact that more than 6 million people have applied, and I'll go on to say a little bit more about that in a moment. But I'm not scaremongering. I am hoping to address. I am not scaremongering. I am passing on what EU nationals are telling the 3 million, and they are telling me. So, on the other hand, we have this view from the other side that we should be shouting about and celebrating the success of the EU settlement scheme. And as I've said, I give praise to the civil servants who have worked hard to ensure that more than 6 million applications have been processed and granted. The reason why tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people have fallen through the gap is not down to them, albeit there have been rough issues, there have been problems, inevitable as that is. But the reason that has happened is because of the fundamental flaws and the decisions made by the Home Secretary and her predecessors. In essence, they opened a horrible big trapdoor, and they now want us to thank them for the fact that only tens or hundreds of thousands of people have fallen through it and potentially into the hostile environment. I'm happy to give away that.
I'm particularly concerned about the status of children, many of whom have grown up in the UK, and it's unclear what their status is, even whether they're British citizens or not. And actually, there's a big loophole for EU citizens who've applied to the scheme who are pregnant and their children aren't born yet. It is really unclear what the status of those yet to be born children are. So it is full of loopholes and flaws.
There have been lots of questions and loopholes identified, and the fact that the Home Office had to issue hundreds of pages of guidance, even just in the 2 or 3 weeks prior to the end of the transition period, shows that it has been a very difficult issue for them to address. But anyway, come to what this debate should be about, and it's looking forward, what can be done. Now, we absolutely maintain that even now a declaratory scheme would be far more preferable. People would still apply to the settlement scheme in order to prove their status, but at the very least, the huge uncertainty would be removed and security would be delivered for them. Short of that, surely to goodness extend the transition period. There are a million reasons why that would be sensible, not least COVID. Outreach work has been curtailed, embassies have been closed, scanning centres have been closed. People are not ready, and it's important to remember this is not just a question of EU nationals being ready, it's a question of employers having to be ready, of the DVLA, DWP staff, of landlords having to be ready, of local authority staff having to be ready, NHS staff having to understand, and bank staff having to be ready. As I say, the Home Office itself was still pumping out hundreds of pages of guidance in June and making tweaks to the system. I don't think the Home Office was ready for the end of the transition. I don't think I can expect all these other organisations to be either. And as I'll come to, there's also an enormous backlog of cases. Alternatively, at least remove the requirement for a reasonable excuse and essentially just keep the scheme open for the duration. It has to be open anyway, both for late applications and for people with pre-settled status who then are going on to try and secure settled status. So why not simply allow people to come forward as it becomes necessary in order to secure their rights? The reasonable excuse provision, and again, being absolutely fair, the guidance is reasonably generous and more generous than it could have been, so I thank the Minister for that. But its very existence of that test plants huge seeds of doubt in people's minds. If I have any doubt about whether or not my excuse will be accepted, I might put myself at risk of enforcement action. I say let's continue to encourage, not discourage people to come forward. That last proposal would be better than nothing, but it wouldn't protect people from the impacts of the hostile environment in the meantime. That hostile environment is supposed to be undergoing an end-to-end review in light of Wendy Williams' Windrush report. The fact that the review has not yet been completed should be another ground for extending the grace period until that review is completed. And more fundamentally, the hostile environment should be suspended entirely until the review takes place and its findings implemented. All of these are real, sensible, constructive options open to the government that would ease the pain of this process, and I hope the government would listen. But I turn now just to issue a tiny number of examples of how difficult, technical and confusing this process has become. And I am highlighting what groups such as the Joint Council for the Welfare of Immigrants and the 3 million are telling me. And I do this just to press the Minister for a response, but also to underline the case that at least there has to be an extension to the transition period. So first turning to the question of those who applied before the deadline but are still waiting for a decision. How on earth is it that the backlog has risen, as I understand it, to 570,000 cases? Back in October of 2019, The Resolution Centre was able to conclude just over 400,000 cases, but in each of the 3 months up to the deadline, as I understand it, less than half that number were concluded each month, despite additional staff being drawn in from the Post Office and elsewhere. Isn't that backlog enough in itself to justify an extension? And can you tell us how many applications received in June were dealt with in the 5-day target? According to EUSS statistics, applications from children comprise 15% of the total, but 25% of applications still pending decision, and they also comprise around a quarter of applications pending for over 3 months. Why is that? Now, in theory, people with outstanding in-time applications have their full rights protected while they wait, and that, of course, is welcome. But, well, what is reality on the ground? Already representative groups have all sorts of reports coming in about employers and landlords getting the checks wrong. And, in fact, also the Home Office's own border force staff. And that isn't surprising, Mr Deputy Speaker, because it is messy. Some people in this position will provide their prospective employer or landlord with a certificate of application to show that they've made the application. Some will provide a physical certificate printed off, which then leads to the employer contacting the employer checking service or the landlord checking with the landlord checking service. Others still won't have a certificate of approval, but just an acknowledgement email. That too should lead to the checking service being consulted. But in the last few days, the Home Office has started sending digital certificates of application to avoid the need for anyone to use the checking services, which can take a couple of days. The applicant will provide a code to the prospective employer or landlord, and when that is inputted into the system, it should confirm an application is outstanding. I hope you follow that, because we are all employers in this House. But I'm afraid, given that the guidance was only issued a couple of weeks before the deadline, I suspect there are huge swathes of employers and landlords out there who do not have the first clue what somebody is saying when they approach them for a new tenancy or a new job and say, well, here's my digital code, and this should tell you that I have an application outstanding. We know from research that discrimination is widespread when applicable, yeah.
So I'm absolutely delighted to hear this speech as he's explaining the complexities of leaving a union that we were part of for about 40 years. And yet somehow he seems to assume that leaving this union is really hard, but leaving one that includes the military, finance, pensions, homes, everything else is going to be incredibly easy. I'm not quite sure if he's going to explain that disconnect.
The point of this is that, as I've said, the government could have made this process a hell of a lot easier. It's government decisions that has made this difficult, not anything else. Yep. But returning to the subject, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, now we know from research that discrimination is widespread when private actors have to undertake even basic checks, such as passport and visa checks. And it is blindingly obvious that the 500,000 people who are in the queue are going to face discrimination on stilts if they are having to explain these processes. So other than telling employers and landlords to follow guidance, what more is being done to clamp down on and prevent this discrimination? What monitoring even is being done? In theory, public bodies should find this easier, yet we hear of cases of universities not being prepared to confirm students are eligible for home fee status, or student loans company not confirming eligibility for student finance until their status is decided. And just an hour ago, I learned of a universal credit case being turned down, as even though the NI number and date of birth were all matched up, the DWP couldn't verify the digital share code. So what is the Home Office doing to identify and accelerate these cases to ensure that no one is denied the educational opportunities that they are entitled to? How are people going to be compensated when they have been wrongly refused entry to the UK or work or housing, or been charged for NHS treatment, or been incorrectly denied home fees or student finance because of a failure to apply the law correctly? Another huge problem, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that use of the checking service provides a landlord-employer with only a 6-month guarantee of protection from prosecution. But why would an employer or landlord take on someone when they can only have a guarantee of 6 months of rent or 6 months' work? And that is why I think it was wrong to end the transition while over 500,000 people were in this perilous position. An FOI request in May showed 100,000 people had been waiting for over 3 months for a decision. That is a hell of a long time to be in this semi-legal limbo. Finally, on this particular topic, I understand that there are also significant numbers of cases where people have completed parts of the application process online, but not the whole process, for example, even just the final submit stage. Is the Home Office taking steps to identify and reach out to these people as well? Turning, Mr Deputy Speaker, to people who apply late and have applied late and are waiting for a decision. It is welcome that they can continue to access healthcare and that, as, if I understand it correctly, they can continue to exercise rights that they are currently exercising, such as keeping on an existing job or social security benefit if they apply within 28 days' notice. But the huge gap here is that there is no right to take on a new job or new accommodation in England or claim a new social security benefit or other services. So an important first question is why the Home Office thinks this is consistent with the withdrawal agreement, which states that pending a decision on any application, all rights will be deemed to apply to the applicant. Now, it's easy for government to say, well, the process is quick and therefore these issues shouldn't be widespread. Get the application in and then get on with your job hunt or social security application. But in practice, again, it's not that simple as I've said. We know over 100,000 have been waiting for more than 3 months in May. And remember too that we know from Windrush that it's precisely when people are making new job applications or applying for social security or a tenancy or whatever, that it's then at those points that they suddenly realise that they hadn't applied and that they should have applied. Waiting for 3 months at these moments of crisis could destroy your lives, employment, accommodation, financial support, all missed out on. Now, the Home Office has mentioned a process for accelerating certain cases. So again, welcome. But how does that work? How can we ask on behalf of our constituents that their case is accelerated for these very good reasons? What will be the criteria for accelerating the cases? What will the timescales be? And what does that mean for other cases and how long they'll take? Finally, in late applications, I previously asked the Minister what would happen if someone incurred health charges because they had failed to apply for the settlement scheme, but having realised their error, they then went on to apply late and successfully showed that they had a reasonable excuse. Now, if I recall correctly, the Minister suggested at the Home Affairs Committee that it would be ridiculous to then insist on those charges being paid. After all, they'd had a reasonable excuse for the late application. But as I understand it, and I'd love to be corrected, that is exactly what is now going to happen in England. And how can that be justified? Why is it that someone who is considered to have reasonable grounds to apply late can then still be held liable for healthcare charges incurred before submission of their justifiably late application? It seems an incredibly strange situation. Mr Deputy Speaker, what about those who haven't applied at all? I want everyone to apply, though late, and I'm sure we all do. So what is the government's strategy here? Isn't there a danger that the reasonable excuse test is going to put people off, especially if, as suggested in the guidance, it has to be more strictly interpreted the more time goes on? Why is that advice there? Those who encounter border enforcement, whether the Home Office version or delegated private actors such as employers, are going to have 28 days notice to apply. But what has been done to make sure that some of the people most likely to have missed the deadline, vulnerable and marginalised groups, maybe those with health issues or with poor English, what's been done to ensure that they understand what that notice means and what exactly is required of them? For example, is it going to be available in different languages? Will they be signposted for advice? And what happens if that 28-day deadline is missed? It's much more likely that people who haven't applied will only become aware of the problem not through an encounter with the border force, but with an employer, DWP, a landlord or somebody else. So what work has been done to ensure that rather than just say no, they signpost, and in the case of government departments, they assist in ensuring an application can be submitted. The government is committed to funding grant-funded organisations supporting EU citizens with late applications until September. Why only to September? Can we have funding for beyond that as well? And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I turn to the issue for those who actually get settled and pre-settled status. Even if somebody is successful, that is not the end of the problems. Others, as I've said, will speak about the lack of physical proof of status. But there are also over 2 million people with pre-settled status, and many of them will be people who struggle to prove the 5-year residence required for settled status. What support will be available to help them with equally vital applications? What happens to those who fail to apply by the time their pre-settled status expires? Mr Speaker, the settlement scheme may have been designed to be straightforward, but its interplay with our complicated immigration system means it just can't be. I struggle to follow its implications. I suspect many honourable members will have struggled to follow them as well. Yet guidance for employers and landlords was issued just a couple of weeks back. This has, I'm afraid, at the end of the day, ended up being a rushed job. Even if all our other ideas are rejected, at the very least we need a longer transition period. And for the umpteenth time, I do ask that the Minister meets with the 3 Million campaign group. In closing, Mr Speaker, during the referendum, the now Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster also promised that after Brexit, Scotland would have immigration powers. That seems to have gone the same way as promised to EU nationals. Now, we've debated devolution of immigration, or at least some immigration powers, before. And it's on these occasions that the normally very measured Minister tends to start engaging in some tub-thumping rhetoric rather than the arguments and discussion. I'm not going to repeat all of those arguments today, but report after report from Scottish Government, from academics, from think tanks and from immigration lawyers offer a myriad of templates and reasons as to why and how this could be done. I'll happily take a final intervention.
Well, I'm extremely grateful to him for taking an intervention. I'm being lobbied quite strongly by businesses in my constituency that there's a big shortage of HGV drivers, for instance, and analysis indicates there's about up to 76,000 vacancies. In the sector that hits logistics, that hits construction. Wouldn't one reform which would help the situation and the economic problems we face in Wales and Scotland, that the British government would allow the Welsh and Scottish government to input those sectors of the economy where there is a skills shortage on the occupational shortage list.
I think the Honourable Gentleman makes an absolutely fair point, but as I say, there are many different ways that you could do this, and all I ask is that people engage with these ideas rather than just dismiss them out of hand. At the very least, think again about the remote areas pilot scheme recommended by the Migration Advisory Committee, which the Government then just promptly ditched without any sort of explanation at all. Otherwise, it is going to be clear that there is no prospect of Scotland having any real influence over these vital powers while it is part of the UK. In the meantime, Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe we all want to protect EU citizens. We have offered our proposals. We believe that the status quo is fraught with a million problems. There needs to be action and significant changes if protection of EU citizens is to be a reality.
The question is, as on the order paper. Now, whilst there won't be a time limit to begin with, clearly open to review, if people go wildly over 5 to 6 minutes in their contributions, depending on how long we take on the opening speeches. Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and perhaps being the first Home Office Minister to come to the dispatch box since this afternoon's news, just like to pay tribute to my colleague, the Honourable Member for Bexley and Sidcup, and say we'll miss him as a Minister in the Home Office. We obviously still look forward to continuing to work with him as a member of this House and wish him the very best for the future. Mr Deputy Speaker, in starting, I'm very grateful actually to the SNP for the opportunity to use their time for today's debate to highlight the great success of the EU settlement scheme, our approach to late applications, and how welcome it is so many of our friends and neighbours who arrived during the time of free movement want to make our United Kingdom their home on a permanent basis. And I do appreciate the generally constructive tone that I've had in terms of my debates with the Honourable Member for Kirkintilloch, Cumbernauld East, Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East, I'll get it right. Even though we do disagree on some fundamental points, generally there has been some very constructive input that he's had over the time as my direct shadow, and now obviously in his slightly different role as the SNP's lead spokesperson on Home Affairs. As this House is aware, the deadline for applying to the scheme for those resident in the UK by the end of the transition period fell last Wednesday, the 30th of June. As of that date, in excess of 6 million applications had been received by the scheme, with more than 5.4 million of them already concluded and more than 5.1 million grants of status issued, with literally thousands being decided every day. Briefly.
I'm delighted to hear my honourable friend making these statements. Is he aware that were he to have applied for settled status in France, he would even now probably be still queuing at the Préfecture? Were he to do the same in Belgium, he would now, even now, still be waiting for documents to be approved. This is a remarkable achievement that this department has secured. And even before, even when we were members of the European Union, the paperwork needed to be legally resident in France and Italy, in Germany, in the Netherlands, and many other countries around the EU was significantly more complicated than the procedure that he set up.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his comments, and obviously he's got a unique perspective on these issues given his chairmanship of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and it's always worth reflecting. I think on the day the French system opened for applications for UK nationals living in France, the EUSS had already received over 4 million applications, and that just gives the scale of it. And for most people, it was an ability to apply from home using an app on their smartphone to verify their identity in conjunction with their national passport. So, no, we are very pleased, and we do hope that others will look at the learning lessons from our success with getting so many applications in and so many settled already and concluded in how they approach the position for UK citizens living in their own nations. Now, I wanted to be clear, for clarity, that any application posted on the 30th of June is also considered to be in time. So in recognition of the time it can take for posts from all parts of our union, especially the Highlands and Islands, to be delivered, we will assume any application received in the post until midnight tonight was posted in time. This is to ensure there is no prospect of an in-time application being ruled out purely on when it was delivered to the Home Office. Overall, Mr Deputy Speaker, these numbers are significant just in themselves. Despite all the warnings about our potential willingness and ability to deliver, literally millions of EU citizens in the UK and their family members now have their status protected and their rights secured under UK law. Senator.
The first question I asked was, how many does the Home Office estimate have fallen through the net? Is it tens, hundreds of thousands? The Home Office must surely have an estimate.
Well, our determination has always been to get as many as possible to apply and first by the deadline. And now I repeat the message I gave at the end of last week, that if people haven't met the deadline, do get in touch, we will look to help and look to resolve, rather than taking a particularly hard view on what constitutes as a reasonable ground. But it's, of course, there was never a scheme to register to be as an EEA national. We know we've never had ID cards, certainly not since the end of World War II in this country, of an actual concept here. And of course, some who are eligible to the EUSS and remain eligible, such as joining family members, inherently live abroad, even though they would be eligible to apply to the EUSS. So we do believe that, given the sheer scale of applications, the vast and overwhelming majority of those who live here in the UK have applied. But I think we do need to remember that it would be impossible to put a final figure on it, not least given those from abroad who could still apply. The issue, which I'll come on to in a few minutes, about children who are yet to be born, who may also potentially be able to get status, and also some of those where we've got it's a non-EEA national, because again some people equate the eligibility for EUSS equals to EU population here in the UK. It doesn't. There are many, as the honourable member will know, non-EEA nationals who qualified for status under the EUSS through routes, for example, the Surinder Singh rights that existed under free movement. Now, a comment I've been keen to make quite regularly is that the EUSS is the lesson learned from the Windrush era. What happened to members of the Windrush generation was an outrage, and we must apply every lesson there is to learn from the scandal to ensure our immigration system functions fairly and effectively. The EU settlement scheme is no exception. It provides the clear status and secure evidence of this which people need for years to come, and they can be confident their rights are protected under it. By contrast, a declaratory system with status granted automatically, but crucially with no individual evidence of this, would risk repeating the difficulties faced by the Windrush generation, and this is not something we can allow to happen again. Briefly.
Knows full well that that's not what we're advocating. We're advocating a declaratory system with a system that provides proof, which would be the settlement scheme. The only difference is you have this settlement scheme, but you just have the automaticity in law, and that provides so much reassurance. It takes away so much of the stress and anxiety that this is causing to tens, if not hundreds of thousands of EU nationals.
Well, this is where we disagree, because it doesn't give them great comfort if there's a status that then in years to come they're having to try and prove backwards, having realised potentially there was something they should have applied to. We believe the approach of having a clear deadline but a reasonable grounds for late applications, as we've set out, gives that certainty of when there need to be applications for, an ability to ensure those who aren't entitled to the benefits of EUSS, who didn't move here before the 31st of December 2020, are not able to take advantage of these generous provisions. So, no, we believe this is... And as I say, the figures are an absolute testament to the work that's gone into this scheme, which ensured it was simple to use, as well as the efforts of the more than 1,500 dedicated staff working on the EUSS, who I was pleased to hear the comments the honourable member made about them. Now, coming on to the issue of the work in progress, and as of the 30th of June, there were around 570,000 pending applications, which were classed as in time. As we have made clear, a person's existing rights continue to be protected in law, pending the outcome of an application made by the 30th of June. This is achieved by the Citizens' Rights Application Deadline and Temporary Protection EU Exit Regulations 2020. So not just a guarantee from me here at the dispatch box, but written into law. In the meantime, they will be able to rely on their certificate of application, which they can use if they need to prove their immigration status for any reason, such as taking up a new job or renting a new property in England. And we've also published updated guidance for employers and landlords, which makes this clear. Go ahead.
Is it a fundamental point that the legal guarantees there are absolutely very welcome, but given that the guidance was only published a couple of weeks before the deadline, realistically, how many employers and landlords and even public servants does he think are remotely aware of what they have to do to check somebody who presents them with a certificate of application and a bit of digital code? What is the government doing to monitor that and to assess and to take action to make sure there's greater awareness?
Well, I thank the member for the overall tone of his question there. And first, we've made very clear that landlords and employers don't need to make retrospective checks, and we've been saying that for a very long period of time, that if you accepted a passport or an ID card from an EEA national for right to work or right to rent checks in England, that you do not need to, as of today, start going back through the process to see who has EUSS status and who does not. But we have been looking at our systems and seeing people using them. For example, the View and Prove service, which allows users to view their immigration status online. So these aren't particularly new systems that we're bringing in. And for example, between the fourth quarter of 2019 and the first quarter of 2021, the service had seen over 3.9 million views by individuals and over 330,000 views by organisations checking immigration status. And we've also seen, for example, banks checking identity. It perhaps shouldn't become a huge surprise that in the middle of the current situation, some people have found it quite helpful to be able to prove their status in a digital way online rather than presenting physical documents face to face. So we are seeing, but of course we will monitor it. We are certainly clear that there should not be discrimination on this ground because of course also, for example, many of those with status under the British Nationals Overseas visa that we've created as a settlement route for those in Hong Kong also rely on purely digital status. So again, we are keen to see that employers are well aware what is there. But as we say, we have published guidance which makes clear what an employer should do if they discover one of their existing staff does not have EUSS status. The approach there, and to be clear, they do not need to move to terminate them immediately. They can give them 28 days and secure themselves a statutory excuse in the way set out, and similarly the signposting that others can make. Now, we've had quite a bit of conversation about applications outstanding, and given the millions of applications that have already been received by a year ago, it's worth noting that there's now only about 6,000 left outstanding for more than 12 months. And to be clear, over 5,000 of them are being held at what we refer to as the suitability stage, virtually all because they have either pending prosecutions, which means we cannot decide until that criminal justice matter is resolved, or they've been referred for consideration of deportation action, again related to criminal justice, matters in criminal records. In terms of communicating, we've so far invested nearly £8 million in public communications about the EUSS to encourage EU citizens eligible for the scheme and their family members to apply. And our communications and engagement work will continue with a focus on those groups who may not yet have applied and the marginalised. And I think on this point, it's probably worth me saying for the dispatch box, we do appreciate the support we've had from the devolved administration in that area, in particular the Scottish Government's Stay in Scotland campaign, to again reach out and communicate with people. There is also plenty of support still available for applicants who need it. 72 organisations across the UK have been provided with £22 million in Home Office funding to help vulnerable people apply to the scheme. 11 of these are in Scotland. There's Airdrie CAB, Edinburgh CAB, Inverness, Badenoch and Strathsay CAB, Perth CAB, Community Renewal Trust, Phoenix, Fife Migrants, PKAVS, Positive Action in Housing, the International Organisation for Migration and the Simon Community. We very much appreciate the work they are doing. And these 72,000 organisations have, amongst themselves, helped more than 310,000 vulnerable people apply to the scheme. And this includes victims of human trafficking or domestic abuse, those with severe mental health conditions, those without a permanent address, and those who are elderly or isolated. And as touched on, they are funded up to the 30th of September. And we will review what the position of the demands is over the summer to see what the position should be beyond the 30th of September. And I note the comments the Honourable Member made in that area. The EU Settlement Resolution Centre is also open 7 days a week to provide applicants with assistance over the telephone and by email, and the assisted digital service continues to provide help over the phone in completing the online application process. We're also continuing to support local authorities to ensure all eligible looked after children secure their status under the scheme. And we're providing practical help in several ways in addition to the extra funding made available for this work following a new burdens assessment. And to confirm to the House, as of the 23rd of April, 2 months before the deadline, applications to the EUSS have been received for 2,440, estimated to be 67%. Of the 3,660 looked after children and care leavers are survey identified as eligible for the scheme. We have since been working with local authorities on the remaining cases across our union. For example, with confirmation all looked after children identified as eligible in Northern Ireland had seen applications made for them well before the deadline. We have also made clear we will take a pragmatic and flexible approach to applications made after the 30th of June deadline. Certainly.
All the work to encourage looked after children to have applications made on behalf is absolutely welcome. There is an issue which I didn't have time to touch upon, which is that some of these kids might actually be entitled to register as British citizens. Can we make sure that people aren't missing out on their entitlement to British citizenship and going for settled status instead?
The Honourable Gentleman makes a very valid point, and to be clear, actually, if someone is a British citizen and entitled that process, you can actually be granted status under the EUSS, but certainly we would look to work with local authorities. In most instances, is there an ability to be a British citizen or EUSS status? And certainly, obviously, that's not something they'd be unused to working with, because, of course, the position with those who are non-EEA, potential non-EEA nationals in the position they would consider, but certainly it's a point well made. Now, as was touched on during the earlier speech, we have published quite extensive but non-exhaustive guidance on what may constitute reasonable grounds for making a late application. For example, being under 18 or not having mental capacity to apply yourself. In essence, you are reliant on someone else to apply for you. Is an obvious example of where we will see a late application as inherently based on reasonable grounds. I would also emphasise there is no specific time period for reasonable grounds or a deadline for them. As I've often said in this House, we would consider it reasonable grounds for a child aged 5 today to apply in 13 years' time on reaching 18 if, when going for their first job, they realised an application had not been made for them. Each case will be considered according to its particular circumstances, so we arrive at the appropriate and proportionate outcome in each case. And as touched on, a process is also in place to prioritise late applications where they may be at risk of destitution or where other compelling grounds exist. We're building on our work with local authorities, the grant-funded organisations and others to identify and expedite such cases. And we will also, as members should be familiar with the process that many bring cases to me where they believe they should be expediting the wider visa system, we will also ensure that where members of Parliament make representations as well, it'll be on a similar basis. I'll happily give way.
Again, so I think we come to the crux of the argument here, and the guidance about late applications is pretty generous, more generous than it could have been, and that is welcome. But on the other hand, if the government goes that far, why not just remove the reasonable grounds for a late application altogether? Who exactly is it that they want to be able to refuse on grounds of being unreasonably late? Why not just scrap that test altogether?
Well, it's a part of the EUSS, and it would be odd if we said that we'd accept unreasonable grounds. That would seem a bit weird to put that in the immigration status. But as I've said, we didn't want to have a tick-box approach to this. Neither did we want to have situations where, for sake of argument, if someone was 17 and 364 days, we would say it was definitely a late application. If they were 17 and 300, if they were 18, we would instantly say no. So we've taken the view that this is where we'd be proportionate. Yes, the guidelines, reasonable grounds are generous. It's the same as the approach we've taken to the postal applications, of assuming that any received effectively in the post up till today will be applications that we'll consider in time, rather than asking for posting certificates and looking at when the envelope was franked by the post office, because we recognise that not every area or community has a postal collection beyond 9 a.m. in the morning on a day, and it would produce some quite harsh outcomes if we required people to literally have taken a selfie of themselves to posting something at 5 o'clock in the evening. So, as the House should be aware, and touching on the point around pregnancy, we have actually already changed nationality law to provide for a grant of British citizenship where a child is born to someone who subsequently secures settled status based on a late application. This is based on the notion they had reasonable grounds for missing the 30th of June deadline, but met the requirements for this status at that time and before their child's birth here in the UK. This provision also applies to anyone whose child is born between the 1st of July and their in-time application being decided and resulted in a grant of settled status. Our focus will remain on encouraging those eligible for the EU settlement scheme to apply and obtain their status, and we will continue to look for reasons to grant people status rather than refuse. And those currently receiving benefits who have not yet applied will not see their payments stop immediately. The Home Office is working closely with the Department for Work and Pensions and HM Revenue and Customs to reach out to people who may be eligible to apply. And it is important anyone who has not applied to the scheme does do so to ensure their payments do not stop. But we'd reassure them that help in applying remains available, including through our grant-funded network. Finally, in this area, if somebody who may be eligible for the scheme but has not made an application is encountered by immigration enforcement, they will be given another opportunity to apply. They'll be issued with a notice giving them a further period, generally 28 days, in which to apply, and the notice will signpost them to the port available to do so. These safeguards have been built in to protect those who have not yet applied but who may still be eligible, and we believe it will mean everybody will be able to get the status they deserve. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as always in a debate on my brief, inspired by the SNP, we see their ultimate desire tucked away at the end of the motion. Whilst it's very welcome to debate the EUSS and to have this time for members to reflect on the millions of applications it has received and statuses granted, the final line points to the ultimate goal of those who sit on the separatist benches: a border for people between England and Scotland. We always see this presented as just a chance to give Scotland's employers an opportunity to recruit at the minimum wage on a European or perhaps even global basis, rather than offer the rewarding packages many of Scotland's key workers deserve, or perhaps as a way to avoid dealing with the underlying issues which drive people to abandon the world-famous natural beauty of the Scottish Highlands and Islands to find opportunities for work elsewhere. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it does not take much to work out that as we see the furlough scheme wind down, many of our fellow neighbours may face the need to find new employment. Hence the support packages this UK government is putting in place to help those who may need to retrain. So should immigration policy really be the go-to option for roles where the work-based training requirements can be completed in a shorter time? Similarly, it's a depressing vision for the future of Scotland, or some of its most beautiful parts, to suggest creating a system where the main attraction or selling point of it is not to be part of a future Scotland based on better prospects, higher skills and being at the cutting edge of scientific research, but as a place where you'll need to spend a few years before qualifying for indefinite leave to remain, which will then allow you to move elsewhere. As we know, for every problem, the SNP believe a border with England is the answer. Our approach is clear: to create a migration system which is focused not on the politics of division and separatism, but one which judges people by their skills and what they have to offer, not where their passport is from, and has at its core a vision of a higher wage, higher skill, higher prosperity Scotland, delivered by being part of our united kingdom, a union greater than the sum of its parts. This means our focus is to deliver an immigration system which works for Scotland's workers, universities, businesses, events and future economic growth. It can never be a magic bullet for issues and problems which are the responsibility of Nicola Sturgeon and the Scottish Government, much as we wish it could be, but at each stage of recent changes, Scotland's interests have been at the heart of them. For example, setting the general salary threshold for our key economic migration route to within £20 of the Scottish median salary, harmonising the rules for settlement with the requirements for the skilled worker visa to encourage those who have come to work here to stay here for good, reform of the permit-free festival system to move towards a more proportionate approach, allowing short-term study via the visitor route, simplifying processes and expanding opportunity, changes to the student route in support of the ambitions of Scotland's universities, removing the need to apply for ATAS permissions for our closest allies when studying relevant courses, broadening the skills threshold to reflect not just academically focused careers, and allowing paid permitted engagement leave via entry for Ireland, removing the need to fly via Paris for a Dublin band to do a gig in Glasgow, and over the coming year, introducing biometric reuse on more routes to reduce the need to travel for a service centre when applying for further leave to remain. Mr Deputy Speaker, all of these have been driven by direct engagement with Scotland, its businesses, universities and community groups. And whilst the SNP will attack the points-based system, it is worth noticing their own plans for separation back in 2014 included one they presumably would have enforced despite their regular comments about such work. Mr Deputy Speaker, the people of the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union in June 2016. We opened the EU settlement scheme in March 2019 on a basis much more generous, and rightly so, than the withdrawal agreement requires, to ensure resident EU citizens, our friends and neighbours, were able to secure their rights under UK law. Our message to EU citizens in the UK, and something I think none of us will disagree on, is that we want them to stay, and the fact so many of those eligible for the EU settlement scheme have chosen to apply and secure their rights is something to be proud of, and something which will support our nation and our union for years to come.
Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I just start by echoing the words of the Minister about his colleague, the member for Old Bexley and Sidcup. We wish him well and hope he has a speedy recovery back to his position in the Home Office. Can I also thank the member for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kilkentilloch East for the way in which he presented the case for the motion today. Mr Deputy Speaker, you'll be amazed as I am that for the first time since the last election in 2019, the SNP are using their Opposition Day debate, which isn't about independence. When I heard that was going to be the case, I thought, great, we're going to have a big debate on COVID recovery in Scotland, but that didn't come forward either. I wonder why, given the events of the last week. They have, however, still managed to make it about a border of some kind, so there's more to do yet, but maybe next time we have one, we'll have nothing to do with the Constitution. It's nevertheless an incredibly important topic, and I'm delighted to be able to speak on it on behalf of the official opposition. Can I firstly pay tribute to all the organisations who've been assisting and providing information to EU nationals with regards to the settlement scheme, like the 3 million that was mentioned by the member who moved the motion, and the Citizens' Rights Project in particular, that's helped so many of my constituents in Edinburgh. I think it's important to say at the outset that we should not conduct this debate on the narrative set by this government's hostile environment on immigration. It would be the wrong context for this debate, but worth putting in context why EU nationals are so anxious about this entire process. We should be conducting these debates from the foundation that EU immigration has been good for this country, and the contribution EU nationals make will continue to be of benefit to this country, irrespective of the position with regards to Brexit. You don't have to look so far to see that. Just in the last week alone, in the sporting world, for example, we've seen the incredible talents of Emma Raducanu, the new star of British tennis, the 18-year-old star of British tennis, who reached the last 16 of Wimbledon. Born to a Romanian father and Chinese mother, she was raised here in the United Kingdom and has left every one of us in awe at her sporting talent, success and potential. Likewise, all of the home nation's football teams have been built with the benefits of immigration too. There was an interesting graphic circulated on social media by the Museum of Migration, which showed 8 of the starting 11 in the England team when they defeated Germany last week were either the children or grandchildren of immigrants to this country. A very, very powerful graphic indeed. Of course, tonight we'll hear thousands of England fans singing Football's Coming Home. I would argue the home of football's in Scotland, but nevertheless they will be singing that. But what is the definition of home for this government? EU nationals, many who have been here for the majority of their lives, see Britain as their home, but the EU settlement scheme has made them feel, in their words, unwelcome and unappreciated. This is their home, and we can't emphasise that enough, that they are welcome. And I can hear some chuntering from the Conservative benches, but that's in their words. That's EU nationals that have told us that they feel unwelcomed and unappreciated. I'm happy to give way.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Would he at least acknowledge that, I take it that a few may feel that, but the vast majority of EU citizens, certainly the ones that I've spoken to in my constituency, actually feel at home and feel that the EU settled status scheme has been incredibly easy and simple for them to gain their status, and they love this country, and I'm glad that we've made it easy for them to stay.
I don't think anything's in doubt that EU nationals love this country. They wouldn't choose to be here and contribute to being here. And I think the whole tenure of this debate is about making sure that the EU settlement scheme can work for everyone, and the deadline has just passed doesn't leave many of your constituents that you've just talked about in limbo, either legally or otherwise, and that's the whole point of having debates in this House to iron out some of those problems. Mr Deputy Speaker, I wasn't just talking, of course, about sports stars. It's a simple and inescapable fact that our society and our precious National Health Service could not function, and certainly wouldn't have functioned when we've needed it most over the last 18 months, without the hard work of the people who have migrated to this country. They have and continue to make Britain great, and we will never apologise for standing up for the rights of those that choose to call this country their home. The immigration system this government has created over the last 11 years
is broken. And surely the Minister can see, when he reeled off the list of things that the Home Office have been doing with regards to immigration, that the very fact that the SNP bring forward a motion to devolve immigration and create that border is because of some of the things that the Home Office have done over the last 11 years. And the Government should reflect on some of those problems and try and resolve them. Demonising of people who have contributed or want to contribute so much to our country has provided a level of distrust in the system which has meant that EU nationals feel uncertain about their future. It's also very counterproductive, as we've already seen the impact of the Government's policies with regards to immigration, especially in key sectors at the forefront of the fight against coronavirus. For example, workforce shortages now in our public services, particularly with regards to the NHS and social care. Construction companies seeing projects will have to be delayed due to lack of EU workers. Traditional industries in agriculture and food struggling for the usual numbers that they require to function as normal. Hospitality businesses struggling to find enough staff. Even the famous Tim Martin, the founder of Wetherspoons, broke the irony meter last week when he called on the Government to introduce a new EU migrants visa for the hospitality sector. And of course, migration works both ways, Mr Deputy Speaker, with the over 1 million UK citizens that choose to make another European country their home. We can't speak for other governments and other EU countries, of course, but I know that in France, the Government has extended the deadline for UK citizens to register until September to ensure that they catch everyone who wishes to stay in France post-Brexit, something the Home Office has failed to do despite repeated calls for us. I raised this very issue with the EU Deputy Ambassador to the UK in the days leading up to the settlement scheme deadline last week, and she told me of the extreme lengths EU countries' embassies are going to in order to ensure that their citizens register for the scheme and have their status preserved. She also talked of the massive volumes of correspondence they are getting at the mission from EU nationals as the deadline approached. Now, the Home Office has a great deal of questions to answer on the EU settlement scheme, and the Honourable Member for the SNP was right to pay tribute to all the staff who have been working through these numbers of applications. The first, though, question for the Home Office that I'd like to pose is, how many EU citizens living in the UK does the Home Office think have not managed to apply by the 30th of June deadline? It's an incredibly difficult question to answer, I appreciate, because the Home Office talked about 3.2 million and will have upwards perhaps of 6 million applications, many of course from people who aren't currently living in the United Kingdom. What is the Department doing to reach out to those that haven't, that they know about? Statistics released on the 30th of June show that only 5.4 million of the nearly 6 million applications have been processed. How long can applicants expect to wait before finding out the status of their application? What efforts has the Department made to get those individuals who are hardest to reach? We find that difficult as MPs, the people that are most hardest to reach, such as those without internet access. Has it taken additional measures to ensure that people in such circumstances will not fall foul of the law through no fault of their own? Now, the Minister has repeatedly said in the Chamber today and indeed publicly that the Government will not extend the deadline. Indeed, they haven't extended the deadline. He said it was not the solution. So what is the solution to the estimated 70,000 that the Government know about who haven't applied for settled status but are in receipt of some government support? What is the solution to those that will be left in legal limbo by missing the deadline? We've heard this afternoon about some of the process that have been in place, the reasonable excuse test, but I hope we won't be seeing convoys of immigration control vans heading down our streets to deport EU nationals. Can the Minister rule out that as an option with regards to people who are legally allowed to be here but haven't applied for settled status? The Home Office say they're looking to be flexible, but what does flexibility mean in all of these cases? Can he tell us what happens for someone who has not applied? What happens to someone who has not applied today but will apply at some point in the future when they realise that they have to apply? A lot of EU nationals, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, have been in this country for decades and decades and may not think that this actually applies to them. So I hope maximum flexibility will be allowable for those particular cases. So surely the easiest thing to do would have been to extend the deadline in order to try and catch all of these people that the Home Office thinks has not applied, contacting them, making sure they apply and making sure they're in the scheme as quickly as possible. We all want this scheme to work because it has to work. We will all, as representatives in this House, have had many, many constituency cases. We've heard that from the Honourable Gentleman opposite, of EU nationals who have been refused on spurious grounds, who have found the process difficult to navigate, or who have not applied at all. Hopefully, most of those have now been caught. It's, of course, a great deal of uncertainty, stress and anxiety for millions of our fellow citizens who share our communities and lives with. And I hope the Minister will be able to give more assurances at the end of this debate of the many questions that members will be posing to him. Let me turn specifically, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the motion we are debating today. It's with great regret we can't support the motion, Mr Deputy Speaker, on such an important issue. It's disappointing that the SNP who's brought forward this motion decided to use it as a clarion call for a border at Berwick, rather than a debate to stand up for and help our EU friends and family with regards to the settlement scheme. A real missed opportunity. The motion being debated, Mr Deputy Speaker, makes reference to the SNP's desire for a separate Scottish immigration system. The first observation I'd make is that given it's going to take up to 9 years for the Scottish Government to build the infrastructure required for the devolution of some social security powers that came in the Scotland Act of 2016, something my colleagues and I fought very hard for, I'm not sure how long it will take them to create the system to handle migration. But what it does need, indisputably, is a border at Berwick. Any system of differing migration would ultimately require a border between the two countries who have different systems. But we know that that is their desire. On a day when we are debating the consequences on individuals of putting up a border between the UK and the EU, the SNP's solution to that is to put a border up between Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom, or as some SNP MSPs have famously called it, a border job creation scheme. I have to give way.
For goodness sake, we don't have a hard border with the Republic of Ireland, and all across the planet, in Canada, in Spain, in Switzerland, and various other countries, the Isle of Man has immigration powers. It is perfectly reasonable to ask just for some immigration powers to be handed down and to take part in that discussion rather than this nonsense about hard borders at Merrick.
Well, I've done a little bit of research into this, Mr Deputy Speaker, some years ago, and the differential of immigration policies in Canada, for example, gives great stress to the Canadian system because many people, as the Minister said, land in Quebec, stay for the required period and then move to other parts of Canada. And the other provinces in Canada find that incredibly difficult to cope with. And that's exactly what would happen in this particular context. And it is actually true of what happens in the Canada situation. I'm happy to give way.
I'm sure the Shadow Minister will also be aware that if, for example, you cross from the United States into Canada at many points, there's full passport controls. So that's presumably what the SNP would envisage at Berwick.
Well, we don't know what they would envisage because we don't know the proposals that are being put forward. It is just a list of words. And unfortunately, what this debate will then turn into, because the Minister spent some time on it and I'm having to spend some time on it, is this issue because it was put into the motion. But in actual fact, if it wasn't in the motion, we could have debated the EU settlement scheme and voted accordingly on that basis. And that is what's so frustrating about these particular debates, because it always boils down to the Constitution. And none of these are answers to the question. I want the Minister to tell us how he will sort the scheme, to tell us how the EU nationals who are not in the system will be resolved, rather than us having to have a debate about the solution being another border at Berwick. So to tackle the shared challenges of our time, of which this is a massive one, we need greater cooperation, and that's why we see the Trade and Cooperation Agreement between the UK and the EU as the floor of our ambition with our future relationship, rather than this government seeing it as the ceiling. These issues have to be resolved, and they can be resolved. They can very clearly be resolved, and ideas can come forward from the Scottish Government about how you resolve the immigration system when you have two governments that are willing to work together. For example, the former Scottish Labour First Minister Jack McConnell, who's now in the other place, Mr Deputy Speaker, introduced the Fresh Talent Scheme in Scotland that allowed the UK Government to working with them, the UK Government to allow overseas graduates and universities to stay, that was then implemented throughout the whole of the United Kingdom. I had to give way.
I mean, that's another perfect example of a devolved system that didn't require any sort of border at all. It could work perfectly well.
No, it wasn't devolved. It was the UK Government that implemented that policy at the insistence of the Scottish First Minister, who brought that forward at that time. In 2019, the Prime Minister famously promised, Mr Deputy Speaker, to get Brexit done. Yet here we are, 18 months after his government's election, with their majority still debating the details of these schemes over 5 years after the referendum, with many EU nationals still living in limbo. They have not got it done and will never get it done as they promised the public they would. What we need to be doing is getting Brexit to work properly. The EU settlement scheme is another example of where there are many people who are falling through the gaps in that scheme, with the government unable to contact them and unable to get them into that particular scheme. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, with regards to the motion, again I say it regretfully that we won't be able to back the motion. I hope the government will listen to charities or my colleague the Shadow Home Secretary and extend the deadline even now extend the deadline to the thousands of EU citizens who have failed to submit on time through no fault of their own. I hope the Minister will be able to tell us how many EU citizens living in the UK that the Home Office believes have not managed to apply on time. Tell us what the Department is doing about contacting them and finding them and getting to them to apply on time. It's particularly important for the Home Office to proactively contact these citizens who are either vulnerable or hard to reach as a result of issues through lack of internet access, as I've said, or people who don't think the scheme actually applies to them because they've been here for so long. And I hope he can give reassurances that nearly 500,000 people who have submitted applications before the 30th of June will have their applications concluded as quickly as possible. Those affected, and this is what's missing, Madam Deputy Speaker, from these debates, those affected are our neighbours, they're our friends, they're our partners, they're our colleagues, they're our fellow citizens, they're human beings, they're not numbers on a Home Office screen. Those are the people who've chosen to make this country their home, our home. Together we have make this country our home. So as we chart the next phase of our country's history, we would do very well to remember that these are human beings and we need to make sure that this scheme works for all of them. Thank you.
Just a reminder that if colleagues are between 4 and 5 minutes, we should be able to get everybody in. Craig Williams.
I will take that guidance to heart. And with your leave, just before I wade in, I would like to pay tribute to my parliamentary team. It is with great sadness I report to the House my constituency office was attacked this morning. I pay tribute to the police for dealing with it incredibly quickly. Luckily, they did not gain entrance, but did break 16 panes of glass and, of course, scared the parliamentary team, who, of course, across the House, our teams work day in, day out, without necessarily the protection this House affords us now. And I just wanted to put on the record my thanks to them and the police for dealing with it so quickly. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, life goes on, and I will now contribute to this important debate. And while I very much welcome the tone and many of the observations the Honourable Member made in opening this debate, I do feel that we need to be incredibly careful about our language and incredibly careful about the tone and getting it right, to remind all EU citizens that have been living, contributing, working, loving in this country, that they are very welcome to stay. And we need really to reflect on the scale of the achievement to get 6 million plus applications. And I will look forward to the Minister in summing up about the current stats to date, of which he will have to hand easier than I. But at last check, it was 5.4 million that have been settled. That is a huge achievement. And that is against the background of the last 5 years, through huge constitutional arguments and political parties in this place that were telling people that they could stop Brexit, who were telling people and causing confusion on huge scale about what the relationship looked like next. What this government has put in place, and the welcome that I make sure in my constituency of Montgomeryshire and Wales and the whole of the United Kingdom they feel, and the importance of applying. And I very much welcome the tone from the Minister in responding to this debate and the proportionality he is now applying to anyone that gets their applications in late. It seemed to me that what the Minister outlined in his response in the opening was pretty much what you are calling for. The proportionality and the fact that clearly we needed a date to work to. Clearly we needed to get that message out to apply. But the proportional response for those that may have got it in late, I very much welcome. And, you know, I do want to go on the record that in a previous life I worked very much on the detail of the withdrawal agreement and the generous package that this UK government put in place. This is the most generous settled scheme in the whole of the EU. If you can look at the withdrawal agreement, and I am very happy to be interrupted by anyone on the opposition bench, if you can tell me a country in the European Union that has a more generous package for settled schemes for UK citizens over there than EU citizens here. We have gone above and beyond to make sure people feel welcome. We have gone above and beyond, and we need to make sure the language and the tone is right in this chamber to reinforce that message. And I heard through members, and I'm conscious of the time, I don't want to make you impose a time limit, but I just want to bring some comments in closing about the fact that the introduction of a border in this. And it does disappoint me, and you know, I do join with the Shadow Minister in looking forward to the day a motion comes from the SNP that doesn't try and cause our Celtic cousins a border. Never mind Wales, England and Scotland. You're trying to put a border in between Wales and Scotland. We don't want that. We don't want you at all to leave the Union. But that fact, you have made some fair points. By adding that last sentence, by adding the demand for a border between Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom, I think shows your hand, I'm afraid. And it shows that this debate is more about political point scoring than it is actually creating the welcome you're trying to. Madam Deputy Speaker, I shall sit down.
And just a reminder to speak through the chair rather than directly to other members. There's a very good reason why that is how we do things here. So just a reminder of that. We now go to Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a debate I wish that we did not need to have, not just because I find it abhorrent that people who made their home here are now faced with proving their right to stay, but because the UK government has, true to form, made an absolute mogre of the process, removing the safety barriers so that people now risk falling off the cliff edge into the shark-infested waters of the hostile environment. I've had constituents getting in touch about the scheme for some time now, anxious for what it might mean for them. Delays in the scheme which have been highlighted recently are nothing new in the experience of my constituents in Glasgow Central. In October 2019, a constituent of mine made his application to the EU settlement scheme and only found out he'd been granted pre-settled status in June 2020. Another applied in June 2019, and while his wife was granted almost immediately, he was waiting till February 2021, having been moved into the complicated pile. And a further constituent applied in December 2020 and was only granted in June this year. All these delays cause considerable stress to individuals. And I appreciate that there are checks, there are processes and wheels turning slowly in the background, but the UK government knew this was coming. They were warned on multiple occasions by a whole queen of organisations and experts that layering this on top of an already struggling immigration system would cause problems. And yet it feels from the experience of my constituents that nothing was done. There are also uncertainties and grey areas. People who have never had to question their right to live here are now having to do so. A constituent and friend of mine, Tony Giuliano, has lived most of his life in Scotland. He considers himself a dual national, an Italian Scot, but since his ID for work purposes was an Italian passport, he's had to apply for settled status to ensure he's able to continue to live his life here. He's certain that there will be many others like him who do not believe they need to apply. And to make matters worse, the EU settlement scheme helpline told him he didn't absolutely need to apply, contradicted by an email I received from UKVI today, which would suggest that he does, as his Italian passport is not a proof of a right to work. What an absolute shambles, Madam Deputy Speaker. The lack of a physical document has been raised by many constituents as a deficiency in the scheme, relying, for example, on having a mobile phone with battery sufficiently charged to allow you to get back through the border as you come back from your holidays is far from ideal for most people. And for those who are digitally excluded, this is a real problem. For those who are required to prove eligibility to their employer or a whole host of government agencies, the digital systems appear not yet to be in place or working properly, as constituents of mine have found, and as my colleague from Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East highlighted. In a response to me from the Minister for Future Borders and Immigration, it's evident that the View and Prove service is not yet working on a cross-government basis. In the letter, the Minister stated, for individuals accessing services provided by government departments and other public authorities, e.g. benefits and healthcare, the Home Office will increasingly make the relevant information about an individual's status available automatically through system-to-system checks at the point at which they seek to access the public services. And while I understand this may be working to an extent in DWP, HMRC and NHS in England, that's not by any matter means the full spectrum of services that people interact with. A system should be in place right now, not at some vague time in the future. And yet another reason to remove or extend the deadline if the UK government haven't even finished their own homework on this issue. And there are further consequences for EU nationals as a result of the Tories' Brexit shambles. A constituent who has lived in Scotland since May 2016 has been allocated pre-settled status and has applied for settled status. He's always worked, but he lost his job in hospitality in early 2020 and went to stay with his family in Italy, unfortunately then getting stuck there during the lockdown. His universal credit claim was refused because he wasn't in the UK. He couldn't apply for jobs, not knowing when he'd be able to return home in Glasgow. So as a result, he's now struggling to get by, destitute until he gets an answer because he's been unable to claim his benefits with pre-settled status. He's told me, For me, this situation is really distressing. I really feel discriminated and humiliated from this government. They are killing my hopes and my dreams. I've had other cases where the DWP have raised questions over EU nationals' eligibility and unfairly denied benefits on the basis of the habitual residency test. This should not be the future the EU nationals face, because the vast majority work and contribute. But as we all know, anyone can require to access support through the loss of a job or through illness. And people should not face barriers in the path in the way that no recourse to public funds already causes destitution and serious harm to so many. Another compelling reason to extend the deadline is the bureaucratic backlog caused by coronavirus. A constituent who came to the UK in July 2020 has been completely stuck due to agencies being closed, understandably due to COVID-19. She wasn't able to get a national insurance number as the job centres were closed, or a job because so many places weren't hiring, to register with a GP, to set up a bank account or obtain a UK driving licence. So now she faces having her claim refused because she can't absolutely prove she was in the UK before December 2020. So I asked the Minister how he expects people to prove their rights when the very agencies we'd all expect to assist have not been available to people. Similarly, another constituent seeking to register his children under the EU settlement scheme found this more difficult as their passports had expired and renewals were more difficult due to COVID. And while I appreciate passports aren't always required to register, I'm sure many others would have found themselves in similar circumstances panicking as the deadline approached. So I hope this will be taken into account as a reasonable excuse. But if there had not been a deadline, this would have removed a great deal of anxiety from this situation. The future of work for EU nationals is undoubtedly now more complex. It's made it more difficult to travel and to work and many may now make the choice to move somewhere else as a result. We've all benefited from the talent, the expertise and all-in contribution to our communities EU nationals have made. What the UK government has sought to do through Brexit and through these rules is to make life harder for our friends and our neighbours. As the MP with the highest immigration caseload in Scotland, I can tell you all that life is already pretty hard for many people. And the UK government's utterly despicable Nationality and Borders Bill seeks to make this situation even worse. Scotland did not vote for this. We voted to remain in the EU. We see the benefits of migration as a nation who have sent our own out around the world. And we stand by those who have done us the honour of choosing Scotland as their home. And I look forward to the day soon where we're able not only to show people our Scottish hospitality, but to have the legislation to back that up. Thank you.
Thank you. And just another reminder that if we think of each other, everyone can get in. But I did say between 4 and 5 minutes. Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will try and speed through my speech. I'm delighted to speak today on the subject of the EU settlement scheme, as this provides us with a great opportunity to reflect on the invaluable contributions that our friends and neighbours from the EU bring to our country and to our local communities. We have colleagues on both sides of this House who were born in or grew up in an EU country. We in this House also rely on the support of our staff members, many of whom came to this country from Europe. And who can forget the tireless work of those EU nationals working for the various parliamentary services which keep us safe, ensure that the work of our Parliament keeps going and make our days brighter in this place. I'm sure that the whole House will want to join me in thanking them for all their hard work and dedication. In my own constituency of Guildford, I see EU nationals on the front line of our fight against COVID-19 as doctors, nurses, paramedics, carers, and in many other capacities. Many of the children in Guildford, Cranley and our villages are taught at school by teachers from the EU. Our communities are made stronger thanks to the contribution of EU nationals who are our neighbours, our friends and our partners in building the fairer, greener and healthier country we want. Working together is the best way that we can build back better after the pandemic. Which is why I was happy whenever my office was able to assist constituents with their applications to the EU settlement scheme, or by taking their feedback to ministers. It's why I'm happy to help constituents outside the EU too, and have had many successes in the short 18 months since I was elected on immigration matters. The government settlement scheme, which was set up in 2019, sent out a very clear message. We want our friends to stay and enjoy all the rights they have been enjoying for years. I was therefore heartened to hear that the scheme has seen 6 million applications, out of which 5.4 million have been met with a positive outcome, and I thank my honourable friend from Montgomeryshire for the recent update to those numbers. I'm also pleased that those applicants who have not received their decision will have their rights protected and will receive a certificate of application that they can use if they need to prove their immigration status, until a decision is made in their case. I was also pleased to hear that on late applicants and their rights, that we will continue to take a pragmatic and flexible approach in considering them, and that as a priority we will continue to encourage those eligible to secure their status to apply, and each will be based on its unique circumstances. Comments made by my honourable friend the Minister about reasonable grounds for late applicants at the dispatch box today is extremely welcome and will be very reassuring for my constituents. This, alongside the government's £8 million investment into advertising and £22 million investment in ensuring that vulnerable applicants are given all the support they require, clearly illustrate our commitment not to leave anyone behind when it comes to protecting their rights in this country. The scheme was born out of the spirit of friendship and cooperation we share with our European allies, and it mirrors similar programmes put in place for British citizens living in EU countries, albeit running for a long period of time. I hope that this spirit will extend our friendship beyond Europe as we introduce a fair, points-based immigration system, not too dissimilar to the one advocated by the SNP in their 2014 Independence White Paper, only now to call it unjustifiable and damaging to Scotland. Madam Deputy Speaker, having immigrated to this country from New Zealand, I know how important our ties with the rest of the world are, and I commend the government for taking its responsibilities towards immigrants so seriously, especially as we build global Britain, a place where fairness, the rule of law and respect for each other prevails.
Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I find it bizarre that the Scottish National Party have chosen to use their valuable Opposition Day debate slot to debate the EU settlement scheme, and I'm in no doubt in my mind the vast majority of Scots agree with me. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's very little to address regarding the EU settlement scheme, and the SNP does know this full well. For them, it's all about sowing division, stirring up ill-founded resentment, and stoking the same tired old debates about the 2016 Brexit vote. Now, the truth is that the EU referendum was years ago, and since then we have left the bloc for good, and all Scots and all Britons want us to move forward and focus on improving this very country. Now, the SNP may regret the end of freedom of movement. However, the vast majority of British people wanted to end it across the UK. It is us about having the power of national sovereignty to decide who we should admit to our society from anywhere in the world. The EU immigration system was ludicrous, and this was recognised across Scotland. The fact that the SNP are still in favour of it is baffling and quite irresponsible. And now it is a testament to the current scheme's, the settlement scheme, popularity, that we predicted 3.7 million EU citizens would go through the process. But instead, as we've heard today, over 6 million have gone through the process. This is a great success. The simplicity, generosity and some would say leniency of the scheme reflect this government's desire to make life easy for those settled Europeans who contribute to our country and make it what it is. And therefore it is quite disingenuous, I would say, of the SNP to level any accusations against the government for making the process difficult or arcane. The numbers show it's simply not the case. It has worked, and it's worked incredibly well. In terms of extending now or scrapping the deadline, the SNP wants an internal transition which defies reality and defies logic. And it is clear the SNP is clinging on to any vestige of what they think relates to the EU, hankering after one broken union whilst destroying the precious one that we have. They hang on to the coattails of the EU because they have no confidence in Scotland. And any right-thinking Briton knows that the settlement status window must end, and they want it to end. Now, on the more bizarre tagging on at the end of the motion about transferring immigration powers from Westminster to create a Scottish migration system and the Scottish visa, is pure madness. It is part of the SNP's fantasy to further isolate Scotland just for the sake of division. Now, this move would harm Scottish people, not to mention it would be completely impractical, with a hard border inevitable. So how can the SNP seriously favour immigration rights for EU citizens into Scotland over Scots' rights to access the rest of the UK? It is bizarre. And how can the SNP favour EU immigration over what is best for Scotland's young and vulnerable? Now, it is not possible for one country to have two different opposing immigration systems. It is not compatible with the devolution settlement and is not desirable for the people of Scotland. And it is yet another example of the SNP causing trouble and sowing the seeds of division without any actual concrete policies to improve Scots' lives. Our UK immigration policy keeps us safe and attracts the best and brightest to our shores, whether they settle in London, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Cardiff or Belfast. And I think it's bizarre the SNP previously advocated a points-based immigration system in 2014, yet now they've changed their tune when they smell political opportunity. It's rank hypocrisy. Now, it seems to have passed them by that we have actually left the EU, and they're willfully ignoring all the opportunities now available to Scotland outside the EU, whether it's Scottish exports, farmers, fisheries, repatriation of powers and buses to Europe, UK business support or state aid. This latest attempt to score political points over the impressive EU settlement scheme underlines that a Scotland without the SNP would surely be better off. Now, and I am conscious of the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, so on a lighter note, we may not be coming home to Hampden, but it may well be still seeking settled status here in Britain. And I have no doubt that every Scot, including every SNP member here today, will be cheering on England tonight as the sole whole nation's representative left in the tournament. Thank you.
Now go to Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the Brexit referendum, the Prime Minister promised that nothing would change for EU citizens in the UK. Yet everything has changed, as millions of people who had settled here have had to apply for permission to remain in their homes and their jobs. Members on the government benches dismiss this as no big deal, but my husband is German, and after spending over 30 years working as a doctor in our NHS, he felt as if the rug had suddenly been pulled from under his feet. The member from Montgomeryshire highlighted the importance of language, and I agree with him. But while our First Minister in Scotland reached out to EU citizens the morning after the referendum, the language in this place described them as bargaining chips and playing cards. The most upsetting for him was when the former Prime Minister described EU citizens as queue jumpers, implying they had somehow cheated the immigration system to settle here. Such language already made EU citizens feel unwelcome, even before Brexit was completed, and contributed to an almost 90% drop in EU nurses coming to the UK, a loss the 4 national health services could ill afford, especially with the challenges of this last year. Apart from the emotional upheaval felt by many EU families like mine, there are practical issues with the settled status system. Instead of automatically being granted indefinite leave to remain, as promised by the Prime Minister, it's an application process which can be refused. While EU citizens would still have had to register, there would have been no question of refusal, and vulnerable groups such as the elderly or children in care would not now be in danger of becoming illegal. Only 2% of applications have been refused outright, but that's over 100,000 people, and 43% have only been granted the much less favourable pre-settled status, often despite living in the UK for many years. There is a real danger that many with permanent residency assume it means what it says and that they are secure, and don't understand they now need to apply for settled status. Women in particular can struggle to gain full settled status if, due to caring responsibilities, they don't have an unbroken tax record. A widespread concern among EU citizens, as we've heard this afternoon, is the lack of physical proof of their status, particularly with the example of Windrush before them. Having to provide an online document creates problems for those with poor digital access, and some landlords and employers are already excluding EU citizens from the opportunity to work or rent a home as they simply can't be bothered with the hassle. Whether a lack of health and social care staff, farm workers, HGV drivers, or academic researchers, the UK will be poorer for the EU citizens who no longer come to live, work, and contribute to our society. This is particularly an issue in Scotland due to our ageing demographics and risk of rural depopulation. The UK government's dismissal of Scottish requirements simply highlights the need for Scotland to be able to set our own immigration policies. And the members opposite who dismiss that simply ignore the fact that Ireland still has freedom of movement. Freedom of movement was the biggest benefit of EU membership we all gained as individuals, and it worked in both directions. We have had the right to live, love, work or study in any one of 31 countries, yet have taken it away from the younger generation. While EU citizens here contribute to our public services, communities and economy, as well as being our family, friends and neighbours. So despite the Prime Minister's original Brexit promises, I can tell you many EU citizens do not feel secure in the UK, but rather feel unwelcome and unsettled.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to celebrate the fact that almost 6 million EU citizens have chosen to remain here and indicated they wish to make this place their home. And I appreciate this might be difficult for the SNP to comprehend. Why, when they are seeking to leave the United Kingdom, a number of EU citizens greater than the total population of Scotland have chosen to stay in the United Kingdom. And I think that puts the scale of this into perspective. That the number of people who have applied for settled status and been granted it is actually greater than the total population of Scotland. And I want to place on record my thanks to the Home Office, to the ministerial team and former ministers and all of the staff who have made this scheme so simple, so easy to apply and so successful. The EUSS, when compared to other immigration schemes of the past, is a breath of fresh air. It is so simple, it is so straightforward, it can be done on your smartphone, and as we have heard, so many people have applied for it. And I think the SNP do a disservice by scaremongering, by trying to present this picture that it is difficult, that it's uncertain, that you might have problems, when the reality is, for the vast majority of people, it is very easy, very straightforward, and they secure their settled status scheme, in some cases that I know of, within hours of applying. And I think we need to celebrate just how great this scheme has. At the end of last month, as we said, almost 6 million people have applied for it. And when you think when we set this scheme up, we thought there were only about 3.4 or so million people who were likely to apply, it puts in perspective just how successful the scheme has been. Now, some have said that there are those who may be unaware that they need to apply for settled status. But I say my experience is there are very, very few. That the government has done an incredible job working with local authorities and other bodies across the UK to get the message out. And in the conversations I've had with EU citizens in Cornwall, they have all been absolutely aware of the scheme and how to apply for it. So again, I think the Home Office need to be commended for the incredible work that they have done. Now again, I know some are calling for the scheme to be extended. And I fully appreciate that the SNP want to continue free movement, and actually they see this as a way that through the back door we can continue free movement. But we promised in our manifesto that we would end free movement, and it is right that the scheme has a deadline and comes to an end. But I also welcome the approach of the Minister, the pragmatic approach and proportionate approach in dealing with those who may have applied late to the scheme. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we should celebrate the EU Settled Status Scheme as being a great success that has demonstrated that far from those who want to paint our country, as we have left the EU, as a closed country, as an unfriendly place, as a place that doesn't welcome people, as exactly the opposite is true. That we have welcomed all those who wish to make their home here from the EU, who have been here over the years. And it is, I think, it has been a success, and it demonstrates the very best of our nation, and we should celebrate this fact. So I simply say to the SNP that I know that this debate isn't really about the EU Settled Status Scheme. It's really about having another go at the Westminster Government and working to your own agenda. But the reality is the scheme has been successful, and we should welcome it and celebrate all those who have applied to stay here.
Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for St Austell and Newquay. And I would like to start by thanking the Honourable Member for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch for his comprehensive and detailed explanation of the problems, the obstacles and the failings of the settled scheme system. And I agree with them wholeheartedly about its drawbacks and its failings. But as much as I'm impressed by his explanation, I'm also astonished that he cannot recognise that what he is also reciting is a litany of the problems which Scotland and England would face if the SNP were to have their way over independence. But as much as this is not a debate, another rerun of a debate on Brexit, about the damage to our trade, the obstacles in the way of our small businesses and the problems that it will create as we recover from Brexit, neither do I believe it should be a debate about independence, because it is about something far more important than either of those. It is about people. People who have come here, contributed, paid their taxes, raised their family and regard this place as home. So many of my constituents, almost 3,000 in fact, and one letter in particular I received sums up the issue from me. Dear Christine, I am a French citizen, having lived and worked in Scotland for more than 20 years. My husband is also French and we have 2 children, aged 12 and 9, both born in Scotland, and we have serious worries. Their worries are about the future, about settled status, whether they will face another Windrush scandal, and about how much it will cost them for their son, who was born here, to have British citizenship and a passport. While I accept the Minister's assurances about the extended deadline and that we won't face another Windrush, I don't believe the Government has addressed the fact that so many people, like my constituents, no longer feel welcome in the country that they made home and that they have contributed to. And also the fact that there is, quite frankly, panic amongst a lot of people who live and work here, who perhaps married British citizens and now are confused about exactly what their future will hold. And I don't blame them. We know the applications are taking longer to process than was promised, that the process is not as straightforward as was originally suggested. You have to make separate applications for children. We've heard all these promises today, and that what was promised by the Government, like in so many things, has not materialised. We are not treating people with respect. What about all those still waiting for the decisions? But much as I agree with the SNP about the regret about the loss of freedom of movement and the situation that EU citizens now find themselves in, I'm afraid I cannot support the motion today because of that last sentence about immigration. Immigration should not, I believe, be part or the responsibility of one part of the United Kingdom. I feel, yes, there are fruit pickers in Scotland who need work. Yes, who need staff. There are the NHS is calling out for migrants to come here and work. And on that point, we have a great number of migrants in this country who I feel deserve indefinite leave to remain as a thank you for the contribution they have made in COVID. Yes, but that need is not restricted to Scotland. They need fruit pickers in Cornwall as much as we need them in Scotland. They need NHS staff in Essex as much as we need it in Scotland. And as my honourable friend for Edinburgh South pointed out, if it would take as long to set up an immigration system as it has a benefit system, then we would wait a very long time before we got the people that we needed. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to say that while I sympathise with much of what the SNP has said today, I regret the fact that yet again it has been used as an opportunity to promote independence and not, I believe, the best interests of those EU citizens in this country, and that they should not become another weapon in the independence battle. Thank you.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Edinburgh West. The decision to leave the EU was taken through a referendum. This was the will of the British people, with all that entailed, including the loss of freedom of movement for EU citizens. And it's difficult to understand the concerns that the SNP is citing about the EU settlement scheme, given that the efforts that the UK government has put in to ensuring that as many EU nationals as possible who are living in the UK had the support they needed to apply for settled status. Over 1,500 Home Office staff were working on the EU settlement scheme, and when the scheme opened in March 2019, the Home Office estimated that between 3.5 and 4.1 million EU nationals would apply for settled or pre-settled status. And it's testament to the robust nature of the systems that this government set up and the work put in by the Home Office team that over 6 million applications have been handled by the scheme. Most are turned around in 5 working days, and over 5.1 million grants of status have been confirmed. The application figures are clear. They're a clear demonstration of the hard work that the Home Office, the DWP and other partners have put into reaching out to EU nationals across the UK through many different channels, including employers, landlords, charities and public bodies. In my constituency of Ynys-Môn, with its close ties to Ireland and direct link to Dublin, the Home Office is engaged with key local employers like Stena to ensure that their EU staff understood the requirements and could access the systems that they needed. To support EU nationals wishing to apply over the past 2 years, the government has committed significant support and guidance. The EU Settlement Resolution Centre, set up for those needing general assistance, has handled more than 1.5 million callers and responded to over 500,000 online contacts. The assisted digital service for those without the appropriate skills, confidence or experience to complete online applications. £22 million of grant funding was given to 72 organisations across the UK to reach and give support to over 310,000 vulnerable citizens and their families, including victims of human trafficking or domestic abuse. And for those whose applications were submitted before the deadline but are still being considered, their right to live in the UK will be extended until a decision is reached. Recognising that there may be good reasons for some to have missed the deadline, the Home Office has a late applications process, and this means that those who could not or who did not apply for good reason, such as being in a coercive or abusive relationship, or who lack the physical or mental capacity to do so, will still be able to apply. It's right that there's been a settled status process because going forward, EU nationals will be subject to the same immigration processes as people from other countries. And it's difficult to see what more this government could have done to ensure that those who have a right to settled status have had the opportunity to apply. Along with my honourable friend, I fully recognise and appreciate the contribution that EU nationals make to our lives and our economy in the UK. And over the past 18 months, EU nationals working in hospitals like Ysbyty Gwynedd and other key worker and frontline positions have been a critical part of our fight against COVID-19. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to end by saying the UK will continue to have close ties to our continental neighbours, and we still, as we always have, will warmly welcome the individuals, the skills, the cultural diversity that our migrant population brings to us.
We now go to Chris Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister boasts about the EU settlement scheme, which has been, according to him, a huge success with more than 6 million applications received. Let me be clear from the outset. These aren't 6 million applicants. These are 6 million individuals who are our family members, our neighbours, our friends, our colleagues and their loved ones. Shamefully, they've had to face needless anxiety and bureaucracy ever since the disastrous vote to leave the EU 5 years ago. Each one of these individuals has a story of how they came to live here, why this is now their home and why they should not have been put through this unnecessary, traumatic process simply to maintain the rights that they've always had. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was particularly taken aback by a story of one of my constituents, namely Irina Jendrika. Irina is 77 years old and was born in a Nazi concentration camp in 1943. She was scheduled to be executed, but was saved when the camp was liberated at the end of the war. Incinerators were being prepared for the extermination of all the camp's inhabitants at 12 o'clock that day. But Irina and her mother were thankfully saved just in time, 10 minutes away from death, a moment Irina describes as an act of God. After the camp's liberation, Irina and her mother went were sent to a refugee camp in Italy, where her mother met Irina's stepfather after he had been released from a Russian gulag at the end of the war. As a family, they were transported to the UK, and at the age of 4, Irina settled in Scotland. She has spent her life here since then, and in fact, has never even left the UK after arriving all those decades ago. I'm telling this story because Irina is one of the many millions who have had to apply for the EU settlement scheme. She is one of the UK's last Holocaust survivors and told me that the application process made her relive every horror of her past. In her own words, she described it as, "Any goodness within me was sucked out of me like a syringe." Madam Deputy Speaker, this is morally reprehensible and should shame this government, but it is the reality of this scheme and their hostile environment. It is a consequence of being dragged far right by the UKIP and Brexit Party and treating individuals who contribute so much as mere statistics or a migration target to reach. I am sure Irina is not the only one who is left feeling like an outcast with no sense of belonging as a result of having to go through the scheme's process to remain in the place they call home. Simply put, this scheme clearly demonstrates the Tories are living up to their reputation as the nasty party. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, Irina made it clear that she was appalled by politicians who every year will pose for pictures, speak in debates, and attend events remembering the Holocaust, yet are willing to make people like her feel unwelcome due to this hostile regime. Irina has one question for this government. Why are you putting me through this? I have to relive it through every horror. I went through this at school and now I'm going through it again. And I have a question for the Minister. After hearing all of this, how can he judge this scheme as what he calls a huge success? Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a country I want to live in. The Scottish Government have always said that EU nationals are welcome here, and the contrast in the message from the SNP and Conservative benches is crystal clear. Finally, Irina asked me to tell her story today as she wants to be a voice for the many who suffer in silence. I am deeply humbled that I've been able to do that. I want to assure Irina and all of our citizens that call Scotland a home that despite the cruel, callous and shameful approach of this UK government, Scotland is your home and you should feel thoroughly welcome. I and all my SNP colleagues will continue to defend your rights wherever you come from and whatever your story is. Thank you.
We now go to Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow those comments from the Honourable Member for Dundee West, although I disagree with almost all of them. The settled status scheme has shown us that more than 6 million people have taken advantage of the opportunities that the United Kingdom offers and moved to this country. And the first point to make is that this shows how successful the scheme has been. We've already heard that it's by far the most generous scheme in Europe, simple to apply for from home with a good app, well advertised and well supported by agencies. The numbers show how well this scheme has been developed and applied by the government. But now that the scheme deadline has passed, it's been suggested, not least by the previous speaker, that applicants for this settled status might be at risk of what they describe as a hostile environment. And yet the government guidance to civil servants on how to approach applications after the deadline has been published, and it simply explodes this myth. Rather than being a hostile environment, civil servants have been instructed to give applicants the benefit of the doubt when discrepancies arise, to show a proportionate response. If mistakes in an application have been made, these should be pointed out to the applicants and then they should be given a reasonable amount of time to correct them and resubmit without criticism. And applications out of time will also be permitted indefinitely if there are reasonable grounds for the delay. So this is the opposite of a hostile environment. And to my mind, the government's bent over backwards and continues to do so to facilitate applications. It's commissioned £8 million of advertising to raise awareness, and it's had a wide range of support, has also been offered and made available online, over the telephone if it's been needed, as well as from 72 organisations across the United Kingdom funded by the government to help in the application process. And it has worked, as the huge take-up proves. But looking at the statistics, there is a key number that jumps out. Just 290,000 out of more than 6 million EU citizens have chosen to make Scotland their home. These are figures that have been unaffected by any constraints on immigration. It's a historic measurement. So it's a measurement of the relative attraction of Scotland under the SNP to immigrants. Rather than seeking devolution of immigration powers as the motion demands, the SNP might want to reflect, why is it that so many of these welcomed immigrants who have voted with their feet to make a new life for themselves here in the United Kingdom have decided not to make that life in Scotland? The SNP has been in continuous power in Scotland since 2007. So this is the SNP Scotland that has been judged by European Union immigrants. What does it say about the anti-business approach of the SNP, with the resulting underperformance of the Scottish economy with the SNP in charge, creating fewer job opportunities and successful careers? We shouldn't forget that between 2007, when they took over, and 2019, the Scottish economy under the SNP has grown by 9.3%. The UK as a whole over the same period has grown by 16.5%. And that's including the drag of the SNP's Scottish economy. So what does it say about the prospect of having to pay the SNP's higher taxes as an entrepreneur in Scotland than in the rest of the United Kingdom? And what does it say about the prospect of sending your children to the SNP schools that are going backwards in the international league tables when compared to the rest of the United Kingdom as well? And with the relentless focus on separation by the SNP, how welcoming is that message for immigrants, whether from the EU, the rest of the world, or from the rest of the United Kingdom? Creating a border at Berwick is the last thing to encourage inward migration. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is another example of the SNP obsession with separation damaging the real interests of the country.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The EU settlement scheme should never have needed to be put in place, and it's a travesty that our European friends and neighbours who have been living lawfully in this country, in some cases for many decades, as other members have referred to, should be forced into a situation where they have to apply for and prove their basic rights. The Honourable Member for Broadland, who I have the pleasure of following, hails the scheme as a success while neglecting to mention that the government underestimated by 100% the number of EU citizens actually in the UK. Members of this government promised that nothing would change, a promise that was quickly broken. And the situation is now only worsening for the citizens who that promise was made to and are now arguably subject to a hostile environment. Now, I noted the comments of the Honourable Member for Eunice-Morn, who is no longer in her place, of the steps the Home Office have taken. But it doesn't sound to me a particularly warm welcome to require those in coercive relationships to detail such trauma to prove they have a right to stay in this country. And I've been inundated with correspondence from constituents to do with the EU settlement scheme, and I find it hard to believe that members on the opposite benches haven't also heard from their constituents, both from those who are appalled at the scheme itself and the risk it poses to their European friends and neighbours, and from those struggling to apply for the scheme itself. And I wrote to the Home Secretary on their behalf last month, highlighting some of the issues which they've raised, and other members have done so this afternoon. Glitches on the app preventing those applications. The Home Office have been proudly saying how this will be a digital system and how this will apparently benefit EU citizens. But if the app doesn't work now, it is hard to trust that these systems will work later. Easy access to paper forms for those who need them. Now, there are lots of reasons to need a paper form, even if the app was working properly. But often these can only be accessed by phoning the helpline and then being sent out in the post. And this is ridiculous for a system which is meant to be making the most of digital technology, and disastrous for those who needed to apply for the deadline and who couldn't get through on the phone line. Thirdly, being unable to reach an advisor at the EU Resettlement Scheme Resolution Centre phone line. And I've received letters from those in considerable distress because they are trying to apply for the scheme but either need assistance or have called the helpline repeatedly throughout the day over multiple days and have never been able to get through. And finally, assurance that those who were unable to apply through no fault of their own would not be subject to a hostile environment. Some weeks later, I'm past the deadline to apply, and I've yet to receive a response. And I would therefore ask the Minister to provide an update on when this will be forthcoming in his closing remarks. Here we are, 1 week past the deadline to apply, and I, like many members of this House, am still hearing about those problems. I've been working with the organisation Fife for Europe, which works with EU citizens from across the Kingdom of Fife, covering not just my constituency in North East Fife, but Dunfermline and West Fife, Glenrothes and Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. In my most recent conversation with them earlier today, I was told about a number of issues people are continuing to have with the scheme. Stories of parents not knowing they needed to apply for a child, of being unable to access passports due to the closure of embassies, of incomprehensible forms and legal terminology, and again that inability to get through to the resolution centre. And these are not case studies for a campaign, they are anecdotes about what is happening to friends and neighbours. And I have no doubt that there are those experiencing the same thing throughout my constituency and the country as a whole. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I've also heard about a huge amount of fear. A fear and a confusion over how to apply and what might happen if the deadline was missed. What if those people were unable to access or fully complete written forms? What about those people who have been unable to get the appropriate evidence to support their applications by the cut-off point? And I've heard that many people have ultimately put in incomplete applications just to get that certificate of application and get some more time to jump through those hurdles set for them by the Home Office. And given that the deadline last week had an estimated backlog of 400,000 cases, it's now estimated to be up to 570,000 according to the latest statistics. It's clear the Home Office's inflexibility is just creating themselves extra work and adding to the anxiety of those left in limbo. And this is indeed a limbo. The Home Office have provided a certificate of application, but this does nothing to demonstrate to landlords or potential employers about somebody's long-term rights. Both landlords and employers are looking for candidates who will be around in 6 months' time, and it would be understandable for those candidates to be preferred who could give this guarantee. So I ask the Minister, what steps are being taken to deal with this backlog, and when will the uncertainty be over for those hundreds of thousands of people? And what happens, Madam Deputy Speaker, to those who were missed, who did not know about the scheme despite the advertising, who are not on the electoral roll or do not use the internet? The cut-off disproportionately impacts the vulnerable, those in social care, the old, the young, looked after children and care leavers. Those who need extra support but have now been made subject to the hostile environment. What support is there for them? What is this government doing to ensure those rights are upheld? And even when somebody has managed to apply, we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it is not plain sailing. We've been told time and time again that this is a digital status because it is easier, cheaper and safer. But it seems to be far from easy to make changes to that status, changes which are foreseeable over the course of a lifetime, such as time passing and getting a new passport with a new ID number, or getting married and changing your name. Can the Minister explain how something we're told is so simple can be more cumbersome than getting a new passport? And speaking of ID cards, this government seems happy to produce some ID cards, so why does it continue to reject a physical proof of status? We're happy to use vaccine passports, this government. If they say they can find the money to produce voter ID cards, will they agree that providing EU citizens with a usable physical proof of status is not too much of an ask? Clearly, much more needs to be done.
Number 16 is withdrawn, so we go to Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I speak in this debate as the representative of the vibrant and diverse community in East Renfrewshire, whose population reflects a long tradition of migration into Scotland. The EU nationals in East Renfrewshire are our family, our friends and our neighbours. Many of them served on the front line during the pandemic in our NHS or public services, or providing other essential roles. The latest figures show over 1,200 applications from East Renfrewshire alone, and that's before we get to those who missed out. And how can they get the absolute certainty for the right to live and remain as promised by the Prime Minister? And of course they need that, or they face unemployment, homelessness, refused benefits or healthcare. We should all be concerned about that, and concerned to minimise the chances of people ending up in such distress through no fault of their own, because this Tory government is hell-bent on pursuing their destructive race to the Brexit bottom, no matter our friends or neighbours or colleagues or Scotland's vote. People in East Renfrewshire voted 74% to remain in the EU, yet are now in large numbers having to deal with this. But here they are, and there are serious issues now for those who did not ask to have their lives thrown into turmoil. Of course, a major issue in all that is the UK government trying to provide reassurance and no one being able to believe a word that they say. Their response to legitimate concerns raised with them can be summarised as, "Trust us, there's nothing to see here." But the reality, which we've all seen played out, has been somewhat different. Anyone wanting a masterclass on why we can't rely on a word they say only needs to watch the Prime Minister tell a Northern Ireland businessman that there'll be no customs declarations on goods moving from Northern Ireland to Great Britain. Have a wee look at what the UK government website says today. Both the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary said after Brexit there would be no change for EU citizens lawfully resident in the UK, they would automatically be granted indefinite leave to remain. There was no mention of a deadline to redeem that pledge. And the concern is that unless guarantees are put in place now, the Tories might do what they did to the Windrush generation, indeed what they continue to do to them, tying applicants to the Windrush compensation scheme in a web of confusion, delay and further disrespect. Last week, when the Right Honourable Member for Ross Skye and Lochaber questioned the Prime Minister over an extension to the deadline, he brushed it off in his usual "who cares about the details" fashion. But within hours of that dismissive response, the system creaked to breaking point under more than 50,000 applications made as the deadline approached, and the deadline was extended. But instead of giving a reasonable extension, the UK government shifted it by just 9 hours. Now, if an extension was possible, why not show good faith and make it a reasonable extension? After all, the processing of applications will continue for months. Instead, late applications could wait months for applications to be processed, being unable to start jobs, enter new tenancies, obtain driving licences, or make new benefit claims. Scotland needs our EU citizens. We need workers in industries like transport, hospitality, food, health, and many other sectors. But the hostile environment created by this Tory government runs counter to the needs of our economy and our values as a welcome, open nation. And Scotland needs an immigration system that works for our society. It's clear that that won't be delivered while crucial policy areas like migration, citizenship, asylum and refugee policy remain under Westminster's control. And that's why Scotland needs the full powers that will only come with independence.
Number 18 has withdrawn, so we go to Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm happy to support the SNP in this motion. The Alba Party endorses it. Obviously, it seems to us a microcosm of a wider issue, which is a diverging of two societies and different positions that are understandably being taken by their governments, reflecting perhaps the wider views of the people. Because immigration is being seen south of the border as a danger, as a threat, something that has to be clamped down on. Whereas in Scotland, immigration is seen as a necessity and indeed an opportunity and something to be supported. And that has been something that is now reflected in the political direction of the governments. Dealing first of all with immigration, it's something that's been with Scotland since almost time immemorial. It's reflected in our place names. Argyll, after all, is the land of the Eastern Gale. It's where people came when they came originally from Ireland. Sutherland may be in the northmost part of Scotland, but it's actually in it's the Southlands if you come from Scandinavia or the north. So our place names reflect it, and that has continued as people have come from south of the border. They've come from Italy, Ireland. They've now come from India, China, and Africa. But especially in recent years, they have come from the European Union and especially from Central and Eastern Europe. And that has been a good thing. They've come here and made Scotland their home. It's only a few years back that 1 in 10 children born in Scotland had a Polish mother. They have made Scotland a better place, enhanced our communities and benefited our economy. But the flip side to immigration is emigration. And that's why immigration is also required in Scotland, because as well as immigration forging our nation, immigration has scarred our nation. Sometimes it's come about through hardship and indeed through brutality, as we know with the Highland clearances. More often, people have left for opportunity or for love. Equally, though, many people have had to go because they lacked opportunities due to the mismanagement of the economy, especially by British governments in recent years. Those of us who grew up in Scotland in the 1970s and 80s have seen our classmates from the years before in our school have to go south or abroad. That's why hardly a Scottish family doesn't have a relative in Australia, Canada, or some other place in the New World. But it gives a different perspective. It's why we recognise that immigration is just part of it, and immigration is something that we should have and is a benefit to our society. The EU settlement scheme is causing fear. It's causing alarm, as people have narrated. It's causing disruption in our economy, not simply in agriculture and hospitality and HGV. Even today, the Transport Secretary is having to announce changes that would be much easier if we just had the available labour that primarily was coming from Eastern Europe or East European drivers coming in. That's why the Scottish economy requires it. our economy as well as our society is being damaged by it. Some proposals, some changes by the government extending the scheme, of course they are welcome. It can be ameliorated. A decision to take a view that's much more supportive of those who, for whatever reason, fair to apply is to be welcomed. But equally, it doesn't go far enough. Scotland requires its own immigration policy. I'm not going to go into the question of an immigration policy at independence. That's for another date. But immigration can most certainly be dealt with in a devolved system. That is something that has previously been talked about by the Tory government, and its failure to be delivered is shameful and is damaging us. It is available, as the mover of the motion had referred to, in the Isle of Man, but equally it applies in South Australia, where they have distinct needs for perhaps more different economic areas in New South Wales or indeed in Victoria. It also applies in Quebec, as been mentioned. Now, I did listen to the honourable member for Edinburgh South going on about how it was apparently opposed in some areas of Canada. But let's be quite clear that in Canada, no federal government has sought to remove the scheme whereby there is a distinct immigration policy to the province of Quebec. No political party, mainstream political party, as far as I'm aware, in Quebec is seeking to remove it or would seek to abandon it. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, what that tells us is that even Quebec Tories are more radical in immigration than Scottish Labour or the Scottish Liberal Democrats, who don't seem to want something that applies even in countries that operate within a federal or devolved structure. Scotland requires the same powers that are available not simply in the Isle of Man, but do apply in Quebec and in Australia. It's for that reason that I support this motion. Not simply to stand up for immigrants and for those immigrants who have come here from the EU who make our country a better place, but to make sure that our country can be the land that we know it can be. And to do that, as through past centuries going back into the millennia, we require people to come here, to make this their home, to work here and make our society better. And to do that, to achieve that, we require powers of immigration that can be dealt with without independence. But if the Tory government won't give us it, then there's no alternative but to obtain independence to deliver the society that our people are entitled to live in. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Hannah.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like other Northern Irish MPs, I've spent a lot of time in this chamber and in select committee and in the media talking about the free movement of goods and about people's emotions and identity in the context of Northern Ireland, but there has been much less discussion about the plight and the rights of EU nationals who've been living and working and contributing in our community. So the free movement of sausages has demanded a lot more political time and political energy than the lives and the horizons of our neighbours and friends and colleagues. From the referendum, we know that uncertainty was created in the lives and the careers of many EU nationals, and that chill set in long before even this scheme was announced. Employers weren't sure whether or not that person would be around long enough to justify the investment in a training course. Would a landlord be allowed to sign a one-year lease with this particular tenant? Wouldn't it just be less hassle and less admin to hire this local worker, even if they were less qualified? It's been a cloud over the future of EU citizens and their horizons limited, and of course the horizons limited too of young people in this country who now have curbs put on where their life and their work will take them in the future. Overnight, on the 30th of June, many people living here and in Northern Ireland legally previously found themselves more vulnerable to the hostile environment. I proudly represent the most diverse constituency in Northern Ireland, and my team and I have been helping constituents navigate the new system. We have been doing that and experiencing firsthand their difficulties and knowing the culture of no that pervades in the Home Office, of a presumption of guilt and unsuitability and a disregard for people and the emotional consequences of living a life in limbo. The immigration frameworks that the UK are bringing through devolve the hostile environment to the community. Despite assurances that EU nationals and their family members wouldn't be required to provide evidence of their status in order to access services, unlawful checks and discrimination are a reality. We know of cases where GP practices, landlords, employers, social security providers have requested share codes and additional documentation. Public servants have become, in all their fields, have become immigration officials, and a chilling inevitably follows that. And I hope that the Minister will take the opportunity of this debate today to clarify the legal viability and the legal rights of those citizens, and to take the opportunity to reiterate the fact that they are legal and welcome and valued here. I've been told by the Home Office that there's no service standard, so there isn't an indication of how long people might wait for a decision on their case, and many, as others have outlined, struggle to access the helpline. As well as the Minister taking steps to rectify this, I would also ask that he address the widespread call for a physical record or a manifestation, so people aren't having to share screen grabs with all the data protection issues that raises. The overall Brexit immigration policy delivers further blow to our society and economy. Northern Ireland traditionally has had net neutral immigration. To the extent that we have had anything approaching an immigration problem, it is an issue of young people leaving our shores and not coming back. And in fact, EU workers over the last decades have helped us to address those problems, and who have brought hard work and have brought diversity and vitality, as generations of people from the island I live in had done to other countries over many years. EU migrant workers have staffed core economic activities, agri-food, manufacturing, tourism and hospitality, and certainly health and social care. In 2016, 7% of employees were EEA nationals, making Northern Ireland, outside London, the region with the highest levels of labour migration from EEA countries. According to the Economy Department in Northern Ireland, that number has fallen by 26% since the referendum. A quarter of those workers, our colleagues and our neighbours, upped sticks and left, rather than dealing with the hostility that was created by a campaign that framed them as the cause of all our problems. The pandemic, members will know, has absolutely nailed the lie that wages are synonymous with the skill or value of a worker, and an immigration framework should not use salary level as the primary determinant of a person's ability to work in the UK, especially when the same government does little to address chronic low pay. With lower wage levels in the UK average, the points-based threshold of 25,600 is particularly ill-suited to Northern Ireland, with fewer than a third of migrant workers currently able to meet that threshold. I'd love to believe that this will drive up wages for local workers or EEA workers, but I do not believe that that is what is in the hearts and minds of the architects of this system. While the protocol, with its mitigation against a hard land border for goods, has mitigated some aspects of Brexit, things like an unfit-for-purpose immigration rule is an example of the creeping borderism that Brexit is bringing to the island of Ireland. A Spanish backpacker can no longer make their way up the wild Atlantic way from Cork all the way up to Belfast by working in bars. An Estonian software engineer can't any longer seamlessly transfer from the Dublin office to the Belfast office. Why would a worker from the EU come to work in Derry when 10 minutes over the border they can work in Donegal with no bureaucracy and paperwork? Why would a multinational company choose the location in Newry when there's less cost and less red tape a few miles down the road in Dundalk? Northern Ireland's only saving grace in the competition for foreign direct investment is that the protocol offers companies unique and alternative proposition of having access to both markets. And it's ironic that, as well as the hostility of these immigration frameworks, this government seems determined to spaff that up against the wall as well. This approach and that approach are the reason that people in Northern Ireland have rejected this approach for the last 5 years. Thank you.
Number 21 is withdrawn, so we go to Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nobody who campaigned to leave the EU will have considered the human cost of Brexit. And despite the many heartbreaking stories, the Tory government still doesn't. EU citizens have been treated appallingly, and their hardship continues. Many EU citizens find themselves in legal limbo. They fear that their status will become unlawful. For those who have moved to the UK, sometimes decades ago, lived here, studied or worked here, have fallen in love or started a family, this country has become their home. But for all who have not become a British citizen, their future is uncertain. For those with pre-settled status, the situation is even worse. The government must show that it is serious about the rights of EU citizens. At the very least, it must provide physical proof of status to prevent discrimination. Many EU citizens, including my own constituents in Bath, are struggling with this untried, untested, digital-only status. 89% have expressed unhappiness with the lack of physical proof, and it is incomprehensible why the government is still not listening to them. EU citizens seem no longer be of any interest to this Tory government. It is the hostile Britain par excellence. Each time an EU citizen returns into their adopted home, they cannot be fully certain that they will be allowed in. These fears are not unfounded. Here's another example why digital proof only doesn't work. Research from the Residential Landlords Association found that 20% of landlords said they were less likely to consider letting their property to an EU or EEA national. The Joint Council for the Welfare of Immigrants found that out of the 115 mystery shopping inquiries, only 3 landlords explicitly said they were willing to conduct an online check. 85% didn't even respond. People are required to prove their immigration status throughout their lives. They could be seeking a new job, find a place to live, opening a bank account, getting treatment at a hospital, or returning home from a holiday abroad. The big promises for a simple proof for the right to be here have been shamelessly broken. The EU has mandated all member states to issue British citizens a uniform physical residence document, and the UK must reciprocate. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a European migrant myself, I feel the pain and sadness of all EU citizens that Britain, a country we once admired and choose as our home, has turned into a country of small-minded insularity. I ask the government once more to show more sense and compassion towards EU citizens. Economies and societies are about people. For decades, the UK has welcomed and nurtured those who came. The country was a good example of an open, tolerant society and has seen the benefits of being modern and diverse. The pendulum is swinging the other way, not by accident, but by political design. Britain continues to be geographically, historically, and economically part of the European world. Europe is a continent with few barriers between countries, where academics, business, and private lives are shared across the non-existent borders. The UK is no longer part of this open Britain. Those with choices, those with skills and qualifications, the best, and especially the young, those the government wants to attract, have already moved or will move and not return. This is the tragedy of my adopted country. Thank you.
We now go to Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 5 years after the Brexit vote and the initiation of the Article 50 process, we are still discussing the fate of millions of EU nationals across the UK, including many of my constituents. The persisting uncertainty to the lives of many EU nationals across the UK is causing distress and worry. I do welcome the over 6 million applications that have already been processed, and it's reassuring that the Minister has confirmed that none of the cases being processed presently will be subjected to immigration enforcement, and the EU nationals concerned will have their rights legally protected. However, there remain many questions around the rights of those who have missed the deadline, which can have disastrous consequences for vulnerable EU nationals in the UK, such as those fleeing domestic abuse. If the deadline for settled status is missed and a late application is made, their ability to access benefits and homelessness assistance will be halted until they receive a successful grant of status. This risk isn't a hypothetical scenario, but a reality. According to Refuge, the domestic abuse charity, reports from their frontline services indicate that many domestic abuse survivors who come from EU countries remain unaware they need to make an application to the scheme, and also that a separate application needs to be made on behalf of their dependents. Migrant survivors of domestic abuse face forms of precarity. It would be comforting to know that the Home Office pays attention to this when considering their status. EU nationals experiencing domestic abuse have oftentimes found it difficult to provide the necessary documentation for their application, many reporting documentation destroyed by abusive partners. Indeed, Refuge even report that some of their clients have been told by abusers that due to Brexit, they could no longer contact the police or the health services, risking deportation if they take such steps. While it's reassuring that the Home Office has agreed to accept late applications in these cases where an individual has reasonable grounds to do so, and that it has been confirmed that experiences of domestic abuse will be considered such reasonable grounds, it would be helpful if the Minister could delineate whether and how the Home Office will ensure flexibility in what can be considered acceptable evidence for a late application on these grounds. It's also noteworthy that guidance for late applicants to the settlement scheme considers serious medical conditions or significant medical treatment preventing someone from being able to complete an application to be reasonable grounds. This is, of course, welcome, but it would be useful to know if this extends to mental health issues, where someone with depression is unable to perform day-to-day tasks. Would this fall within the scope of this clause? For many years now, EU nationals have been subjected to a state of permanent limbo, anxiety and uncertainty about their future, and I do hope the Minister will consider these modest steps to help our EU national friends and neighbours remain here where they belong. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Anne McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that I don't welcome this debate. It should not have been necessary. That said, there's been some very interesting contributions today, and I pay particular tribute to my friend, the Honourable Member for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East for being all over this, as he always is. I also want to thank the 3 million for their ongoing support and campaigning for all of those people who are so worried. And I want to just, if I might, say a little bit about my office, because my office is busy with casework all the time, but in recent months they have been snowed under with people having real difficulty with the EU settlement scheme, and they've gone above and beyond the call of duty. They're working all sorts of hours, so I want to just put on the record my thanks to them. I don't think of any new questions because I've asked them all before. I've just had difficulty getting an answer other than it'll be all right on the night. I do want to ask about late applications. Now, I know the Minister is always happy to give the example that he gave today about the 5-year-old child in care who in 13 years' time discovers their status was never resolved, and how, of course, that's a good reason for a late application, and that's great. But I would really like to hear other examples, because he'll forgive me for saying it's quite an obvious one. Who would not overlook a late application in that instance? I think we'd feel more comforted in these benches if he could elaborate on who else and what other circumstances. He did say today something about people who do not have the mental capacity to apply, and the Honourable Member for Innismon talked about people in coercive relationships. But if we could get a bit of detail, you know, are we talking about people in those domestic abuse situations, anyone who's been trafficked, bereaved, homeless, experiencing ill health mentally or physically, or an addiction? And can we talk about what's likely to happen in the immediate future rather than 13 years hence, because it's not likely anyone today will be still around then to be held accountable. I don't mean they won't be alive, they just won't be here to be questioned on it. I'm going to hazard a guess that the government isn't that bothered about the toll this is taking on individuals. It's not all guesswork. I've got a fair bit of evidence about how we treat all categories of migrants. But if the government doesn't care about the people involved, it surely must care about the economy. Scottish Government analysis shows a decline in EU nationals working in Scotland, and it's hitting industries like agriculture and hospitality hard. And that's not just Scotland, as others have said, that's across the UK. Now, I know this government doesn't listen to the Scottish Government, so will it listen to the National Farmers Union, whose figures show that only 11% of seasonal workers last year were UK residents, and that's despite a big Pick for Britain campaign. They need workers, but they're struggling to get them. How would the Minister do his job if he couldn't get support staff? Or listen to Tim Martin, owner of Wetherspoons, who I never expected to be referencing to make any point in here. But as the Honourable Member for Edinburgh South has said, even the arch-Brexiteer himself is now lamenting that he can't get the staff he needs and is calling for a special dispensation for his industry. If he of all people is saying this, we know what a terrible impact Brexit itself must be having in terms of people leaving. And the Honourable Member for Belfast South has spoken about why. But to then, on top of that, have EU nationals who are living here, who are entitled to work, who are willing to work, but unable to prove it quickly or easily, and therefore unable to work. What does that do to the availability of labour and the economy? I won't repeat the arguments about physical evidence being so important because my honourable colleagues have covered that. All I'll say is there is absolutely no reason to do it. They can do it for people to prove they've been vaccinated, so they can do it for EU citizens if they want to. So we've got lengthy delays, people who missed the deadline, no physical evidence of the right to remain, online systems unable to cope, employers scared to employ, and people feeling unwanted and heading off. Many of my colleagues today have echoed the calls of the Scottish Government's Minister for Europe, Jenny Gilruth, for the deadline to be extended. But that's not our preference. Our preference, as has been said, is for a declaratory system and for the scheme to be scrapped. And we're not asking the Government to do something fanciful here. 14 countries within Europe, including Spain, Germany, Portugal and Italy, automatically granted residence status to UK nationals living in those countries. That is the thing that we promised but didn't do. The immigrants that we sent to those EU countries were treated an awful lot better than we're treating people from those countries. But then our people are never immigrants, are they? They're expats, and we expect them to be treated with respect. And I agree, but respect cuts both ways, and making people jump through hoops is not respectful. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a sore one for those of us in the SNP, no doubt about it. Nothing throws a light on exactly what's wrong with this union more than the Brexit vote. It's a tale of two countries with completely diverging views on migration, or at least inward migration. The latter, Scotland, votes 62% to stay in Europe, but because the former is bigger, it gets the final say. And my country is dragged out of the EU completely against its will. And now my country is supposed to stand by and watch while this government breaks the promises of the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister, who, as we've heard, signed that pledge that said these EU citizens will automatically be granted indefinite leave to remain in the UK. That pledge was a lie, wasn't it, Madam Deputy Speaker? Because the two people who signed it are the very two who could have made it happen, still could. And nobody, it doesn't matter what the Minister says, that cannot be denied. The people of Scotland didn't fall for that lie. We voted against it. But still we're expected to stand by and watch our family, friends, neighbours, colleagues go through hell, waiting months not knowing if they can stay or not. Well, we won't stand by for much longer, Madam Deputy Speaker. We won't be party to treating people this way. We won't be putting up with watching whole sectors of Scotland's economy fail because they can't get the workers we need, either because they can't prove their right to be here, or because we're not allowed to invite them to our country, or because they just don't want to be somewhere where they don't feel welcome anymore. None of this is in our name. And if members opposite are, as they keep on saying, they've been saying throughout this debate, tired of hearing it, then they should lobby the Prime Minister. They should tell him to make up for the democratic deficit that is Brexit. Tell him to do the only democratic thing he can do when it comes to Scotland. Tell him to give us our Section 30 order so that we can have our referendum on independence. The Honourable Member for Edinburgh West said this debate should be about people. Independence is about people, and I am in no doubt that the people of Scotland will tell this place that none of this, not Brexit, the EU settlement scheme, the hostile environment, none of it is in our name. And they will know that the only way to be able to create the kind of country that reflects who we are is to take control of our own affairs by voting yes to independence.
Minister Ian Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to respond to this important debate, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East in securing it today. Before I pick up on some of the points that have been raised today, I'd also like to send my best wishes to my right honourable friend, the member for Old Bexley and Sidcup, and hope he has a full recovery from his condition. And also like to express my concern about what my honourable friend from Montgomery told the House earlier today about the attack on his constituency office. That is not something any of us should have to endure. I absolutely agree that language is important in this debate, and I absolutely agree with the Honourable Lady for Edinburgh West, who reminded us that this is about people. Some sensible questions have been posed, and I will endeavour over the next 7 minutes or so to respond to as many as I can, and my apologies if I'm not able to reference everyone, and I will endeavour to do so in the spirit in which they've been raised. Let me start off by agreeing with the point that many honourable members, including my honourable friends from Guildford and St Austell and Newquay, have said, that we welcome and cherish the contributions that our friends, neighbours, colleagues, partners from other EU countries have made to our constituencies and the country as a whole. And I'd also like just to put on the record at this point that I could not disagree more with the point that the honourable member for East Lothian made, that somehow Scotland's and England's view on immigration is somehow divergent. I absolutely refute that. I represent a very diverse constituency with constituents from all parts of the world. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I should say that in declaration of interest, my partner is a Malaysian national, so I have every good reason to cherish immigrants to this country and the contribution that they make. And I just will not have this painting of Britain outside the EU as some insular place hostile to immigration. And I would just reference our bold and generous offer to British nationals in Hong Kong as evidence of that approach. In addition, contrary to what the Honourable Lady for Belfast South said, and I hope I picked her up correctly, I just want to emphasise that Home Office caseworkers' priority is to look for reasons to grant status, not to find reasons why not, and refusals are a last resort. Where someone hasn't provided the necessary evidence, the Home Office caseworkers will contact them to help them provide the evidence required and will exercise discretion in their favour where appropriate to minimise administrative burdens. And I would like to assure the House that all options will be exhausted before refusing someone's application. Those who have been refused but are now able to provide evidence to confirm their eligibility can simply apply to the scheme again free of charge, and there is a range of support available online, by email and telephone for those who have questions or need help in applying. And at this point, I would also like to thank and acknowledge the hard work that civil servants and employers have made to help applicants gain their status, a point very powerfully made by my honourable friend, the member for Ynys Môn. And it's also important to reinforce the message, as several members have raised during the debate, that those who have applied before the deadline but haven't yet had their response have their rights enshrined in law until the decision is made. And that is a very important message that we need to send out from the House tonight. A very important point that the Honourable Gentleman for Edinburgh South raised was about the support available to vulnerable and hard-to-reach groups, including adults and children in care settings. The Home Office has awarded £21.5 million to 72 organisations across the UK to provide face-to-face appointments and online support over the telephone or by email to help vulnerable people apply. This work continues to be funded, and we are continuing to reach out to those vulnerable groups to make sure that we capture everyone we can. Further assistance is available from the Home Office's Settlement Resolution Centre, which is open 7 days a week for both telephone and email inquiries. The Honourable Lady for Glasgow North East, in replying to the debate, asked a perfectly fair question about other examples of what might be deemed a reasonable ground for a late application. I'm happy to tell the Honourable Lady that the Home Office on its website has published a non-exhaustive list of some 17 pages which give those reasons. And if I can just cite one, it would include, for example, a victim of modern slavery or someone in an abusive relationship. And if she needs more information on that, I'm sure my colleagues in the Home Office would be happy to supply that to her. A number of honourable members, including the mover of the debate, the Honourable Member for North East 5 and from East Renfrewshire, have raised the issue of the need to apply, for EU citizens to apply for status in the first instance. The government's view is that the constitutive system, in the form of the settlement scheme, is the best way to deliver our commitment to EEA citizens who have made the UK their home. And, in fact, is the best way to prevent another Windrush-type situation from happening. It provides citizens and their family members with clarity about what they need to apply for by when, and the secure evidence of their status that they need. It also ensures service providers like employers and landlords have a way of confirming who has what status. On the other hand, a declaratory system could lead to a situation like Windrush, where EU nationals do not have sufficient evidence to prove their status and entitlements in the UK. And that could also result, if you, honourable gentlemen will forgive me, I've literally got 2 minutes left before the conclusion of the debate. It could also result in third parties making incorrect or inconsistent decisions on the status, and that's something that we do not want to allow happening. And finally, if I may touch on the issue of physical documentation. We do consider digital evidence of immigration status to be secure, and it can be accessed anywhere and in real time. It cannot be lost, stolen or tampered with like a physical document. And it does put individuals in control of their own data. They have direct access to information held by the Home Office about their status, and in line with the principles of data minimisation, will only be able to share only the information required by a checker, rather than all the information held on a physical card. The Honourable Lady and Member for Glasgow Central did raise a point about what happens if someone doesn't have the digital passport as they arrive in the UK. And my honourable friend, the Minister, tells me that is not required, and the presentation of their passport will be sufficient to give all the information they need. In the last few seconds of this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have made clear throughout we want those who are... Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker. I didn't spot the change of cast. We have made clear throughout we want those who are eligible for the EU settlement scheme to stay, and welcome the fact that so many of them want to do so. They've made an enormous contribution to this country and will continue to do so.
Okay. Order. The question is that the motion as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. And the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobbies. The question is that the motion as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Miriam Fellows and Rich Thompson, and for the noes, David Rutley and Maggie Throop. Lock the doors. The ayes to the right, 54. Oops, sorry. Sorry, Maggie, I thought you'd...
See Maggie there.
Of all the people to get the procedure wrong.
The ayes to the right, 54. The noes to the left, 365.
Ah, very good.
Thank you. I was waiting, noticing. The ayes to the right, 54. The noes to the left, 365. The noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock! Do you want this? Okay. Right, we now come to Highways Financial Services. With leave of the House, I'm going to put both motions together. Motions number 3 and 4. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
Question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the petitions. We start with Luke Pollard. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present this petition on behalf of the people I represent in Stoke Village in Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport. Stoke Village is a vibrant community, and what every vibrant community needs is a post box, but that has been removed by Royal Mail. In the past year of lockdown, a handwritten note or a birthday card, something to have and to hold from the people we love, has meant so much more. I hope Royal Mail take note of this petition and restore the postbox to Stoke Village as soon as possible. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to campaign for a new postbox in Stoke Village in Plymouth and call on the Royal Mail to install it without delay. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, postbox in Stoke Village.
Just to let you know that I got one replaced at Janet Richard after it was removed, so let's hope they're listening to you. Let's go to the next petition. Valerie Vance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by wishing the Right Honourable Member for Old Bexley and Sidcup a speedy recovery. He's a great person and a great parliamentarian. My petition is about the Sprint route and car park, and it's from the residents of Walsall South. The petition declares that the Transport for West Midlands should withdraw its proposal to build a 300-space park and ride car park on land adjacent to the Belling, Birmingham Road. That the proposed location of the car park is Greenbelt land, which contravenes the National Planning Policy Framework and Walsall MBC's site allocation document. The petitioners further request that there was no consultation with local residents before this decision was made by Transport for West Midlands, and that 4 mature trees have now been removed along Birmingham Road as part of the project, also without consultation. The petitioners also say that there is no consultation was carried out by Walsall MBC before it approved an environmental impact assessment screening option for the site, removing important environmental safeguards by exempting the proposals from a full environmental impact assessment. And the petitions therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to ensure that Transport for West Midlands withdraws its application to build a car park on Greenbelt land.
Petition, Sprint route and car park.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is, this House to do adjourn. No, Shrap Garney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole country and this House seems to be distracted, but I hope you agree with me, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing more important than this debate. The matter of disability access at Crowborough, Eridge, Uckfield, Frant and Wadhurst train stations in my constituency of Wealden. Train travel is a vital form of transport for Wealden residents, and securing improvements to rail services and the stations in Wealden remains one of my priorities. Having served as Transport Minister, I was once responsible for delivering the groundbreaking accessibility strategy called the Inclusive Transport Strategy, which was to ensure that public transport was more inclusive and better accessible for those with disabilities. It was actually a world's first strategy to align itself with the United Nations accessibility goals, and it paved the way to equal access for disabled people on all transport networks. And it promotes provisions such as step-free access, changing facilities at motorway service stations and enhanced passenger assistance service. While building the strategy, I worked with many disability groups, service providers and bodies that took care of the infrastructure to address barriers in transport networks for those with visible and invisible disabilities. As I was then, I am today grateful for the help in preparing for this speech, in particular to Leonard Cheshire and their Get On Board 2020 paper, titled Making the Economic Case for Levelling Up Transport. I hope the Minister can reference them in his remarks. And of course, to Transport for All, and in particular Mr Alan Benson. However, today I want to focus on the rail network and stations in my constituency of Wealden. 41% of rail stations in Britain are not step-free, and in South East this rises to 52%. And of course, Wealden is nestled in East Sussex. Forgive me. But we have had some success, especially at Eridge and Crowborough station. Thanks to our Conservative government, I'm grateful for the funds that I've already secured for fantastic accessibility upgrades to our local stations. And as a part for Access for All fund, both Eridge and Crowborough stations are currently undergoing multi-million-pound refurbishments to ensure step-free access. The existing staircase and bridge at Eridge station were removed last year and are being replaced with a new modern footbridge. A new lift shaft is being currently constructed, and there'll also be an installation of automatic doors. There's also similar construction underway at Crowborough station, and I'm very, very proud to have been part of the upgrades for both Eridge and Crowborough. But there is a tiny issue at Eridge, which was brought to my attention by Tim Barclay, who is the chair of the South East Communities Rail Partnership Community Interest Group. Apparently, GTR are making volunteers park at a distance from Eridge station because they aren't issuing blue badge parking at Eridge station. There is an issue here, and we need to make sure that blue badge parking at Eridge station is close to the lift, and we need to make sure volunteers can access the station as the refurb carries on. I now want to touch at improvements at Wadhurst and Frant station. I'm pleased that working with Guide Dogs UK, we have been able to secure safety improvements at Wadhurst and Frant station, platforms for visually impaired commuters. We've got warning tactile and painting contrasting lines on station platforms, which will help orientation and will also help with safety features. And it's incredibly important that we focus on both visible and invisible disabilities when it comes to making stations accessible. And I'm incredibly pleased with the Guide Dogs campaign that has also focused on what Network Rail can do to support people who have got visual impairment. But an issue was raised to me by Transport for All and Mr Alan Benson in particular. Apparently, tactile paving is missing or incomplete across most of the network. And this particularly was raised when there was an unfortunate death, I believe, at Eden Park station. And hopefully the Minister can confirm that Network Rail will be encouraged to prioritise the installation of tactile pavements so those that have visual impairments can feel safe too. Of course, I'd also like to see in the future step-free access at Wadhurst and Frant, and I'm hoping the Minister can make a nod in the positive direction that when we put our application in for funding, we would also be successful for Wadhurst and Frant in the future. I'm now going to just draw the Minister's attention to the Uckfield line. It is the line that causes the most amount of tension from my constituents. It used to be called, Mr Speaker, the Misery line. And for quite some time, we've been trying to get it electrified and a depot at Crowborough. At the moment, the line is a real dinosaur, and it'd be fantastic if we can have an upgrade. I'm also the co-chair of the Southern Rail APPG, and I've raised this matter repeatedly to the department and to the Minister and his predecessors previously. It would be fantastic if the Minister could potentially make reference to it at the dispatch box or write to me to tell me if we're going to be fruitful in getting an upgrade to the Uckfield line. I'm quickly now going to touch on the Passenger Assistant app. It was one of the most important parts of the Inclusive Transport Strategy, and we were very excited at its launch just a few months ago. It's incredibly important for people setting off on their journeys can have an integrated service on their phone to make sure that any breakdown can be communicated effectively. Any new app is going to have a few problems, but a few particular problems were brought to my attention by Mr. Alan Benson. That even though the app can offer some real potential, there's no way that you can really process or coordinate buying a ticket, booking a wheelchair space and getting assistance in one place, because it can take over an hour or so to get the app to function. Possibly we can have that resolved. And the biggest issue that we're going to have is that we need operators adopting the app so we can ensure that all journeys are then integrated and all information is in one place. The lack of accurate information is always going to be a problem when you have people with disabilities trying to use an app to get across the country using multiple forms of transport. So it would be fantastic if the Minister can explain if there are any ways to resolve that app so it can become even more useful than it is at the moment. Finally, Mr. Speaker, 3 years on from the publication of the Inclusive Transport Strategy, can the Minister confirm that the strategy is meeting all the targets that we set out to achieve to ensure that the rail network in particular can be accessible for all? There are some concerns that the Access for All funding may fall short due to budget cuts or because of COVID pressure, and we of course would not want to see that at all. I'd also like to invite the Minister to come and visit my constituency of Wilden, whether he wants to visit France or Wadhurst, over tactile paving, or even Erridge or Crowborough with our step-free access. And of course, I'd love it if the Minister could write to me about the electrification of the Uckfield line. I finally want to leave the Minister with one thought. It's from the Leonard Cheshire's recent report. They, of course, are asking for the inclusive transport strategy, to be sort of legislated for, so it becomes law, so we don't lose track of the timetable that we're setting ourselves onto. And it's fantastic to know that in their report, Get On Board 2020, that if we invest between 1% and 3% of the total transport capital between now and 2030 on fully step-free rail network, this would enable 51,000 disabled people potentially into work and could boost the economic output by £1.3 billion. So when we're making our railway stations accessible, not only does it help the disabled passengers and customers, but it helps our whole communities too. And I look forward to the Minister's response.
Minister, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, a pleasure to see you in your place. Alas, my England top that we were debating on Twitter remains safely in my office for at least the next 8 minutes. May I start by congratulating the Honourable Member for Wealden in securing this debate to discuss the important subject of accessibility to the rail network. Possibly, I would say, the second most important thing happening this evening, or certainly televisual event happening this evening. And my honourable friend was, of course, responsible for accessibility in her time as Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State at the Department for Transport, and I'd like to thank her for her contributions and successes in that period. It's a subject I take incredibly seriously. But she will also be aware that I am a qualified and active football referee just about to enter my 40th season in the middle, and an interesting and important game of association football commences shortly. So I might just stick in the odd pun because I am keen to kick off this debate, but assure her that in delivering a slightly light-hearted speech on this does not mean that I do not take this matter extremely seriously. Our goal must...
Order. The Minister may be aware that we can also issue yellow cards from the chair.
I was hoping that Honourable Member for Strangford would be here so he could winks at me and then I could happily let him Calvert-Lewin. Anyway, I recognise how important it is for my honourable friends' constituents to have access to the railway. It's an important part of all of our lives, whether used to see family and friends, to go about our daily lives, perhaps to head to Wembley to watch Sancho, Foden and Pickford. Heading out to work is an important factor of the railway, or indeed coming home. Coming home Its coming home, Mr. Speaker, is one of the most important journeys there is. Delivering a transport system that's accessible to all is a must, not just a right to have, and it is of great importance to me and my honourable friend. I know my honourable friend is aware of and fully committed to the Department for Transport's Inclusive Transport Strategy, published in 2018, and recognises it as evidence of the government's commitment to taking action to safeguard and promote the rights of all disabled passengers. Now, by 2030, we want disabled people to have the same access to transport as everyone else, and if physical infrastructure remains a barrier or a wall, then assistance must play a role in guaranteeing those rights. An accessible transport network is central to the government's wider ambition to build a society that works for all. Regardless of the nature of a person's disability, they should have the same access to transport, the same opportunity to travel as everyone else. No one should have to sacrifice their ability to use our public transport system. Unfortunately, though, many of our stations date from the Victorian era, and their infrastructure is not fit for purpose. Too many people on some stations have very little space to for us to carry out improvements. You could say that the Victorians, in some way, Henderson. Those 19th century stations were not built with the needs of 21st century passengers in mind, which has left us with the huge task of opening up a rail network to disabled passengers that's not fit for it. Although 75% of all journeys are through step-free stations, only about a fifth of the stations have proper step-free access, as my honourable friend detailed in her speech, into the station and between each platform. So we're not in a dire place, but we must aim higher, much, much Maguire indeed. Clearly, accessible stations make a huge difference to people's journeys experience, not only to people with reduced mobility, but also those carrying heavy luggage or those with pushchairs, which is why we have continued the Access for All programme, and the Inclusive Transport Strategy included a commitment to extend our Access for All programme across control period 6 between 2019 and 24, with an additional £350 million sterling, Mr. Speaker, of funding from the public purse. This new funding builds on the previous success of the programme, which was launched as a 10-year programme in 2006, and has so far included step-free routes at over 200 stations, and around 1,500 stations have benefited from smaller-scale access improvements. I'm committed, Mr. Speaker, to ensuring that Network Rail speed up the planning and delivery of tactile paving across the network. Tactile paving means people with buggies, people with sight issues can feel by foot or by cane when they are approaching the platform edge. The bumps underfoot almost feel like stones, and people can move around the platforms more confidently in a sure-footed fashion. We want to be in a place where every passenger can feel like a confident walker at our station, with there being no trippier hazards. It is right that I paid tribute to my honourable friend and the role she played. What she did was a great fillet for the accessibility cause, and we are now reaping the benefits of her work. If I may now turn, Mr. Speaker, to the stations in Wilden. As my honourable friend will know, Crowborough is more famous currently for being chanted by England fans in the song Sweet Crowborough Line, but also the Edridge stations were both nominated for Access for All funding and will receive funding to create accessible step-free routes via the South Gate, with works due to be completed by 2024 at the latest. We're also pressing the industry to comply with its various legal requirements, and the Office of Road and Rail recently consulted on an accessible travel policy guidance. The revised guidance will include proposals that will strengthen provisions put in place that ensure disabled people can use our rail network. And I've encouraged the ORR to take enforcement action against train and station operators who are found not to be meeting their accessibility options. Mr. Speaker, let's hope there is no need for penalties. In May, we published our white paper, the Williams-Shapps Plan for Rail, the biggest shake-up of the network seen in 3 decades. We'll be bringing the railway together under a single national leadership of a new public body, Great British Railways, with one overwhelming aim: to deliver for passengers. It reinforces the government's commitment on accessibility too. Indeed, accessibility is threaded through the White Paper, like a pass from Jack Grealish weaving through the Danish defence to Marcus Rashford. Great British Railways will also own and be responsible for the entire passenger offer and will put accessibility at the core of its decision-making. Our vision is that accessibility become an integral part of the passenger offer for all. I hope I have, in the short time I've had available, demonstrated that this government is committed to improving access at stations for disabled passengers, including at my honourable friend's, in my honourable friend's constituency. Like her, we think these problems have been allowed to mount up for too long. Through both specific projects such as Access for All and improvements delivered as part of our wider commitment to improving the trail network, we are doing our bit gradually, and I would like to speed up. And I can give my honourable friend the assurance that in the spending review, I will be putting in a healthy bid for the continuation of the Access for All programme. I guess I shall finish because I do not want to test the patience of the House staff, who I'd like to thank for being here tonight. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish good luck to England. I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the member for Wilden, for the contribution she made, and I very much do look forward to visiting her constituency.
Well, at least the members got the good news, and let's hope that England do win tonight. That's the news that I want to put out there. Come on, England, let's get there. The question is, this House to now adjourn. As many of that opinion say aye. The contrary, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, order.